I love how on that intro, for no particular reason, I was like, you know what, we need to grab an orchestra for this thing just to make it even more epic because, yeah, I was feeling just a little bit extra. And so were some of the teams yesterday in the first day of Breaking Point. I was glad that it mostly seemed to go off without a hitch, with the exception of East Coast just not seeming like they were in the lobby, but for every other team involved, there was something really good that came out of the first time we saw some real good, like, regional competition for Tier 1 North American teams for the first time in quite some time. So, welcome back to Breaking Point. It's time we do this shindig all over again. I'm CaliberJacob, and I am, of course, joined on the desk by collegiate Siege aficionado and a man whose Wikipedia page states him as owning or getting 863 approximate earnings from any tournament he's ever competed in.
Does it really?
Club's best. It does say that. Yeah. Do you have any idea if that's at all accurate? Like,
it's probably more, but I don't know, or maybe less. I don't know.
Are you paid by Grand Canyon University to do anything for Siege, or just like,
Hell
sure,
no.
I'll just show up?
Hell
why not?
no! Are you kidding me? No, they wouldn't pay me a dime. No, that's just all earnings from, I don't know, doing collegiate events. Some money from Face It, some money from winning Tango's League, because that was free. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on earning more money than I will probably ever earn in my career as a competitive player. But a man who's earned about $189,000 is also on the desk with us over the course of the 17 LAN events he's attended, including an Xbox World Championship in 2017. Please welcome back Alex Magor. Does that number ever make you feel like, oh my god, what the hell have I been doing with my life if I've earned so much money from a video game? Like, that's a lot of money.
I mean, yeah, it's a good amount. It could have been better. I think there's definitely some events I probably should have placed better at, but, you know, you live and you learn. It is what it is.
I just love the fact that it's like Wikipedia has to go through and find a way to separate the winnings for one team, and then it like auto splits it 5 ways. So sometimes that number is wildly off for some people, which is what makes it really, really funny. But all things considered, you win about $4,000 total from this. I mean, I'm giving about $4,000 away to teams for this, so Yeah, thanks to everybody for showing up for this tournament. Really appreciate it, guys. Let's talk about the bracket real quick and where we were yesterday and what we are doing heading into today. We had 2 games today, 2 games tomorrow. All of the quarterfinals will be done as of this broadcast. Dark Zero and ATK have already locked themselves into one semifinal that will be happening later. So Spacestation and Mirage start out first. Arial, Arise, and GGG come immediately after that. And Mason, we did not require any infinite overtime. We had 1 overtime map yesterday, but it did not go any further than 8-6. Do you think either of these games are going to have the possibility of doing that today?
I think we could see that out of SSG Mirage, actually. I think that that's going to be the closer game of the 2 today, just because I know SSG has had the tendency of playing a little to the standards of their opponent. And if Mirage maybe is lower standards, or maybe Mirage's standards have grown even further. I mean, when they played back in NAL Stage 1, right, they were an 8-7 match on NOT, I think, on Oregon. So, I mean, these teams can definitely get there and go deep between each other as you look at the tail between the last time they played in Stage 1 of the NAL. But also, they're fairly similarly rated. I mean, SSG had a pretty great start to the season, beating the Sonics and playing close with some other really strong teams. But then they just fell off towards the end. And I think that I don't know what we're going to expect to see, but with their newest pickup of Ashen, a lot of things could definitely change for the SSG roster.
There's so many things that we can focus on with a matchup like this. Most of the fact that it's every time Spacestation and Mirage have ever played one another, typically Spacestation has won that contest. You'd have to go all the way back to when Hot and Cold wasn't on Spacestation, but was on Mirage to find a time where these things were a lot more competitive. And for Spacestation, that 8-7 result back when they played in Blast Stage 1 definitely seems like it's going to be like the closest result that we might see for a while, unless Mirage have done something to really pick things up with the roster changes that they've made over time. So, Alex, just from your experience with both of these teams in the past, are we going to see a closer matchup today, or are you still a little bit concerned that maybe Spacestation could drop a game by a huge margin, or Mirage maybe don't have all the pieces picked up yet? Is there anything in particular you're looking to see from either of these teams today?
I'm a little bit more confident in SSG. I think they have a better coaching staff around them, and they've been a team longer than Mirage has been. One of the interesting stats on that was SSG was negative 18 on entry, but still had 17 plants. That means they're losing the first kill more often than not, but they're still finding a way to get the bomb down, which shows me they're more adaptable. So I don't think Mirage is going to be like an easy opponent, but I do think SSG has the upper hand, I think, overall, just from experience.
Mason, what are you thinking about this matchup, just at a first glance?
Yeah, first glance, I think SSG is going to look really good, especially with the pickup of Ashen. I mean, there's so much hype around him being one of the best players to come out of the amateur circuit and just go straight into PL. I think he's someone that will easily just translate straight in, bring a lot of leadership to the team just from the experience he's had and the amount of different tournaments he's won, but also just the talent that the player has himself. But yeah, again, like Alex was saying, you got to talk about the amount of plants, SSG's problem on entry. Hopefully Ashen will be able to kind of remediate and fix some of those issues while still being a top performer, because at the loss of Merc, who was one of the worst rated players in the NAL in Stage 1, and also the lowest rated for SSG, now you slot in one of the historically greatest players in the amateur circuit of R6.
I'm loving this, the fact that Spacestation decided all we have to do is try and make one roster adjustment, and then hopefully that can push us a little bit further. It is worthwhile to note, by the way, Ashen is not going to turn 18 before the start of the NAL. The start date has already been publicly announced, and if you do a double check on when Ashen turns 18, it means he's not going to be able to play in the first week of North America. He'll probably have to come back in during the second week. What that looks like is this is his official debut, and then they'll have to play with a sub when they play in that first week. So, at least to me, Mason, if you're able to play in any kind of official context before week 2 of the NAL comes around, it makes Breaking Point for Spacestation look a lot more important to finally get him those reps.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool for SSG just to get those reps, get that experience with this roster. I'm so excited to see what this powerhouse team can do. I mean, J9O had such a good season in the NAL, and now to be able to see that paired up with a player at the caliber of Ashen, as well as you have Hot and Cold, who was historically good. Volts has also been great. I mean, this entire roster forms out really good. You've even seen great performances out of Forest, so everyone on this SSG team can certainly hold up to expectations.
Been a hot minute since you were on this team, by the way, Skies. Is there anything that you think about the way that they've totally reformed around a different coach and part of the Astralis core and fusing it with at least part of the team that you used to be on back in the day?
Yeah, my initial worry was how Hot and Cold and Fultz are going to be adapting to like the more Astralis type playstyle. I know for a fact that Fultz always was type of player want to be a little bit ratty. He was like that on old SSG when they won. So he fit in, I think, a little faster than Hot and Cold, but as a team, I'm hoping over this time they've meshed well together. And I think along with Ashen, him being tier 2 and kind of fitting into this meta, I think he's actually going to fit in very well and very fast within this team. And I agree with Mason saying as many reps as you can with the actual team is important, and I think they're going to take this very serious. So I have a lot of high expectations for them this whole tournament.
Well, a lot of the points you guys have already brought up were also echoed by Callout, and one of the rare times he's opted to grace our screens. I had the chance to sit down with him a couple of days ago and see exactly what Space Station's mindset is like coming into this tournament.
You know, this offseason, it's been a lot longer. I think it's honestly been a blessing, kind of coming off of Astralis into Space Station. Originally we had I think it was 2.5, 3 weeks to actually kind of get this team together and try to get everything going. It was kind of rushed. Everything was. We were very, very weak in some areas. Like you saw, we would sometimes come out and smoke teams, and then other times, we'd come out and get smoked, right? I think this offseason really what it's been is just kind of we've went back even farther now since before that, kind of just start taking everything step by step comparatively to just trying to throw that system on guys. Hey, listen, here this all is, right? You got 3 weeks now to learn it. Now we've had, a proper amount of time to actually kind of just get it going the way it should be going. We have a brand new system that is very foreign to these guys, except for Forrest and Jack, obviously. It's going to take a while to get these guys in the system. We got to be patient with this, right? I think that in the regular season especially, I think we came out, it was second place at the end of the regular season, and then the playoffs we ended up getting third towards the end. There wasn't really expectations, but I don't think, the expectation was really that high to, do that well. So I think, just doing that well in the NAL itself was really well, and then us not making, the main stage, it was kind of a disappointment. But looking back at it, right, objectively, I don't think we did bad for what we had in the time we had. So, with that change, one of the biggest things is, Spiff was actually on Ashton's team back when they were underagers, the little Arial Academy team, whatever it was. It's the young guys, they have a knack for the game kind of the way we want to play it a lot better, a lot of times than older players would. They're just very fluid players. A lot of times younger guys are. And Ashton was probably the best out of the options when it came to making that roster change that we were looking at, in terms of that fluidity and being able to kind of, just be able to apply, different types of prep game to game, be able to change that play style up game to game and, go fast when you got to go fast, go slow when you got to go slow and be able to do both well, right? His ability to do that was just really well. And he also adds in the kind of calling aspect that we were lacking a bit for as well. That's the whole reason we were really excited to do this tournament is because we need to be able to practice actually applying prep, doing prep, all that kind of stuff. We actually had our first full game day week this week, which is a lot different than our off-season weeks. It's the first time that he's been able to experience that, and that's gonna be valuable for us too, right? So when he does come in that week of NAL, whether it be week 1 or week 2, he's gonna actually, and it's gonna make things smoother when that time comes. In all reality, just kind of applying the game day system with Ashen, I think that's the biggest thing, right? So it's getting this full week of practice in, leading up to the game day, and then kind of having a way to do that before the stage of the next tournament comes, and then getting that experience.
I think the biggest priority for Space Station initially was finding a way to merge the Astralis system in with the existing Space Station players, and like he said, they managed to get all the way to the Copenhagen Major in spite of maybe not having the expectation on their back to do that, but now the entire thing has completely shifted on itself. You're getting Ashen incorporated into a brand new team. He's only touched a little bit of higher tier competition. He's not even eligible to play in tier 2. Yet Space Station have decided that this guy is about to be their future. Alex, just on first glance, does that seem like the same kind of idea that you had about trying to see if they can't get this specific tier 2 style of player incorporated with the new team?
Yeah, Callout said it best. He said that, Ashen is, the tier 2 guys, the younger guys, for whatever reason, the meta that is shifted into this more aggressive team deathmatch meta. They seem to be more fluent than the older guys, which, in a way is a little bit shocking because I think Merc was always that guy in Pro League that was he's the team deathmatch guy. He's running in, he's on Ash, he's getting there quick. But now they bring in Ashen, who I think is a similar player. Maybe he's a little bit younger and, maybe, caught up quicker. He brings some calling, which I honestly didn't expect. All I was saying, he brings a calling aspect as well, which is a little bit shocking to me. And he should fit that Astralis play style structure a little bit quicker than, some of the other guys.
Specifically on any of the guys who were on that Astralis team, by the way, Mason, if we can't look at somebody like Ashen's stats, we can look at someone like J90's stats. But what specifically about his performance so far with this Space Station roster stood out the most to you?
Yeah, I mean, in the NAL, J90 was incredible. I believe 3rd overall in rating and also pretty solid in the kills department. I mean, he just showed up very well for that roster. You can tell that the kills, although his opening picks may not be great, but he played a fairly supportive role for this team and ended up being one of the best rated. So I love the fragging power of J90, and now you pair that with a young gunner like Ashen. You still have that core SSG duo of Hot and Cold and Fultz. And then you've got the brains of Forrest, and then also you got Call Out in the background orchestrating everything all together. And I think this roster, it could be a force to be reckoned with these players up front.
Out of curiosity, Alex, he also said that their game day weeks are a lot different to their standard off-season weeks. Is that the same kind of experience that you've had in moments where, okay, so we know we have a game that's coming up this week, and there has to be an additional level of prep? Does it mean more scrims? Like, what specifically goes into getting ready for a week where you know you've got official competitions to play, as opposed to just, well, we're just kind of sitting back waiting for that right opportunity to come around?
Yeah, game day weeks, usually you tend to focus a little bit more on the other team. What you can do to implement into practice to focus more on that team. Like if it's a team that plays more sporadic, you're going to focus that week more on playing more together with crossfires and just making sure you're not throwing away that man advantage. If it's a team that's more structured, you're trying to focus more on finding those gaps and how you can kind of catch them off guard. So I think SSG as it is a team that's more sporadic. So maybe against Mirage, we don't really know what their play style is right now. They have some games where they look explosive, and they have other games where they look like they have no idea what's going on. So it just kind of depends. I think they're going to go a middle approach on that, especially with introducing Ashen. It's like maybe find those times to be sporadic and also trying to find those times to tighten up at the end of the round.
Well, Ashen has had the opportunity to play a little bit with Spacestation Academy roster in Game Rogue, but this will be his debut playing with this specific Space Station roster. And speaking of Game Rogue, we kind of got to talk about their opponent. Mirage played in the grand finals of the Game Rogue 10K Summer Series just yesterday and lost 0-3 to OXG, and now they have to come in here and do it all over again against yet another NAL opponent with the same lineup and try and figure out what exactly went wrong from yesterday. But this is their debut in Breaking Point, so you could even say, you know what, just because they played in a different series before, that's not going to take away from their overall experience or the things that they are prepared to do or capable of doing together as a roster. Mason, they've got a couple new additions. Slothy is officially on this team now. Both Vertical and Spiker have jumped onto this team. Kansan and Rampy are the only holdovers from the roster that played back in Stage 1. This looks like a really hot crop of talent. I'm just curious how they're all going to work together when push comes to shove.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the leadership from Kansan, Rampy, and Vertical are going to go and play right into the young gunners of Slothy and Spiker, right? And I also have loved to see some of the reformity come out of Vertical. He was someone that, towards his tail end of time on OXG, started to, I don't want to say fall off, but he was not performing like we saw when he was getting the NAL MVP and where he was always a top performer on that team and made that team really, really strong and a top contender in 2022. But on this Mirage roster, I watched a couple of the games that he played in Game Rogue, and he literally would start the game within 3 rounds with like 10 picks. He was incredible. He did a very good job of just being dominant, and I think if you could just let Vertical run, be a crazy man on the defense and just try to hold off SSG as long as possible, you might see a little bit of success out of this Mirage roster.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting within this roster as well is they do have 3 veteran players in Kansan, Rampy, and Vertical, but those 3 players have never really been the prime, IGL of a team, a leadership role within teams. So they have Spiker Spiker is the IGL. He's had 1 season of Pro League under his belt. He played with Parabellum, got 8th place. I don't know who was on that team. They obviously didn't do too great. But Spiker has a lot on his shoulders being the IGL, especially with a lot of veterans around him. I do think they can allow him to grow his experience that they've had with other people. But I think a lot of the pressure is on him. And I think if he's performing within that IGL role, I do think Mirage has a very, very high skill ceiling.
We do have a lot of questions about this Mirage team, and I asked a lot of those questions to Justin just before this tournament got underway to see what this team should give us heading into Breaking Point.
Well, we have made a lot of roster changes, so it's pretty much a completely different roster since we last played a NAL team. After that Gamers Without Borders tournament, a game against Sonics, we probably took like a month off, if not longer, so we had a very long break. So for the past months or so, we've been practicing and then practicing for Game Rogue. So our last games, it's so long ago, completely different roster, like that doesn't really matter anymore. Slothy, we had him as a sub for Stage 1. We wanted a very versatile player, and his aim is incredible. When he first subbed in for the Gamers Without Borders calls, I mean, he dropped, I think it was 50 kills in 3 maps, which is incredible. So that's exactly what we were looking for. Well, we actually got Spiker before Vert. We needed a Hardbreach player. We didn't have a player who was comfortable on Hardbreach, who's used to playing that role, who's also like a leader. So Spiker, he fits all those things. Since I think the first week since he joined the team, he made like an absurd amount of strats for us. We completely redid everything. So he fits our system perfectly. And then for Vert, we wanted that first or second entry type player, and for some reason Beast Coast dropped him. I mean, that's a very easy pickup. I mean, we replaced DP Fire with Vert. The only difference between the two is really comms. DP Fire is incredibly vocal, very good comms, and Vert, he's more on the quiet end. Like, he'll talk when he needs to. Both Spiker and Vert fit perfectly. We do have a coach. I'm not going to say who it is. I don't know when the announcement's going to be, but he's already been a huge impact, and he's only been with us for a few days. For how little amount of time he's been with us, he sees our issues, and he already has solutions and how he wants to help us fix those issues. He's helping more macro level right now rather than micro, because he came in the middle of Game Rogue. So, you know, he doesn't have a lot of practice to look over and try to incorporate what he wants to incorporate. So it's more been macro things. I mean, I definitely think we're already in major contention. Our goal is obviously to make the major, and these game day reps are helping a lot with that as well. I don't see us getting anywhere near the bottom again. That was just a really rough stage. We're definitely going to work hard to make that Atlanta major.
You can work really hard to make the Atlanta major, but ultimately that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody who has never played in Pro League before. Even if he did play a little bit in Game Rogue or in Element 1, even if he technically wasn't supposed to be playing on a team in Element 1, there's a lot of praise being said about Spiker before he ever properly takes his first snap in Tier 1 competition. Alex, you called him the hardest working player that you've ever had the chance to work with, but he's not got a lot of that veteranship. Is that a risk to put somebody who doesn't have the ability to watch every single small thing that a lot of the older players would know by experience into a role that requires him to also be a leader of men? What's your take?
Well, I think part of that is they do have a coach. Obviously, I know who it is, and I can't say it. Like Justin said, you know, it's not public. But the coach they have has a lot of experience with top-tier teams that have been at LAN events, teams that have performed super well. So having a coach like that can help develop him, I think is going to make that position for him even easier. I think a lot of it is pressure. It's all if he can handle the pressure and if he can come out on top of it and not let it fold him. And again, I've worked with Spiker, so I'm gonna give him my support, and I think he's more than capable of doing that. And I have a lot of high praise for him as a player and as a person, so I think he's gonna blow it out of the park.
Certainly hope that he's able to live up to the expectations that are already being put on his shoulders. It's quite lofty, but, you know, sometimes the guys with almost no pressure are able to do quite well, especially when you don't expect too much of them straight out of the gate. But Mason, the guy that you wanted to highlight does have a lot of expectations. He's been in the league for a long time, and he also got dropped from his previous team, and I think even Justin was kind of confused about why, and that's Vertical. So now he's jumped on this roster, did make some pretty massive contributions to Beast Coast being able to go on a run that got them only one series away from going to Copenhagen. Is there anything about Vertical that you wanted to highlight other than just the things we already know about the guy?
I mean, we know he's a cracked gunner, right? I mean, we know that Vertical is just one of the better players in the NAL, at least in recent memory. He's had his ups and downs. With Beast Coast, he was actually playing pretty well. And now on Mirage, I feel like this is a spot where he can really shine and become that main front-runner player of his roster, because he's got the talent. He's got that ability, and he's got that dog in him. I mean, to be honest, some of the games I was watching in Game Rogue, I stated on this briefly earlier, but the man was taking down a whole team on his own. And if he's able to do that, get a little extra support to help him play those positions, I mean, SSG might not even get to the bomb site in some of the rounds if Vertical was doing what he was doing to some of those teams in Game Rogue. Yes, the competition maybe not as stiff as a team like SSG, but if it's reproducible, then this team's going to be good.
Vertical was 25 and 24 yesterday in spite of losing 0-3 to OXG. So even on his own individual end, he was still able to keep things close, which is about where we expect Prime Vert to be. Even if his team's not able to do very much, he's usually the guy who can stand out if he's having a good day. Let's talk about maps real quick, though. Mason, something that I wasn't able to include in the call-out interview is his philosophy on the maps. Do you take the new ones or do you take the old ones because you've got a new player? He was cagey about his answer. He did not say shit about what Spacestation are going to be doing with their map selection. So walk me through the things that you see here.
Well, you see that Console and Labs are off out the bat for both teams. So that's really disappointing and a little sad. I'm sure we'll get one of the maps at least sometime this weekend. If not now, hopefully tomorrow. But for both of these teams, I mean, they have history on some maps, some similar than others. Both teams really like to play a little bit of Oregon. That's what they played against each other in NAL Stage 1. So you could see maybe a map that's a little more basic, a little more classy. We also might see some of those maps where maybe both teams want to get a little fiery and try to swing and be aggressive on each other. And Border is a perfect example of a map that SSG is very good on. And I had Mirage kind of, I always try to note maps that I think teams will be good on, teams will be not so great on. And I had listed that Mirage should probably avoid Border at all costs. And unfortunately, they've fallen right into it.
Yeah, I think too, picking Border is a very smart pick by SSG. As we said, Mirage just played OXG yesterday, and they lost that map. They lost 8-7 on Border yesterday against OXG. But SSG has historically always been pretty good at Border, so it might be a little bit closer than we think, but them picking that is not a surprise to me. And then Mirage picking Clubhouse, I think it's just a comfort map. It's a very simple map. Like I said yesterday, you can't do anything different. You just have to excel at the basics, so we'll have to see where that goes.
There's a part of me that knows that this is typically, or Clubhouse is Space Station's territory, but this is also an Astralis team that, on the flip side of things, did not like going to Clubhouse, especially during Stage 3 and SI. It was just not something that they ever really touched. So the fact that they get to pick into it against Space Station is a little bit interesting, especially considering how much of the old Mirage formula is still left. And now with only 2 maps, I appreciate these guys at base minimum taking out like Cafe and Oregon out of the pool, but I mean, I think the odds of seeing Chalet in this pool are still pretty high. Even if it was something that was picked a lot in Element 1, it'll still get picked in Tier 1 at the same time. There's the Sky ban, there's the Chalet pick. So Border Clubs and Chalet, I like personally the Border pick, Mason. The Club one is a little bit interesting, so when we get to map 2, I think that will be where we have the most intrigue, and then Chalet just looks like it's going to be 2 teams beating the shit out of one another. What do you think?
And I think that Clubhouse being that pick that Mirage is showing, I mean, SSG, we haven't seen them play Clubhouse probably since SI. I don't really have a perfect stat for that. They didn't play it at all in Stage 1. I don't think they played it in Copenhagen. My memory might be training wrong. I don't remember seeing any matchups there. So it may have been a long time that SSG, since we've seen SSG on Clubhouse. And anytime you think of SSG, you think of the old roster and how good and dominant they were on Clubhouse. The SSG Robe, all these classic staple strats. Well, that entire era has completely shifted. And so I'm curious to see, have they still been cooking on that map? Do they still have strats in the back pocket? Or has everything changed? And are they not the SSG that they used to be on Club?
Final thoughts before we jump into things, gentlemen. Who do you think takes this one? Even if it's just like a broad overall series prediction, Skies, will start with you. Who do you like more in the series?
I'm going SSG. Again.
Somehow I knew you were going to say it, dude. I fucking knew it.
I think SSG, again, it's just the players on the team, the experience they have, their coaching, everything in the background. I feel like just overall, they're the better team. It's not, discrediting Mirage at all. I'm hoping it's a very close game, and I'm hoping they prove me wrong, but I feel like the safe pick here is to go SSG.
Mason?
I think we'll see a 2-1 for SSG. I love Mirage. I love the guys over there. Justin, he's an okay guy, but we'll say that he's stand-up, right? But seriously, like, SSG, very solid team. Ashen is going to complete this roster. They were all right in Stage 1, pretty decent, made the major. They're going to be really damn good here in Breaking Point and in Stage 2.
I'm kind of really only picking them on principle because there is a quote that floats around from an old video I had of this could be the greatest Space Station roster of all time, and it leaves out the part where I said if they put all the pieces together, and they're still working on that, especially in callouts words. This could be the last thing that they need to finally push them over the top, but I won't get ahead of myself, and I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to let the casters do that. We have a new rotation in this time. It's V and Time to Light. Have fun.
Exciting NAL matchup to kick things underway, at least for day 2 of our quarterfinals here in the Breaking Point weekend matchup. Sometime light, as Jacob mentioned, I am joined here by Light Rose and V. Moving into our first match, they talked about the maps. I'm going to double down on Mason's point. SSG has yet to play Clubhouse, which is our second map, since February in the 6th Invitational in the group stage. Thoughts on our maps, the teams, and the fact that they haven't played it in, I think, 8 months, 7 months?
It's 7 months feels like another era away. We've gone through a very tumultuous time as a, competitive scene, as a community, and so I think not really knowing what this team is gonna be like, I can't say I have any expectations because they've gone through some changes. They've had a lot of time to actually prepare for it. And yes, it's not game day practice, but behind the scenes, they've been working on it, practicing it, and now they get to show it off against the world. I know that everybody on the production team chose SSG, you and I included. So we clearly have some faith in this team. And I think as well with Ashen, you and I, we've got to see him in the T3, T4 mines. We've seen him firsthand. And I agree with the desk. I really do believe in him. I think he can take them far.
I'm also looking at Spacestation and saying this is going to be a little bit of a learning experience for them, as a team with Ashen just joining, and as a team against a newer Mirage. Jacob said it, Slothy only officially joining the team for this event, being a sub in Stage 1, and then adding 2 new players in Spiker and Vert. You're looking at, or not Spiker and Vert, it was Vert and... I totally know off the top of my head. It is Spiker and Vert. I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I was kind of like...
Yeah, he was coming from Parabellum. I'm talking out my know what. But
yeah.
Talking about Space Station again, they're gonna have a much better time on border. No beating around the bush. Oxygen looked good on border yesterday in the Game Rogue Grand Finals. That was a best of 5. In this best of 3, Space Station I think are going to look better. I don't even think we get to overtime. But on Clubhouse, that's going to be the chaotic conversation. I said they hadn't played it since 6 Invitational. They played it once in the group stage, and they played it once inside of the playoffs. They lost it to M80 in the playoffs to be eliminated from the event 7-1. Now, granted, again, that was 7 months ago. Take it with a grain of sand. But still a talking point, to say the very least. But that's a talking point for later. Border's our first map. Any predictions as we go in?
I want to be on the side of SSG, but I think if Mirage can put things together, you could definitely have somebody like Spiker really do their job well, drone it on out. That's going to be pretty important on this map that is a little bit more frag heavy than some of these other maps. And I think you do put a lot more stock into your fraggers. You want to make sure that somebody like Vertical can really have the freedom to move, not constricted, as the map of Border could technically be considered a very small map. You want to make sure you have the freedom to move, have the freedom to actually drone out, and just work with your team as well as you can. And with Mirage starting on the attack, they can get off to a hot start, but I think it all really comes down to how SSG just looks. We're all kind of going off of theories here. We don't truly know what they have besides Ashen, who we got to see on SSG Academy, but that's a whole new thing. He has a whole new set of 4. Can't really put that into reality, so we're going to have to see what actually is shown in front of us.
You know, my favorite part about working Game Rogue this last week was the fact that I have the Mirage stats readily available in front of me. Mirage looked much better on their defensive side than they did on their attack. Defense was about 64, attack was 52 in terms of percentage, so starting on their attacking side, maybe not the greatest, especially against an SSG roster that has had a staunch defense for eons at this point. Brava being removed, Dokebi as well. Dokebi, one of the most banned operators in the attacking lineup as of right now, Ying only being above her. Brava, I think, is a more conditional ban. We'll probably see her banned on Chalet should we get there as well.
Yeah, no, Chalet is almost always a Brava pick because you have really influential default cameras, and you could say the same for Border, and a lot of times you might have Bullet Group's really impactful defender utility that you can take out with Bravo. So it's kind of a general thing. You want to make sure that if you want to have a drone that can do a lot of damage, you go for the Twitch and not actually give that utility over to the attackers. A pretty solid ban phase, nothing too crazy to actually happen in front of us. It does leave up a zombie, which I think could be a thing that maybe makes a difference, depending on if teams want to bring her. We're having J90 hopping onto her. Usually a zombie gets played in around the CCTV side, where you will really have, as we get a little desktop view, very, very nice. As we're waiting to go on in, CCTV is going to be a pretty influential area. Hello, welcome back to our faces, as Dan is losing his mind, as we have a very flawless production.
I'm laughing because I know exactly what happened, and I know exactly why it happened. That's the other beauties, and I can hear our producer laughing in the background as well.
Zay has a great laugh.
Yeah, he's laughing and saying, "Cams," telling us that we're going to our cameras. Apologies, by the way, for the technical issues. We're making sure that the players can get in, and we can get forward before the game itself actually kicks underway. We don't want to get into the game and then just randomly pause after like round 3 for no apparent reason, when we could have just fixed it ahead of time. But I was talking about statistics earlier. I'll talk about them again because I like stats, at least to start off a game. Brava, that is the first time she's been banned, at least thus far, in Breaking Point, which I can't say I'm too surprised about considering the maps played yesterday, which, for all of you curious, in order were Clubhouse, Chalet, Oregon, and Bank. Chalet is the only one you really would probably see Brava played, and the fact that she was not banned, I'm a little surprised about, but nothing really to write home about. In this matchup, though, seeing Brava banned alongside a Dokkaebi, especially on a map like Border, that just leads to SSG probably wanting to play around a lot more information-based utility on their defensive side, which I'm interested to see how it plays out for them.
Yeah, you still do have Valkyrie available. So we could see her get played. I mentioned those bulletproofs that you might see get played in certain areas where it's really hard for the attackers to actually take care of them, whether they bring something like an Ashe, if they really want to dedicate themselves to something like a Twitch, which I think could be a rarity, but I think having that more soft breach like a Buck or a Sledge is always going to be helpful. And the frag grenades, of course, always a great thing to bring. We'll see if Nook gets played in there, because sometimes you will see her with the frag grenades having to be thrown underneath. But then again, Mirage, who knows what they want, as they're already flashing some of that Twitch to some of that Lion. A pretty standard Border take as you put 1 foot into that anti-roam and 1 foot into that information.
Also seeing Mirage ban at the Solus, that may think that, or we may think that they're bringing a Nook off the back of it. There's a lot of reasons to ban at the Solus, whether you want to make sure you can't deny the plant, whether you want to make sure you can bring a Nook, because that's really her only direct counter nowadays. You never have a 100% certain reason as to why decisions are made for a team, unless, well, they're actually shown in the middle of the game. We are seeing Houghton bring a Mozzie here, which I think is the most outlying pick for the entirety of the SSG roster. Everything else fairly stock standard. I like the Wamai being brought here from Ashen. He played it very well this last week in Game Rogue, and he was a much better fragger for the team, at least the SSG Academy team, playing up against those Tier 1 opponents. He's also playing a little aggressive with the MP5K in hand.
I mean, Wamai is just a generally good pick. You have the ability to shut down utility, you have a pretty good gun, and of course, the thing that everybody loves, the 1.5. So you can have just that one little extra tidbit that just puts you over the edge. So I think Wamai getting played a little bit more than Jaeger isn't too much of a surprise. We'll have to see with the balance changes that are going to come with the new season. Heavy Metal, which I don't know when it's coming out, probably in like a month, considering that the reveal date is just around the corner. But for now, this is the meta that we are in. As J9O, he doesn't really have any magnets to help him, but he does have Kiba barriers. He's going to throw a couple, force Mirage to use that utility, and now frag grenades being thrown on through. Barely clips J9O. It does survive. Unfortunately for him, there is no healing, but SSG are more than happy to clean it up.
They're still fragging out. Mirage have taken this break side. They've taken into CC, sure, but how much else have they gotten? It's a whole lot of bullets in their way. J9O, the only one to take damage for SSG, much less really be forced out of position. Ashen is rotated all the way over to Armory, just casually playing behind the mirror that was set up in the earlier stages of this round. And SSG, at this juncture, have just slowed down. No reason to over-aggress, no reason to put themselves out of position when they just haven't had utility or information gathering thrown their way. And J9O, happy to sit in Fountain, regardless of his low HP.
So about 1:15 left. You've lost a good part of your attack. You still do have 3 frag grenades. That is going to be pretty impactful. We'll see if Vert can get the throw. I think it was cooked just a little bit too much, and now it's going to be barely not making it to that mirror. But Ashen, he is on the other side of the actual wall, so I think SSG, they have set themselves up for a really solid defensive structure. They've got crossfires, they've got utility that Mirage have really yet to clear out, and with the operators that are still left, probably not going to clear out. It's not a very good first attack. Really do want to just wipe this one clean off the slate. Go next, because it's almost a flawless round for SSG.
A yeeted C4 will down Kansan, who should be recovered and is safe to do so. Problem is, if there's any extra information, that C4 from below may very well come forward, or just the shots thereof. Forest just casually waiting with the Mossberg in hand. And there's no easy way in for Mirage. They have to divulge 2 separate crossfires inside of 2 separate rooms. They have to clear out Forest on the bottom floor, of which they were unsuccessful in doing. And Vertical, who was downed earlier, is now quickly taken care of. J9O, the first player to take damage, will be the last one to do damage, as SSG will open up Breaking Point and Border with a round win.
This is a good way to really get the people on your side after going pretty quiet for about, well, how long it's been since Stage 1 ended. So already coming out with a flawless round. I love seeing that just destructive power that the defense have, really abusing that mirror. I mean, black mirrors can absolutely make or break a defense, and they broke Mirage with that. I think we could possibly see some maybe swaps onto the Habana, because that is a pretty good change, but there was also a Twitch. She wasn't able to get anything done. It feels like for every single piece of utility that Mirage bring to counter the defense, there's another thing that the defense has to make sure that that just little counter gets squashed right in front of them. Mozzie made it sure that the Twitch drones and drones in general just could not get the impact that they had.
Yeah, and you can also see on the defensive side, especially for SSG, they just distanced themselves. After finding those opening couple picks, even with J9O taking damage, they realized they don't need to re-aggress it. Mirage just took forever and a day to do a whole lot of nothing trying to clear out SSG, and SSG were able to clear them out of position. We're going to take a break, try and fix some technical issues that are on the back end. When we return, we're going to get right back into Border here in our 3rd Breaking Point quarterfinal. Back into the game here in our Breaking Point quarterfinal. Spacestation Gaming versus Mirage on Border as our first map of play. You see, round 2, if you just missed it, round number 1 convincingly went Spacestation Gaming's way in a flawless fashion at that. Only J90 was the one to take damage, much less die. And Mirage have some recuperating to do, but they now have a new lobby and technically a new observer, at least a new Uplay account. So, possibly, as Kansan said, quote, "Can we replay the first round? The observer made me lag." He was joking, but maybe the new observer will help them out.
I mean, still bringing the Mira, still bringing the Valkyrie and the Azami. It's gonna take some changes from the Mirage roster, I think, to actually get that W that they're looking for. And I want to see if it's going to be operator changes, if it's going to be just playing around each other more, getting those refrags, because it felt like Mirage didn't really have any chance to get a refrag. I think, funny enough, the rounds were so quick and the fights were so quick that you just saw players die in the blink of an eye, and that needs to not happen. As they bring a very similar lineup, they actually swap a couple at the very end, just as I was actually about to make my point. They bring that Nook, so they actually don't have a sledge, which I really find interesting because this is a very vertical heavy site. They don't have anything for the vertical besides the 6 breaching charges that are there, so what is this team thinking?
It's okay. They have Vertical himself, so they'll be perfectly fine. No worries, everybody.
I'm not letting you
will be
do
just
that.
fine. It only took me 2 rounds to get a terrible name pun off. I think that's quicker than the average, at least with
I heard the
cast.
synapses in your brain connect as soon as I mentioned that, because like, it's so good.
Speaking of some operators, by the way, you are seeing some operator switches for the defensive side of SSG. Some new, some old, and some switches entirely. Ashen picking up the Azami instead of the Mira. The Mira goes to Houghton. Houghton switches off the UMI entirely. And Forrest, after switching off the Azami to give it to Ashen, has now gone on towards the Valkyrie with Fultz bringing in the other newbie. Speaking of the newbie and Fultz himself, he finds the opening on the newbie of Legion. And SSG find yet another opening duel in their favor, this time to drop down vertical. Maybe that vertical pressure will indeed come back to the fight.
I'm choosing to ignore the double vertical pun, as well, it's just not going well for Mirage. So far, in the 2 rounds that we've seen, they have yet to get a kill. So, before the rehost, and after the rehost, they got the same amount of kills. Hell, it is even better for their stats. Finally, able to connect on something, and it is onto Ashen, so it takes away some keeper barriers, takes away a little of that top floor pressure. They still have to work through some of these other players. You can see they're going at it very stealthily, want to make sure that they can actually connect, but they just do not. And now Houghton reloads. He has so many players around him. Even if Salathi was actually able to find that shot, I don't think he would have survived, and the rest of Mirage don't really look like they will either.
Now Rampy now left in a 1 versus 4. Does find the first after Houghton C4s his IGL. The younger player on the team, by the way, only just barely 18 for all of you who happen to be curious. But Spiker being gone means it's just Rampy left alone. One of those breaches going to try and be used, but they're also going to use some preset information, try and clear out that workshop defense as well. Rampy needs to just prone drop here. You have 30 seconds left. Maybe fake the breach and then drop down that hatch, but with these horizontal bars, there's no real easy way in. You have 1 player watching each hatch as well. No simple way to even clear them out of position. You will see the feet of J90 as J90 runs for the hills. But J90 even has some help on that side. And this 1v3 not going to be easily come by. Rampy will drop into a crossfire. And J90 from a distance instead of from close range will take him out with the SMG-11. And it is indeed a round victory once more for SSG.
We'll see if any of these teams, or at least Mirage, can really bounce back and already taking that time out. I mean, it's very early on, but you can kind of feel that they really do need it. With Event Workshop defense, Mirage have some big changes that they need to make.
Right.
I
We
think
can put Spiker, we can put you on that ace. Good fucking gun, or Habana, it doesn't matter. Good fucking gun. And put Kansan on the other one. Keep Thatcher on the same player, keep Buck Sledge, Yana, okay? Start opening walls, right? We should be immediately opening the break wall facing long if they're playing on E-Box, so they can't leave. This guy on Troy, you can buck open the whole fucking wall from E-Stairs, Ace and Thatcher it, he's going to run, jump someone in the window at the same fucking time, right? This is going down to vents. They're using Mira every single round to fuck you guys. Start opening the walls, start opening the mirrors. Okay? Take your time, right? Before you clear someone out, you have to be clearing out the walls, the utility. You need to try and make them move into your line of sight. These guys are just taking gunfights and they're winning them. So let's start opening things with our utility. Okay, boys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's go.
It's the team comms from Mirage. We can't tell you who the coach is, even though the accent may very well give it away. Yeah, everybody knows how to put 2 and 2 together, or a non-American accent alongside an American team. I'll let you all do the sleuthing on your own time. But, unfortunately, an incorrect prediction from the coach who shall not be named. SSG is not bringing Amira down here on Ventilation Workshop, which I can't say I'm really surprised about. If they did, it would really only be for that top floor pressure. So, all in all, an understandable prediction, but an incorrect one nonetheless. Another thing, there's an M870 on the board, courtesy of Forest on the Bandit. First time we're seeing either of the German defenders in this map, and both of them are going to be played at the exact same time.
Yeah, I'm gonna note though, no Mira. It was something that the coach of Mirage mentioned when going over with them, just how badly the Mira was messing with them. And now it's not there for SSG, and I think Mirage have really doubled down. You can see they've got that ace. They've got the Habana that I mentioned all the way in round 1 as a way to counter it. And now they kind of got screwed over a little bit. I know Vent Workshop is really not a Mira-centric site. You could try to force her in on the second floor, but I think the changes that SSG are making really will help them out a little bit better. You see the type of play that they want, as well as changing a little bit with Forrest on the M870. He might be holding close to that wall, holding these very, very tight corners to make sure that he can get the jump on these players. As Ashen taking the beautiful and smallest of angles, able to get a good amount of damage onto Spike. Unfortunately for him, no confirm.
You've seen one-way smokes, you've seen one-way flashes, you've never seen one-way Kiba barriers, unless you have, and they've been played around some deployable shields, in which, congratulations for you, and nice play for Ashen. Vertical from a distance inside a CC. Their position apparently noted, at least he thinks it is, and he would be correct in the presumption, considering there are a few black eyes, cameras at least, thrown all the way around these sites. But the problem for Mirage is, again, the time management. They have been sorting around their roles as well between operators. We saw it in the previous round. Spiker was on the Lion, now on towards that Habana, and they now still want to try and go, but a minute and a half gone, they've only taken damage and cleared out CC.
You see, trying to get that wall. Forrest, he's going to go for the trick. A frag grenade is there. Does not get the kill. And now Forrest, he does have that M870. He's able to hold very, very close. But he could actually be a little bit of a bait. Because I don't think they realize that Fultz is behind this half wall. Because they have their eyes set on the player that they have droned out. This could be a very devious play. Slothy should have called it out by now. Definitely has. But Fultz goes for the peek anyway. The impact is thrown. But a lot of damage has been done on both sides. And yet still, we remain at flawless on both sides.
Slothy walking in towards Metal. The sound cue's there. He swings for one, finds the down on towards Forest on the Bandit, but cannot find the follow-up kill. Luckily, he has some help, but the Vault will come back to haunt him. A one-for-one trade, though, as J90 only finds the kill onto the vaulting Canadian before immediately falling himself. And Ashen, the only one left on the site, will actually be able to find a follow-up kill, trying to prone and play around his own Kiba barriers, has the ability to do so, and the element of surprise, but he cannot switch to the secondary quickly enough. Luckily, he's hot and cold, still alive on the bottom floor. Still has some utility to work around and information as well. Drops the diffuser and will try and deny that diffuse plant in this true 1v1 scenario because Spiker does not want to try and recollect his teammate. Hot and Cold may not know he's left alone. A flash around the corner as Spiker will initiate the diffuse plant for the first time. Hot and Cold, calling his bluff, will run in, trying to force him off, and he does so, but doesn't know where he went. Spiker feigns the cross, and because of it, is able to catch Hot and off guard. It's Mirage's first, and they're first off the timeout.
Just like round 1, SSG showing us what they've been hiding. Spiker getting it done, 1v1. And I think just sound information, whatever it was that allowed this player to survive on the 1 health that he was. Because I think if you actually have an equal fight, you don't walk away with that. if you're Spiker. You can see the amount of health he is at the entire time. And yes, Hot and Cold is at a breath of HP, but man, single digits. I don't know if it'll beat the .04 that we had yesterday on Game Rogue, but still a very, very tight one that definitely will have you kicking yourself if you're the defender.
I would like to see Hot and at least swing Workshop, even without the information, because you either force Spiker off or you kill him on the defuse, one of the two. And if you don't swing him at that time, then he's going to get the defuse down and you have a 1v1 to play inside of ventilation. I don't know. It's an if, ands, or buts thing. I also have the whole X-ray vision thing to work off of, so I'm a little biased in one way or another, but that's neither here nor there. It is a round victory for Mirage and SSG. They don't seem too phased by it, keeping things consistent on their defensive side. The one thing I love to do is take a look at how teams play the same site that they picked up after a round victory. And for SSG, it is relatively similar for them at least. J90 is going to bring the Wamai instead of Ashen, who goes onto the Monzi instead of Hot and Cold. The only new operator to this defense is the Warden, and they're subbing out the Mute to do it, at least since the last time they played Armory Archives. Everything else, basically stock standard and consistent, barring the whole operator switches.
My eyes aren't on really what SSG is doing. It's what Mirage is doing to try to make their attack better, because it just was not it. The first and the second round. And now the Habana should have some level of impact. You can see the Thatcher being brought as well to make sure that any bandit batteries, mute jammers, allow that Black Mirror to actually get open. But it's also about what Mirage is doing in that mid game. How much time they take to drone, how much time it takes to actually initiate off of that. And I do like Vertical already being in Passport, but how long will it take him to actually push with his team? Because Mirage haven't shown that within a good amount of time, but as they do spot the two barriers, they do spot Pulse just hiding in this area. He might not be long for this world. It's just a matter of time, but you see the shadow darting across the back of the wall, able to make the mad dash and survive because of it.
Oh, and Fultz actually has to distract himself away from another angle and a third. They seemingly had every crossfire with just two people in 6 separate positions, at least from the looks of it. In the end, Fultz does still die, but it took him 1 minute and 40 seconds just to find that opening kill. And it's on to an Azami who already got all of her Kiba barriers down and basically did her job in terms of delaying this attacking push. And sure, Mirage have a way in, but there's still only a minute left on that clock.
Black Mirror is open. Ashen actually decides to stay the course. There's a little Cuba barrier giving him some knowledge, which I'm a little surprised that Mirage haven't broken, but maybe they actually want to use it against the defense. We'll have to see, as Kansan may want to take this engagement, but no, it's Rampy on the other side. He's going to be able to find that kill, so a much, much better round for Mirage overall. They've done a good early game, great mid game, but it's about finishing it off. The late game, they have a 2-man advantage. They lose one, but still having an advantage, they can push forward with that.
Forrest finds another though, and J90 playing with him finds a follow-up. Kansan really left alone on the side. Rampy found that kill all the way across onto Ashen from CCTV and has no further way in off the back of it. Rampy's spray will go errant because J90 still has yet to be cleared. Finally will be, but they go 1 for 1. Rampy to 1v2 finds the first kill and now needs to get the diffuser down. Needs to go behind the bomb chassis, but instead will play for the aggression. Playing on the backside of that deployable shield though. The aggression from Rampy, it's just running for the hills. Hot and Cold joins a track team as he joins SSG in winning another round.
Hot and Cold just not have ears there? He seemed so dead intent on Archives that he didn't hear the player very loudly making his way through his right. And the fact that SSG are actually able to come away with that round is... I have no idea how SSG actually walk away with that, considering the impressive start that Mirage had and the almost miraculous finish that they had. And granted, that final third really just did not click for them. They fed into SSG. J90 was really able to throw a wrench into their plan. But Mirage still only have 1 round. SSG have 3, and SSG can still get a 5-1 half that really would not look good on this first half. I mean, we've had, I think the first 2 games that we had were 2-0s. Pretty defiant. 2 O's, and Mirage obviously had a 0-3 yesterday up against Game Room, being handed another L. Would really sour their taste going into NAL in about a month.
The one counterpoint is Mirage had a 3-3 first half when they started on the attacking side back on Border yesterday against Oxygen, and they had a follow-up 3-3 half on their defense because Oxygen statistically had a better attack than they did defensive side. Both teams were playing on each other's inverted attack as they were defense. It was a whole mess of stats and how likely things were to go to OT. But the abbreviated version was they were fairly well matched up. In this case, SSG has a little bit of a better defense than Mirage does attack, and I feel like that could be the inverted case when we switch. So be careful, even with a 4-2 half, as seems fairly likely right now. Don't count Mirage out just quite yet, because their defensive side, not anything to scoff at by any means, and you've seen their attack improve already. That previous round, I think, the most important way of showing it, they had so many crossfires towards just a single few sets of positions. Importantly, able to take out Ashen from almost like 30 meters from CC through a double door, through a breach, and then into another side of office. Vertical also walking around Armory, finds the opening kill, and there's a follow-up. Vertical actually wins the fight against Forest on that Frost. You heard the 9mm C1 shooting first, and yet it still is the only one to die in the fight.
Almost an exact replica of the previous round. I think Mirage actually has more time to work with. C4 does connect, and it does go on to Kansan. I wanted to see how it would look like from above, but it really doesn't matter because Kansan is dead, and now SSG have 2 players trying to hunt Vertical outside, and more Mirage players start to fall. I said it was a repeat of last round, and it's really starting to come true, but this time they get 1 less player to make that final third execution. And now Spiker falls. So a 4-2 is really the best that Mirage can do. And what you are really hoping for, because that top floor just held so strong for SSG, and now they get to do it again.
You can also see Mirage's attack looked like they had the crossfires established. Spiker from a distance trying to play with the Bearing 9 for some unknown reason. The Type 89 does exist, by the way. I don't know if he's gotten the memo since joining the NAL. But Mirage had a better shot at that. And yet it was just hot and cold fragging out, finding 2 kills from behind the half wall, a follow-up third onto Spiker from, again, a fairly decent distance. And SSG, their patience paid off. They retook some ground after getting the frag across, and, well, Vertical dying ended up being the Achilles heel for Mirage. You can't rely on everything to go a single player's way, and that seemingly was the case in the previous round, because as soon as Vertical fell, the rest of the team did so in short order as well.
Okay, Custom.
I'm surprised.
Has this ever been
I've seen Border
played?
like 6 times. I've seen this 6 times in the last week and a half. I have yet to see Customs itself played.
I'm not even talking about the like last week and a half. I'm talking about again the past month. I cannot remember the last time I saw Customs, especially a pro league team trying this side, because it feels like Workshop, you're able to still hold the top floor, have a pretty similar lineup, but Customs is just an entirely different beast. You don't see it all that often, but clearly SSG, they've got something. Whether it's hot and cold on that M870, the Castle just to provide a little bit of utility soak, and the Kaid that we're seeing for the first time on this map, instead of something like a Bandit, which Vertical is going to bring that scanner just to counter it out a little bit more along that Thatcher. So I think Mirage do have the keys that which they can unlock this site, but it also does involve taking out that top floor, of which they've definitely struggled a little bit.
Last time SSG played Border, for anybody curious, is the Copenhagen Major against Damwon Gaming Kia back in round 4 of the Swiss stage. Hot and Cold's also running out with a C75 in hand. It works. He only finds 1, though, and is immediately traded, as is Ashen, courtesy of the C8 of Slothy. So a 2-for-1 trade. Mirage, fairly heavy on the openers. The problem, again, is they lose Kansan early. They can't avoid that. In the previous round, it came back to bite them. They didn't have the extra hard breach they needed to get back into Armory. They gave them space because of it, and Hot and Cold found a double or triple off the back of it. This time, maybe not the case because Hotten's dead, but Spiker's also playing on that Habana and is actually using the Type 89. I'd love to see it.
I was kind of worried, because I think originally they only really did have that primary hard reach with Kansan, but ever since they tried to counter the Mira, which now is showing its face, and you do have the Habana to really shut that down, Mirage just look a little lost. Like, Spiker's droning in himself. There's a couple other players over by the CC side. I don't really know how Mirage are expecting to walk away with this, considering that there's no prop fires. Like, they had that set up in the previous round. That's not here. It's Mirage really struggling to actually find themselves, despite having more players than their opponents. They just look in their own world.
Seemingly falling flat once more. Spiker a distance away from the rest of the team, and JNIO holding a distant angle through workshop lobby and square itself. But now they're looking to circle this workshop site. Spiker, the shot through the wall. It's actually J9O to hit it through the floorboards. Slothy, the follow-up one to die, and SSG are bringing this one back. Vertical encircling the site, and reminder, this is a customs and inspection site defense of one they're not directly defending the site itself. Fultz retaking customs, has information that Spiker's walking around lobby, whether it off a default camera or otherwise, and Vertical drops inside a customs itself, has the diffuser in hand and will initiate the plant right off the bat. The C4 available though will go up and over. He avoids it and will swing for the frag instead. Vertical's fragging power comes back to bite SSG once more, and they'll make it a 4-2 half in the end.
Custom, it feels like that's just Customs not being a very defendable site, because Mirage's attack, I think it was plainly obvious, they just looked so disjointed overall. But sometimes when you really look down, the hero plays get the job done. Somebody like Vertical, he's able to catch both of those players really not looking where they should in that scenario or distracted. I did expect the C4 to actually claim that kill, win the round for SSG. Just pop side. Momentum. It's halted. Dan, you talked about Mirage, how they feel better on the defense statistically, how they perform a lot better, and they really do need that. Going on to the Armory Archives, bringing out that Azami that is very, very popular, that Ashen really like to bring to make that early game just a little bit more difficult for the attack. But it was also where Mirage were able to find some of these early entries, so it needs to make sure that Slothy doesn't get caught out like we've seen Ashen in a couple of these rounds.
Spiker bringing the Aruni, I think, is an interesting decision for the Mirage defense. You're also seeing, I think, the Outliers, at least Rampy playing on top of the Oryx, a little surprising to say the very least, and an EE1D used early. I don't know if that's just for information, because SSG doesn't use their drones inside the sites or inside the map itself. You can see they still have all 10 drones available. Maybe just trying to figure out who the operators are, and presuming that Mirage would run around anyway. Forrest runs around the bottom floor in towards Customs, and is shot from above, but will do so fully safely. Also opening the hatch in his nading endeavor from below. And almost actually finds the shot he needed on towards Slothy, but in the end, everybody still stays alive. Slothy's still occupying this far side of CC, and he actually, with help from Spiker, finds one kill. Kansan running around the site itself, finds Ashen as he just ran in, and they still occupy the small office. SSG have encircled the site, but to very little use. Forrest inside of the small office will find one, almost a second onto Vertical, but still needs to clear the site itself, and the SMG-12 from Kansan finds two. One towards Sandwich, one towards the small office. Mirage's flexibility on their defensive side, and extreme help as they pick up the first round of the second half.
Surprise! Rush play!
Yeah.
Didn't go great. I mean, SSG, you could tell they were trying to prep, I think, the frag grenade with the hatch maybe was the indication of that. They maybe catching the player on the drop, trying to scare a player out of that small office. The foundation was there. I felt like the actual execution maybe left a little bit to be desired. It did definitely catch me off guard, and you could kind of tell Mirage did a little bit, but they found their footing relatively quickly, and part of that could be that they had a good amount of players off of the site, but close enough that they could actually come back and react. It was also a good way of kind of getting those refranks. We saw with the shots onto Rampy, that was when the peak happened. I believe the Warden was Slothy, or whoever the Warden was inside of the site, able to peek and get that kill. There's the trade game. That Mirage lacked a little bit on the attack, but clearly the defense, it's changed. a little bit. And now as we'll see an actual execution come out from SSG, or at least I really hope we'll see an actual execution from SSG, it is going to test Mirage Metal for the first time.
You know what they say, if it doesn't work once, try again. I believe that's the motto of perseverance for SSG. They could just rush it again. I doubt they will, considering at least their operator lineup this time around, not bringing that Lion, Finka, Ying combination. But in this round, it's also a ventilation workshop defense, a little bit more difficult to rush unless you already have some top floor pressure or some distracting utility placed elsewhere. Vertical, playing with some information on this cardiac sensor, knows Force is in the general vicinity, but can't do a whole lot about it, even if you wanted to. And SSG, you talked about it, needing a little bit more of a normal attack. I think that would be useful. They're also giving themselves a lot more options on this attacking side. You can see the can opener used in towards jail, Forrest walking in towards customs, and Houghton already occupying the site. Forrest just skeleton keyed vertical from 10-15 feet away and got the kill. Slothy, however, doesn't care his comrades fallen as he clotheslines Ashens and rips his head off on the upside down rappel.
1 for 1, and I think it's a good trade on both sides. With Pulse, you lose the active information, you lose the C4, which can be very, very helpful on a site that relies on vertical pressure, but then you do also lose that Thatcher, which in some cases would be pretty impactful. In this round, maybe not so. I think the mute is really the only thing that will make a big difference, and it also depends on where the Black Mirrors are placed. If the jammers are actually behind the Black Mirrors, there's a lot of if scenarios that clearly already getting inside of this office area. I think it was actually shot out from the player inside of site. As Han goes for the peek, he gets shut down immediately by Rampy, as this roam clear from the top floor is leaving a lot to be desired right here, Dan.
It seems like they're just going to switch everything up. I like this decision from SSG, just forego the top floor clear, and instead look to now pressure the site itself. You could see Mirage are prepping for it, but the problem is they're doing so on the wrong side of this workshop site. There are still 2 players above, one of them, of course, being Kansan on the Mira, but nobody wields their C4 other than Spiker, who occupies this workshop site itself. Fultz is walking in main door, but is being seen from Slothy up above, and their position now duly noted. The problem for this SSG side is trying to get in. Fultz instead will run for the hills and run for the other site itself. They still have to fight on the site proper. Fultz will use that breaching charge and try and find a way in, but that vertical pressure set in by Mirage's defense will still be a boon to this attacking existence, and that's exactly what happens. Spiker yet to be cleared as well. It'll cost him just the same, and J9O, a 1 versus 4 on the Twitch. I love the 417, but the DMRs can only do so much with 15 seconds. A C4 yeeted up and over will miss, but I don't think all that much else will. He will have the opportunity to recover the diffuser as it's afforded to him, and even find a first kill into Slothy. Nice shot to do so, but nothing else. Rampy will shut down the clutch attempt and the round itself. Mirage, back-to-back rounds in this defensive side. We're tied up at 4.
You can feel the confidence in them, especially with these peaks. I think it's part of taking out these really, really crucial players like the Thatcher, which makes it so some of these Black Mirrors really can't be taken out. And then from then on, SSG, I mean, they still had some drones that could have been utilized in that last about minute where it was a 3v5. But you could see with the dedication of some of the players on the top floor, some of the players on the bottom floor, they didn't have the time to actually properly drone out because they had a timer on their back. They had lower players. I feel like any decision that they did, once they actually committed to some of those players going on the top floor, some of them going on the bottom, really didn't help them out. And I want to see some different changes coming out from SSG, because I feel like if you try that again, you go for something different. Maybe you dedicate yourself to taking that top floor, or you go for a bottom floor rush with all your players, because it really did feel like Bolt was just kind of doing whatever he wanted alone because there were no players to actually support him.
I talked about Mirage having a better statistical line on their defensive side, and there's 2 main reasons about that. The first, and my favorite personally, are their consistent switches between sites. Very rarely will you see any more than 1 or 2 operators kept over, and usually it's just because they're meta. For instance, in this round, the only operator kept over from the previous round is the Valkyrie. No, not even that. It's not the Valkyrie. I was looking at something else. Nobody.
Frost.
Actually, not a single operator is kept over. Frost. Yeah, you're right. It is Frost. I was looking at Frost and then said Valkyrie anyway. But their variability about their defensive side between sites is one important aspect, because it just doesn't allow SSG to get comfortable on this attacking side. It doesn't allow them to get used to something. Like Mirage kind of did. Remember when the coach who shall not be named mentioned the Mira being brought on multiple occasions? SSG can't say that when they go into their timeouts, should they actually call them. The other notion is consistent pressure while not putting yourself out of position. You can see Vertical has a get out of jail free card with the rotation to 90. They have help from behind should they need it. They have a lot of abilities to get in and out of a lot of aggressive situations without actually risking their own life. Forrest, however, a nade from below, will open the hatch but will still allow Vertical to get out. I don't know how in the world he only took like 9 damage to that nade, but he did. So I'll accept it, I guess.
I mean, he's not worried about that. All he knows is I'm still alive. I'm ready to play. Pulse going down might make it a little harder for this attack, but as Forrest is getting near the site, the rest of his teammates are just getting the job done. You had half of these players on site, half of them off, and now there's a little bit of a split pressure. They do have exact eyes on Vertical, and now Diffuser needs to be grabbed, Plant can be put down, and there's a lot of time to maybe push Vertical back, use a little bit of that utility that Houghton has. He is going to do that, but I feel like Vertical, he's got to be paranoid. Does he know that Diffuser isn't actually near these players?
He has to know now. There's no way that SSG would wait this long to try and put that diffuser down. And as he sees Houghton run away towards the east stairs, he defiantly knows it, but can now Vertical find the kill into either player? No, he had no information that J9O was sitting behind the deployable shield. And it is indeed a round victory for SSG in the end. A rush attempt once more, and they say third time's the charm. Happens to be the case here as SSG will retake that lead.
I feel like it was partly a rush and partly realizing that they had space that Mirage was giving them. So they took it. I mean, they were in and around the site. You saw some players were up top, so Mirage had to take these gunfights that they just did not win, which then led to that site control that SSG had just getting so much worse. And I kind of feel bad for Vert, because I feel like if he hits the shot onto the Habana, everything changes. It suddenly becomes a 1v1. There's a player who doesn't have the diffuser, doesn't have the diffuser, because there's no reason why a Habana would just go sprinting off of the site for no reason. And Mirage would have loved to have 4 rounds in a row, but the momentum has halted. This is a team that does need to get at least 2 more rounds to guarantee overtime, and that can come with another Armory defense, but it will come with a different SSG attack. I know they're showing the Finka. I don't think that will indicate a rush, because it did not work out last time. Maybe they just like the Finka.
They are still bringing the Finka. I honestly don't hate this. The Spear is a pretty good gun. The Adrenal Surge helps because you get an extra 20 health or so. And there's no smoke on the defensive side, so if everybody wants to go at the same time and it isn't a direct rush, but they still all send it at about the same point in the later stages of the round, they have the extra health to do so. But if SSG try and put themselves in that specific position without having the ability to get in, as they would originally plan, like we saw in the first round of this second half, maybe it'll catch them out. Obviously, a lot of if, ands, or buts, and a lot of speculation from us, because we don't know what SSG is going to try and bring. But it's down to SSG to make those changes, or keep consistent while making a few select changes. No consistency has ever gotten anybody anywhere in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. It's a very malleable game for a reason.
Oof. Down goes half of your frag grenades, and Hot and Cold Spiker is a great angle, but it can't hit the shots. No! It's not a Packer level whiff. Give it to him that, but that is a low bar, Dan. And he would have found the second player of frag grenades that gives up some control on that top floor. And now Slothy falls, and the Finka is going to essentially erase all of the shots that Mirage did. There is something here, and it's from the gun of Vertical. Mirage still have top floor control and still have a way to at least keep SSG guessing and a little bit uncertain as to what their attack could be going forward. But what a chaotic half round it's been. We've got a minute 30 left in SSG. They have that time to really think about what they want to do.
The decision making is still on this SSG side. That nade, oh my goodness, if it was thrown maybe a pixel and a half further right, it could have killed Kansan. Luckily, he will survive. Ashen, not so lucky though. That single avenue of pressure on the CC side has now fallen, and it now seems like a very one-dimensional attack for SSG. One player in towards this main archives door, the other looking to go towards the window of sight, and Fultz will allow that extra vision for this attack. The problem still remains, can they find the kills they need? Vertical will try the impact trick with one of their 2 remaining, and it does not land, so Fultz will still have that vision as they please. But he doesn't know that the Legion has tucked into the corner. And you can also see that with Forest nading from below, there's more difficulties for Mirage to have to deal with. And with 30 seconds left, their passive playstyle may very well come back to bite them. The one benefit is the lack of information here for SSG's attack. They don't know that the Legion of Vertical is still tucked in the corner of this archive site, and they have no idea where Kansan very well could be. They have to push it at one time or another, and now seems like the time to do so. Vertical being held on that cross, as is Kansan on very low HP, but Vertical walking in anyway, can't deny the defuse. A follow-up from Forrest, who finds 2 in the round. It's a 3rd with the nade earlier, and a 6th for Space Station. The 2v4, now the 2v0 as they're on map point.
Great patience from the SSG squad. I said they had a lot of time to think about what they do. Clearly, they used that time. We're going to get a replay of the comments.
Get off, get off. Last
Let's
one.
Let's go, Brax!
Good fucking shit.
Like the Xbox bitrate.
I know, right?
Like, come on, you guys have definitely made some money. Why are you still speaking at, like, that level of bitrate?
I don't know, I think it could still just be the fact that it's Discord instead of TeamSpeak.
That's true. But...
Could be
it's
Discord
funny.
level bitrate.
It's still
going back
funny
to that.
regardless.
Oh yeah, 100%. And the fact that Mirage honestly gave them so much space to work with that time. I have no idea why Kansan wasn't sitting in Armory, trying to watch through the breach that was inside the archive side, with free vision. I'm also curious as to how Mirage's defense wants to switch up, because of how much space they've afforded SSG. Because SSG is seemingly keen on taking it for free. If you can see Mirage play a little bit more aggressive in that endeavor, maybe there's a difference maker there, but I wouldn't rely on it.
No, Mira. I want to know why Mirage are really choosing not to bring her. Because I think SSG showed how powerful she can be.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Spacker, you are not doing yourself any favor. I almost called him Spacker. As yeah, no, I think that would kind of definitely lean in that Spiker maybe isn't doing the best, especially within those 2 rounds. And now Slothy still hiding in CCTV. You saw him doing his little wiggle. They spotted him on the drone, and they could maybe get something, but now his Vertical has his coverage. There should be a great little crossfire and a great shot for Vertical to follow up on it.
That's a gross return from Vertical, and now Mirage is just going to back away. I like this passive nature from them. Find a kill, back away. Find a kill, back away. No need to over-aggress while still playing for real estate that is honestly given to you mostly for free. We haven't seen SSG dedicated a whole lot of utility to this, and I think more importantly to the round as a whole, they're only bringing the single set of hard breaches. Now they're out of hard breaches. Houghton trying to nade from below again instead of what we saw as Forrest do so in the previous round. The nade does damage on towards Kansan, but doesn't kill him. They could have gone for another, but instead he'll think better of it and be wary of his surroundings. But with 1:30, half the round gone, and only 2 players dead, 1 from each side.
Player inside of that CC area. Good pre-fire from Ashen. Information that SSG utilized to its greatest. And now the players that they really need to clear out before they actually get to the site has been done. Jane, I know on the drone should be able to spot the player in archives. That is the Valkyrie. But you can kind of see there's not exactly a lot of Mirage defenders in this site. And if SSG get the kill onto Vertical through the hatch, which could potentially happen as a frag grenade is just a little bit awry. There's so many small little areas, and Vertical is going to be able to win that gunfight, immediately traded out by Forrest. Remember, all SSG needs is 1 more round to actually win this map.
They have the benefit to do so, at least in this round. Man advantage, but the problem is there's still at least one C4 left for Vertical. Ashen finds his third with that spear, and SSG as a whole is stepping up. Vertical left alone, the fragging power of Mirage, the top fragger by a decent distance on anybody other than Rampy, now needs to step up for yet another multi-frag, but he has no information to play off of, even as the Valkyrie could not find what he needed. Ashen finds a 4K, finds double digits on the map as he reaches 10 kills, and SSG a 7-4 rout of Mirage here on Border as a first map.
And I think in the first round, got a flawless, all the way to the end, maybe not a flawless map, but a good representation of this team, what they can actually do, especially Ashen. There were some bumpy moments. I definitely will admit that, but I think as a whole, this team showed a very, very good Border on their own map. It's going to be a question mark whether they can actually do that on Clubhouse, Mirage's pick, but for now, I'm decently content with SSG, what I've seen so far.
Yeah, and picking up the first map was all important. They're heading onto a map that they have not played since February, at least in an official match. We don't know how much scrimming they've done. A lot of the NAL teams have played a lot of other NAL and MXPL teams between a few maps of play. But Mirage have had a little bit more practice moving on to our map too. But before we move on to a second map, we still have a first one to break down. And to do so, it's Jacob at the desk.
Certainly appreciate how it looks like Mirage are capable of bouncing back after losing in Game Rogue 0-3, but even still, they have yet to win a map in the last 24 hours approximately, and are still looking for a way back into things. For Space Station's part, great to see Ashen's first outing with the team go as smoothly as it did, in spite of a slight bit of a tech break and maybe some moments where you wonder, what exactly is this guy doing? It looks like everything so far is running relatively smooth, and guys, as far as I'm concerned, I really like the fact that we had a game that was this close.
Yeah, I think both teams are playing very, very well. I think this is probably the most competitive match we've had in the tournament thus far. You know, every round seems to be going, it could go either way, but at the end, SSG kept finding a way to win the round. And I think that's the only thing right now that's holding Mirage back. They have to be tighter, they have to be making better decisions in the late game, because SSG's taking advantage of it every single time, it seems.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with that point, Alex, right? I love the way that both of these teams played. I think SSG, each player contributed their part on their own, but also Mirage did a very good job of just competing on their end, right? I mean, both sides, we saw nasty shots hit, especially in that last round. Both teams competed. The entry scores were pretty similar, so both teams, very good job. My only concern with Mirage is sometimes when SSG would get that initial train of kills, it would just not stop and the bleeding just completely washed away Mirage. So that was some of the minor differences we saw, but overall very competitive. It was awesome and entertaining to watch.
Two things to point out immediately. First, your highlight for Vertical, I think, was well warranted. Man finished somewhere in like 12-7, 12-8, so overall good performance from him. Again, kind of in spite of Mirage not being able to put all the pieces together themselves. But then we also talk about the new guy, and I think the biggest part about adding a new player to a team, and Sky's back to the your attacks are going to be the bigger litmus test for how well you're performing with a new guy. Integrating him in the team, figuring out what the overall calls look like, especially for somebody who, again, is still 17, hasn't had any Tier 2 experience under his belt quite yet. We'll have to do a double check on what his stats look like when they come up, but so far, that's pretty darn good if they only lose 2 attacks and win the other 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Attack is definitely the hardest thing to implement any player, especially a guy as young as Ashen and a team as experienced as Space Station. So I think the way that he was performing is perfect. Like he said, call out did say that he was adapting a little bit quicker than some of the older guys would, and I think it showed. I mean, 11-8, 2-0 on entry, playing that Finka zombie, so he's playing those roles that we would assume he'd be playing. Performed well, and I think at one of the last two rounds, he got a 3K to close it out. So he's doing very, very well for Space Station right now.
Isn't anything on the scoreboard stand out to you other than how Vert and Ashen did?
I just love the way that SSG played as a whole. I mean, look at them all. Everyone in double digits except for Fultz, who was playing a very hard supportive role with the Ace and Mira. So I love the way that SSG is looking right now. I think that the team seems balanced and pretty well in thought. And on the Mirage end, I'd like to see maybe a little bit more out of Spiker. Obviously, he's trying to take the reins and go for the IGLing, right? But we know that that kid can shoot, too. So you definitely want to see Spiker maybe step up a little bit. Sloth is also someone that, again, you heard Justin talk about his nasty aim and the ability that he has as a player and talent. just didn't quite showcase it here on Border on Clubhouse. That has to come out if Mirage wants to take this series to go at least to map 3.
We like the fact that Spacestation picked Border to start the series out, and it's an amalgamation of the old Spacestation team and the Astralis that we saw play the 6th Invitational in Stage 3 that comes together to make me think, yeah, this is probably going to be a good pick for them overall. But the same thing can also be said for Clubhouse in a slightly different way, because that's a map that Astralis avoided like the plague in their most recent games prior to the org dropping out of the scene. And as far as Spacestation is concerned, they've liked it historically, but we were even starting to question the Dub House label for them, you know, even as far back as Stage 2, Stage 3 of last year. You know, sometimes you're really good on a map and then eventually it just drops off as other teams catch up. So Mason, what are we thinking that Mirage has to do to really cinch in map 2 and make sure that we actually go to a third one?
I mean, the thing is, SSG, right? They have not played Clubhouse at all. I think Dan said since February, right? So it has been a long time since they have appeared on that map. Mirage, pretty decent history. They were 2-1 in Game Road. Their only loss was to OHG in the Grand Finals match. So in theory, Mirage should have a pretty good chance at taking down a team like SSG on this map. For the 2 games, I didn't get the Grand Finals stats for the attack and defensive win rates, but for the 2 games prior to Grand Finals before their OHG game, they had a 50% attack win rate and a 75% defense. So expect Mirage to be very competitive on both ends of the ball.
One thing I wanted to add on to that, even though Spacestation hasn't played it officially in matches, you know, being a pro team, they are definitely still practicing it probably every day, every other day. So, you know, who knows, maybe now's the time we're actually going to see them unleash it. I don't know if, you know, saving a map for this type of tournament, not the NAL, is the way to go, but, you know, it's good. It's game day reps, getting Ashen in, and again, we banned the new maps for a reason, so they, you know, this map's in their map pool. We'll see how they do with this roster.
Honestly, as much as I like attacker favorite maps, especially, you know, your chalets, even your coastlines back in the day, I still think a map like Clubhouse, where you need to have your fundamentals down. If you don't know how to play Clubhouse, you don't know how to play Siege, and that's a really good opportunity to get Ashen fully integrated onto this roster, especially as SSG aren't going to be able to use him for the first week of the NAL. So let's see if they're able to do the exact same thing they did to Mirage in the second map and go home 2-0 up. Let's go to the casters for map 2.
Second map, a club, and a chaotic one to say the very least. Mirage playing it just yesterday and honestly not having an arguable way to show themselves, giving up 2 free clutches to Fish, who 1v4'd for an ace clutch and found a 1v1 for a 400th of a second defuse, just 3 rounds apart, and SSG, who again have yet to play it since the playoffs of the 6th Invitational in February. I'm Time to Light, joined alongside me here is still Light Rose for our second map of Clubhouse, and one that SSG, you could say, have an advantage on, but honestly, they really just haven't played it.
Yeah, I can't say I'm favoring SSG for this, considering the fact that they start on the attack. I think it's been harped about multiple times how we have not seen them actually play here. And I think Mirage, they definitely got their ass yesterday. We're not gonna mince words. They left a lot to be desired. And actually going on here, you have the ability to take us to a map 3 on Chalet. Otherwise, you are completely knocked out, and you start on what is considered your stronger side. Everything really favors them. One thing, Ashen. I mean, I think Jacob talked about it, if this is the true test for Ashen, and I'm with him. I think the attacks were maybe where he was struggling a little bit, but now that's just going to be taken to the extreme because they're guaranteed 6 rounds on the attack. Probably need to win 2-3 would be very, very nice for this team. But as we go through the bans, we see what is taken off the board. Mira was a very, very popular choice on the last map, and we saw how it affected Mirage on the attack. Will they want to take that off the board, or one of the maybe more favorable defenders, something like the Solus, the Fenrir, as SSG go for the Yana ban?
Wow, an Ayana ban on Clubhouse. I think SSG has seen something that we have not, and they played Mira more often than we saw Mirage do so back on Border. So they're banning out an operator they played on a fairly significant basis. The Hibana normal, Solus normal. I'm not even going to talk about them because we've seen them banned. It's Clubhouse for Hibana and it's Solus for Solus. We all know Solus gets banned on a consistent basis. But the fact that they ban out the Ayana, I'm looking through a couple of the Mirage attacks. I see Slothy playing the Iana in round number 1, and we had like a 10-minute tech pause. I don't really see anything else like notable for Mirage playing on that Iana.
Yeah.
Like no standout performances to warrant a full ban on the attack.
It's a little bit like their customs site defense, where it's like they're doing this for a reason. Like this isn't an accident, but you have no idea what that is. I have no idea why they would ban Yana when she is just objectively the best attacker in general. She brings information, she brings frags, she's got a good gun. She just has an extra drum as well, and yet they want to take her off. So that brings to light maybe some of these attackers that we don't see as much. Potentially, I don't know, a Zofia, the Dekebi, who sometimes gets banned. But instead, SSG, they go onto a Maverick, an Ace, and a Thermite, and a Buck with secondary hard breaches. They want to get these walls open and get them open fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it back to the I don't know why they banned Iana. I'm looking through all the map.
It's just puzzling you so much.
I'm still on it. I'm sorry. Just for a second while nobody's dead. SSG play Iana 1 time on border. That's it. Mirage played her more. And that's what is really astounding to me. But I'll stop harping on it, I guess, if you really insist. But it's still... No, they didn't even play her. I'm sorry. I lied. SSG did not play Iana.
We're going back to the topic.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is interesting. That we would not see Iana.
I will finally move on. In the meantime, SSG has taken all of Garage. They've opened up CC, and in the meanwhile, they're also trying to open up the Jacuzzi wall as well. Ashen has a nasty angle through 2 walls, all the way across towards Slothy's exit. If Slothy is forced back from this position by utility, which would be hindered by the magnet set up behind him, or just by raw fragging power, then he could walk straight into the crossfire that Ashen's setting up all the way over towards this Raptor's position. And instead, Slothy, aware of the possibility, will just disengage down the red stairs, but his position should be heard now. And with Cash already occupied, he's got to be more than careful, because Houghton is walking up behind him, but instead uses the shotgun without the full line of sight. Misses the fight because of it, and Slothy gets a kill and then runs away. He will run all the way around towards the main stairs and somehow get it alive, but Vertical dies in the process.
I mean, it was bold to stay up there because there were 4 SSG players ready to hunt you down, and yet Slothy, I think, gets a little bit of a free one there. Hot and cold. In any other scenario, whether he doesn't have the skeleton key, whether he waits to fire before he's closer, it's a little bit of a mistake on his part. But they do actually rate that very, very quickly. They taking out Vertical, taking out the ability to actually turn off and on these FNATs, which is a small thing of Fenrir. I think just the main part of his gadget is that he has these FNATs, and one of those is going to be that Logi hatch drop. J90 has a great frag grenade, and it seems like it's going to line up perfectly. That should be a kill, and it is. And now Logi's just a little bit safer, but clearly they haven't cleared it out enough, Dan.
Spiker's still here, but has to worry about the logistics hatch. Is aware of it, but still loses the fight. Forrest, a little bit better fire rate on the 5.5611. Finds the kill off the back of it, but they still don't have all the control they're now looking for. Rampy trying to fight on the castle barricade that's mostly broken, but still somewhat intact. Ends up getting overzealous and dies to Forrest reposition. Slothy, left alone, should have been the first one to die in the round, is now the last one alive as he tries for the 1v2. Won't even have the opportunity. Forrest finds all of the last 3 kills. 1 from the logistics hatch, 1 from the connector, and a third as he walks in towards the master bedroom site itself, and SSG open up just as they did on border. A fairly clean round victory.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like a part of that, just this little thing, Hot and Cold maybe having a little bit of a mishap, it felt like a very, very good round from SSG. I think if you drone out a little more, don't assume that there was one player inside of the Logi. I think SSG just kind of knocked that one out of the park if the ball was very, very wobbly on the way there. But the fact that they're able to actually claim a round is very impressive on their part, because Mirage, they just decide not to go to gym. Don't even want to test the theory that going back to the same site and trying things would actually potentially lead to a round victory. They go to the basement. They bring out some of these operators that you might usually see, maybe that Fenrir, maybe that Azami, but then you also have operators that you usually don't see as much, like the Bandit, I mean, a Kaid feels like a much better pick on this site because you have the option to electrify some of these hatches. You can just absolutely electrocute triple wall with one Electro Claw. But Kansan deciding to go on the Bandit for some reason, and it has to be that triple wall area, right?
Okay, it's one of two reasons. Number one, wanting to play somebody just to force SSG to repick, because you can see Ashen is playing on the Thatcher, and otherwise probably wouldn't have to. Or just wanting to play for the extra MP7, because he would be playing on that Fenrir, which you saw him do, I believe, twice in our previous map. But instead, it's Slothy to do so she could just be playing a little bit for the utility, a little bit for the C4, and a lot of it for the MP7. No definitive way of saying one way or the other. We'll see just how it pans out for Mirage, but it's a curious selection to say the very least. You mentioned it, Kaid would just be a little bit more useful, but it could just be the fact that Kansan doesn't like the AUG, which is understandable. I kind of don't like it either. I'm a TCSG stan myself, but we'll see how it plays out regardless.
Mirage actually backing off all the way back to the site. So they gave the impression of a roam and then just fully backed off. Everybody just holding it down, waiting until the end. And we'll see if SSG actually realized that. I'm noticing the fact that they also don't have a sledge or a buck on a site that sometimes you really do want to just light up that kitchen hallway, because you can get some really, really good angles, along with shooting the default, along with just getting some good angles onto the site as well. But I think the breaching charges could also just do that job. Maybe specific angles are what you need, as we do see Ashen and Fultz taking their time to destroy that. Maybe Spiker underneath with that C4 could be ready to detonate someone's sneakers.
That EMP. Someone's now being prepped. They will try for the bandit trick, and it will be successful, but only on towards one of those Selmas. But Kansan will try for the far wall as well, and I believe take out another. Overall, really good setup here for Kansan, only allowing one of those Selmas to go off, and its efficacy basically entirely hindered by the Kiba barrier set up in the same hole. So all that utility now all for naught for the SSG attack, but they are completely enveloping the site from multiple different angles. J9O sees the Fenrir, prones for the kill, and will find it as well. Has help from the other side of that church site, but still needs help to take out Kansan, stuck inside of this bar corner. Does damage on towards Ashen, still yet to be cleared out of position, and the walk-in comes back to bite Fultz. A second from Kansan, make it a third on the round, but he ends up dying from a distance. It's down to just Hot and Cold though, picking up where J9O left off, finds a single kill with the Mark 14. Doesn't know a second is currently occupying the site though, and Spiker's just waiting around the default plant position. There's no easy way for Houghton to try and clear him out. With the SMG-12 needs to also grab the diffuser just to try and find this round itself. Houghton distracted on towards the site itself will find damage on towards Spiker, but the re-swing of the Mossberg will clothesline Hot and Cold to the ground. It's Mirage to come back with a vengeance and with a bottom floor round victory.
Pretty clean. It was chaotic, as it seems like this entire match has just had a twinge of chaos in all of it, and all of it starting within that final minute. You can see Kansan with a great job. I don't even think he had the technical reticle because he had just been EMP'd prior, yet he's still able to make that magic happen. And I think we did also see the power of that bandit, because he was able to find two other Selmas closing off the line of sight onto the actual church area, which did make it a little bit harder for the attackers to get an angle, which then Kansan was able to find two players, one inside of the stairs and one inside of blue. So whether it was for the MP7 or whether it was to bandit trick at the last second, both of them really worked out for that player.
Also getting some stat checking or fact checking from our replay operator, Grave. You were correct. There was no reticle.
I'm very smart.
It was the EMP.
I have eyes.
Yeah. Genius out here is V herself. And I like the call from SSG. It was not a bad strat by any means. I just think it could have been coupled with a little bit of coordination around utility. They didn't have any nades to force the bandit out of position. There wasn't any cause for the bandit to move any further than he already did. And I like the bandit tricking. It worked for them. And a little surprisingly, considering how consistent the bandit tricking, or inconsistent bandit tricking, can be against multiple pieces of hard breaching. Either way, it is still Mirage to win that defensive round and have a very odd setup here towards CCTV cache. The fact that they're playing CCTV cache, period, is surprising to me, but the way in which they're doing so, not bringing the bandit for here, ironically enough, they aren't bringing any extra information denial other than that mute, which is fairly stock standard, all things considered. And also, I think more importantly, seeing them bring double utility denial in the Wamai and the Jaeger, I just have to say, the combination of operators is surprising to me.
And this long off season has given these teams so much time to just craft something. Don't know if Fultz actually got to finish making those holes in the wall before he got taken out, so we won't be able to confirm that because there's so many players of SSG just around the map trying to find their small little niches. And eventually there will be a trade onto vertical, making it so that both of these teams do lose somebody important. The wall is open, but I think for Mirage, they do lose somebody who can really help that Raptors control. Even though Spiker does have the Kiba barriers to really provide that small defense, it seems like SSG just aren't too worried about that because they don't have frags. They really only have actual smokes to deploy. And Forrest doesn't have smokes. He's got hard breach charges. I mentioned that the offseason gave these Eves so much time to craft. Maybe it was like Pandemic, where they just got way too much time on their hands and coming up with some crazy things. There could be a dual push, one from the stairs and one from Raptors as well.
Oh no, but Kansan swings for 2 as a matter of fact down red, and forces in a 1v4 on the Monte, and that's just not going to happen. Quick cleanup there for Spiker, and honestly, you were talking about it, giving them all the time in the world to try and craft out this attacking side, but who the heck let SSG cook for CCTV cash? That just did not work. Mirage cutting him down at seemingly every way in, denying the Maverick right off the bat, not allowing an extra way in through CC, and more importantly, just an extra added red approach for no apparent reason. Nothing works, and Mirage take their first lead of breaking point off the back of it.
Now we're going back to Gym Bedroom. He'll bring in the Monty. I think I was just trying to rationale so many things that we've seen. I think it's specifically from SSG, where it's been the rush on border, the customs defense, the play that we just saw with the certain utility. And I think the funny part about that, Dan, almost none of it has worked. Like, they lost customs. The last round was pretty darn bad. The rush on border was not successful. And granted, I could be absolutely cherry-picking things right now, but it's also a little bit
Kind of our job.
It's a little funny to see the unique things that SSG have and how most of them really aren't working. It's fun to see, but yeah. Ooh.
It's a questionable one, I think, to say the very least, as to how they've played a few of these outlying strats, whether it be on the attacking or defending side. As you mentioned, customs being the lone, I think, situation on that defense, coming back to bite them for the second round, but ended up not being the conversation point. In the later stages, they were able to lock in on their attack, and now they need to here on this Clubhouse attack. I don't think that second Selma charge went off on the main CCTV wall, so there's only one crouchable or a viewable way in rather than a walkable forward. And that could be a hindrance later on. There's also a lot more aggression than what we're used to seeing from Mirage. They're not backing away from anything for any particular reason, and yeah, there you go. Only one part of that Selma ended up popping. Impact trick or something. Ended up denying it. Because of it, SSG have to completely go a different direction or risk overutilizing utility on something that could just not be useful.
That should be the impact coming out from Slothy. So, I mean, sometimes you don't even need wall denial. You just need somebody with impacts whose primary utility is something else. It's the best of both worlds. I mean, Jane I know and Fultz still here. I know they only do have those two Selmas, but they only have one more EMP. If they really do want to utilize that throughout the round, maybe catch some of those magnets so the frag rates can actually get something done as they work their way through this gym site. The drone of J90 catching a good bit of information, catches the Azami, catches the castle, and is able to scoot that drone out. Could that actually lead to frag grenade? Fortunately for SSG, it will not.
Unfortunately, in Vault, there is a hard flooring to make sure the Vault stays structurally at least sound for the time being, and Forrest now noting that I don't think we'll even try for the nade again. He will, hoping the shrapnel ends up going through the soft floor right next to it. Will it land? No, but it will create a follow-up nadeable hole. He's going to try and string utility together, and it may very well work. How does Vertical not die? It ends up popping above him, and Vertical should be counting his lucky stars because of it. Ashen, in the meantime, on the roof, ends up getting the kill on towards Slofty and Construction. Kansan re-peeking only to fall and now die inside of the site, or at least the far side of CC, and Rampy's attempted re-aggression will only be in vain. The FMG-9 of Forest, with a 1.5 on it as well, will clothesline him down with a headshot just the same, and a cleanup for SSG, finally gaining their footing here on Club.
Yeah, a lot of that is coming down to the roam, putting that pressure from underneath. You can see with the frag grenade, I still feel like something like that should be rewarded. And I know they did win the round, but so
yeah,
I guess that is the ultimate reward. But SSG would really like to see their cool things actually work out. And I know that's not as cool as we saw previously with like the Monty and everything that I talked about last round. I do like seeing that unique play instead of the unique strategy, showing that this team has a lot on their mind, whether it works, whether it doesn't. They're trying something different, and I do like that. I literally went from like, wow, this team is doing unique things, and that's really bad, lol, to, wow, this team is doing unique things, and I kind of like that. I will be a fence setter, and I do not care. I play both sides, so I come out on top.
Oh my gosh.
Look, I'm a Philly resident now. I have to quote "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" as like my daily routine, part of the mantra.
Is that like a requirement of moving in?
You literally get into your apartment and Danny DeVito knocks on your door and he's like, "You have to do this, or I will come in and kill you." It was scary.
There's a list of demands just to survive in this city.
You would not. You don't want to listen to Danny DeVito, Dan?
No. A list of demands to live in the city.
No, that's the thing. It's Always Sunny quoting.
Oh, okay. That's entirely possible, or entirely fair, at least. Ashen, at least a requisite of staying on SSG, is finding opening duels. He won't be able to do so in week 1 of the NAL, so instead he's making up for it here in Breaking Point. Another one on towards Spiker, an SAS operator onto another. Some friendly fire, ironically enough, between two young gunners up and coming. Spiker somewhat newly 18. Ashen will turn 18 in about a month's time. And I think at this... Oh, my goodness. No, Ashen's just ready for it. He's a knower, and a good one at that. Kansan trying a C4, maybe, if he can manage it. Does he even get the C4 up in time? He does. Does he blow it in time? No, it was shot off the flooring. While Ashen was trying to kill Kansan himself, he instead kills what would have ended him. And J90, still occupying Secret, will drop down Rampy. That'll do it on the round. Kansan needs a 1v5, and I've seen 1vx's from Bandits, just not on this bottom floor site. He's going to try and run up the stairs to do so. The G36 from point blank range will close out a flawless round for SSG, and J90's complex game of Peekaboo ends up going his way.
And I feel like we could have kept talking about It's Always Sunny, and we would have seen about the same from Mirage, because that was rough on a map and a side that they are supposed to be a little bit better at. I think you should not be going down, I think, this much, considering that you have shown that you do a little bit better on Clubhouse and on the defense, but now you've kind of been pushed up against the wall. You're changing up something. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, the Thorn, maybe. We have seen sometimes where the aggressive play will actually find something. And the smoke, which in the late game could be enough to really repel SSG. But I just don't think that Mirage has done enough to actually counter the SSG anti-roam that has been pretty prevalent early in the round. Maybe something like a Mozzie, which we've started to see from both sides. I know the mute has had some play. Maybe you play around those jammers a little bit more, because when SSG don't find any kills, don't get anything done on the roam, and then they have to go to the site, that's when we're seeing them really struggle, because the actual anchoring that Mirage is doing is a little bit better than the roam on it.
I said this earlier on today, I will say it once more. Another favorite part of Mirage is changing things on the defensive side, even when it is not directly warranted. Brief reminder, the last time they played this bottom floor site, they won it to take a 2-1 lead, and they did so in somewhat convincing fashion, albeit it was chaotic, but it was a really good round overall. They're still making some changes, and because of it, SSG are as well. A much more aggressive approach to a very undefended site. They tried the SSG roam, and ironically enough, it will only hinder them as the site has now fallen. Exothermic Charge dropped the hatch. They use a Razor Bloom to try and deny the default plant. There's still information, sure, for this defensive side to retake, and they will. Hot and Cold is down in the backside of Armory. Slothy finds that kill across on towards him, but he now needs to 1v2 with the diffuser in hands of both players, the other site completely in their control, and I think more importantly, the ability to get that diffuser down with all that much that they can do about it. He will indeed lock the diffuser plant in towards the corner, a flash just to allow him to definitively do so, and Slothy wants to try and walk in, but doesn't have the information required. He has no idea where the thermite is, he has a general inkling where the Dokebi may very well be, but he can't clear either of them out of position without exposing himself to the other one. A follow-up flash is thrown, but before it even pops, Forest will pop up and find yet another, and Spacestation Gaming will find a very clean bottom floor round victory as they split the half 4-2.
And the rush finally clicks. You could tell with how fast this team was going that they really wanted to make sure that they caught the unaware player who was actually inside of the site unaware. And I maybe it's the SSG sense that it's just, oh, there's not a lot of players on site. Oh, Clubhouse basement. Oh, this is our thing, guys. Like, this roster was not part of the SSG roam, or most of them. But now, it's just been activated. They get the rush. They get everything they need to, including that opening kill onto Spiker, who did actually do a decent bit of damage with the gas grenade, but he just did not do enough, waste enough time for the rest of the defenders to come onto the site. And we actually kind of got to see that with the Lion stand that went right as everything happened. Just showed you how many players were off site and how many were scrambling to get back into the site to try to make this round close. And they did do a decent job at it. But I think it was you who said it like a long while back that it's like closest only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades. I'm starting to steal that from you.
In horseshoes and hand grenades. It's a great quote. I love it. When you really think about it as well, it's even more accurate.
I hate the fact that I credited you, because now I can't get credit for that. For, like, using it and being cool.
So, you know, the unfortunate part is the first time I said it to you was on a broadcast that I have downloaded, so I have proof that I said it first.
No, he's got receipts!
I've got receipts. Oh my goodness. And Jane I know has the gear. He is just downing vertical as he walks in through the bar double. Valiant effort, but Slothy is going to sit here for the next 3 or 4 seconds and do a whole lot of nothing, because a good reaction time from Jane I know. He finds the kill, backs away, and SSG are not trying their own room. They instead are turtling after a very clean opening kill onto a very unfortunate 1-7 vertical.
And that could be a thing why Mirage has really been struggling to connect things, considering the support, or one of the support, has really been doing a lot of the legwork when it comes to opening kills. And all of the players on SSG have been really clicking, and they're leaving their supports alive. They're doing a lot of what they need to in the mechanical skill department to clinch out these rounds. Jane, I know, he takes some damage from that skeleton key. We saw from Hot and Cold how impactful or impactless it can be in specific scenarios, and that's why you sometimes might want to bring something that SSG actually decided not to on this attack, because you're able to clear out that area. But now that Mirage have done that, how are they going to execute? Because clearly the Black Eye is a big hindrance, and they need to work on that.
They at least have the hatch open. That's the first real milestone they need to complete. It seems like everybody wants to drop alongside the Dokebi of Slothy, walking in or clearing out that main stairs rotation. A very prone Jane I know, and a passive one at that, but they may still try for this diffuse plant. The problem is, Hotton already finding that first kill, Rampy from up above for the coverage, but do they have any way of denying the cross? They don't have a clue. SSG just enveloping every single gunfight, with 1 or 2 players in the trade game consistently consistently going their way, even dropping the Fenrir. It's the Bandit to come back with a vengeance. Slothy tried on that main stairs clearance, but he was unsuccessful to only find one. And SSG, they're threatening map point, and they're now threatening a bar stage defense as well. Oh my goodness.
And we actually got to see, as the diffuser was going down, how good SSG's positioning was in that scenario.
Yeah.
With the Azami holding my boxes, a player holding by the, like, rotate that you sometimes might throw, that the hatch can overlook it. That actually might not have been used by SSG. Mirage might have made it, but it helped SSG in the end because they were able to position themselves so that they got these trades really efficiently. And because Mirage was lacking a player, and as the execution actually started, they lost another one. They just could not hold the actual areas that they set up, for example, the kitchen, and they hadn't even made any foray into something like AC or church. So they really were just holding on to this one small spot of land that the players could hit their shots, and they didn't, meaning that SSG gets to take a 3-round lead, go to bar and stage, a site that's not as crazy as something like Customs, but it's definitely what some could consider the quaternary site.
People just hate CCTV cache, and honestly, understandably so. Terrible site. Bar stage is better. That's why bar starts with a B. All I'm saying.
Are you
also
ranking the sites based on the first letter?
No, I'm just saying that correlation sometimes equals causation.
Okay. I got you.
Anyway, J9O is bringing an Echo here. A lot of times you'll see an Echo combined with a Mira, so they can play the top floor, but because SSG themselves banned out the Mira, they don't have an extra layer of their defense to play on the top floor. And a risk that they are running is playing a fairly disengaged on-site pressure. I don't think a single player is directly on the site unless I saw Hot and Cold there himself. I don't, however, believe that he was actually directly on the site personally. And at that point, if Mirage wanted to try something that SSG did in round 6, they probably could. The only difference maker would be, can SSG play the vertical pressure properly? Because I'm sure they have 94 shotgun holes created up above just for that vision they need. And yeah, it is. Hot and Cold, the only one directly on site, and all vertical missed the opportunity to drop the only on-site player as well. But they still have the information as to the whereabouts of that Fenrir.
That's what they're dead set on. You have a couple of these players up top trying to maybe push the roam out a little bit, but this could be a big definer. Whether Hotton can actually find the kill onto vertical, because off screen the chaos is just being a very small decider because it's a direct trade. You lose the smoke or the ash, and smoke might really gain you a lot into that late round, but the fact that there is still an Echo, it does take a little bit of pressure off of that plant denial. But there was only 60 seconds left, Dan. Mirage has done so much to try to get anything on this top floor, and now False just might take another player down with him. He goes for the re-peek and takes down Rampy, and for Mirage, it just seems to get worse with every single round.
And a perfect disengage here for SSG. They have the hatch to drop if they need to, but the timing doesn't go Ashen's way. Kansan cuts him off and cuts off that rotation that SSG was honestly relying on. In the meantime, however, Houghton has gone all the way down the main stairs. They've foregone controlling the main stairs, billiards, or even bathroom itself, so Mirage has a decent bit of space to work with. But again, the problem is the time. 20 seconds remain. J9O still has at least one yokai drone to work with, if not two, and Mirage are just now on the precipice of taking the site itself. They are trying to walk in. They have the bar for some coverage, but do the yokai drones play any part? J9O looks to hop on one and has the vision on towards him, but it's only a black eye camera. He can't directly deny the plant, but he doesn't have to. Kansan now left alone, and a 1 versus 2 has vertical pressure to work with, but the problem he'll run into is no direct vision on the diffuser when he tries to drop. He may very well try and play a breaching charge from up above, but it looks like the aggression from Hot and Cold only in vain. Kansan still trying to play for this vertical pressure, and Mirage, this same direct instance came back to bite them yesterday. It's J9O trying to lock in the defuse from up above, but he tries for the frag instead, and he wins it off the back of the bearing 9. The switch to the secondary, it's the submachine gun pistol to put SSG on map and match point.
The small little angle with such a high fire rate gun that kicks like a mule, the odds against the player, and yet get it done. And man, Mirage, they need a good timeout. We'll see
Time
if
to get our
that
spirits back in
unnamed
shape,
coach
right?
can
We've
get
lost a few rounds in a row. That's completely fine. What matters now is that we try and get ourselves back into this game. As I've said before, it's never the last round, it's always the next round. So far, boys, it's about the drone economy and getting in, getting fast, okay? We're taking way too much time in the mid-round once we're transitioning entries, okay? Speed up and take your ground together as a unit. Use Kansan to get some of these walls open. So if we're pushing from fucking server side, we need to try and get it open the cache wall. If we're pushing in from the jacuzzi side, we need to get the kitchen wall, the bathroom wall open, excuse me, okay? Start using our utility more to get these walls open. And start droning out and pushing on these drones. Time it more with 3-2-1s and make sure we're calling Debras. I don't have a ton of specific things to give you so far, boys. This is mainly just to try and kill the momentum, but really, get yourselves better in a spirit. Get yourself spiritually better right now, okay? Get your hype up a little bit more, boys, okay?
Yep.
All I'm saying is that's exactly what I've been saying for the last 6 days when I've been casting Mirage. Is their mid-rounds have to be quicker. They just have been ever so slow after even finding an opening pick, even trying to pick up opening duels.
Everybody knows their rotations
Sure,
for this,
they
yes?
picked them up, but they haven't picked up the rounds themselves, and in the end, it's coming back to bite them. Mirage yesterday were so good on opening frags. In a map of Skyscraper, of which they lost, they won 6 of 9 opening duels in a 7-2 loss. Of those 6 opening kills they found, they won 2 of the rounds. That is 66% of opening picks going your way, and a 33% conversion rate off of opening picks. For all of you who do not like statistics, those stats are abysmal for a Pro League level team.
I thought you were gonna say that you are when casting Mirage.
I mean, I was that too yesterday. I was just in shambles after watching back-to-back clutches they gave up.
Yeah.
Seeing a map in which they should have won on 2 separate occasions. It's fine. I'm not upset, but there could have been improvements, and there need to be today because they're facing 4 straight match points.
This isn't going any better, and it gets worse. Because Ashen, after initially peeking Rampy, runs out another door and kills Rampy. And there's even more aggressive players. I think we saw, was it Forrest? Near a window trying to go for maybe a big peek over by the billiards. And now I'm looking at where these Mirage players are. There's still a lot of time in the round, 2 minutes. It's kind of how they were on border in some of the times. They're very, very isolated. They're droning themselves in. They're using utility mainly for themselves in this specific scenario. And yes, they could synergize, for example, like Vertical meets up with Kansan, and then using the drones, they go off of the 3-2-1 like we saw unnamed coach tell them in that timeout. But Mirage, they've already lost a very, very pivotal player. They cannot use frag grenades to maybe take out these keeper bears, take out FF, take out so many things that you would have loved to deal with from a distance. So instead, Slothy's Roteros have to get a lot of things done, and we don't know the true extent to which he has really done. We can only hope, at least if you're a fan of Mirage, that it is enough in the end.
A minute 15, Mirage has only lost an opening duel, and they haven't encroached any further over than Cash Room itself and the main highway balcony that is afforded to them because they are the attacking side. They're still trying to worry about a flank that is 30 seconds removed. That was Faults, by the way. That's who they think they're clearing out on that far side. Faults rotated over 20 seconds ago. That shows you the lack of information that Mirage are playing with. They still have 6 drones to work with as a team, and almost all of those are movable for the squad to work with, and they still aren't properly droning as they need to. Jane, I know, fighting on that construction window ends up falling to Vertical. That's the first real hurdle, finding a kill on a roamer, and that's the Frost to do it. But Hot and Cold still occupying the master door, still backing away and still happy to play a little bit more passive in his endeavor. But the problem is, Mirage don't have a definitive way forward. Flash is now available. 4 of them now used, with 3 still to go. But the problem is, do they have a way in off the back of it? Vertical finds one, Spiker from the window a second, and somehow Vertical clears Hot and Cold out of position. Fultz is left alone, needs to deny the defuse, of which he has the ability to do, but he misses the shots to do it. Spiker from the window is the one to kill him. And the support from the unnamed coach ends up being all the Mirage need. 100% conversion rate off their 2 timeouts they've called in our 2 maps of play.
I really, really liked the patience from Mirage. Like, they lost the player of Rampy. They did not rush anything. They still worked off of their drones, took out J90 in the Logi area, and then just slowly moved in. Yes, Vertical did a wonderful job finding the kills inside of the site. That's why he is the first player to enter the site, why he is who you look to get kills. And that, I think, was it Vertical for 3? So that makes up 75% of his entire kills in this game. Dan, Mirage, they can win this map, but Vertical definitely has to put up more performances like he did in the previous round. And some of that could be the drones that Mirage did were better than some of their previous rounds. And I think if they continue to do that, maybe they string a little bit more successes. They find themselves in a different game overall. But that's just a lot of hypothetical. They actually have to put that in practice, be consistent, and Mirage has just been so topsy-turvy. It's really hard to rely on them for that.
One thing that I'm seeing is a difference between how Mirage is played and how SSG currently is. Fultz is bringing the Cade compared to the Bandit we saw a couple times from Mirage. Not something too surprising, but they are intending to play it around the hatch. And it will be able to electrify the hatch. They've already electrified the main kitchen hatch as well, so that will be a difficult notion for Mirage to clear out because all they've brought are impact EMPs. For all of you who do not read patch notes, there's a 1.7 meter radius of the Electro Claw from Cade. There's a 2 meter radius for the EMP. That means you have 30 centimeters of leeway if you want to try and take out an Electro Claw. And that's not a whole lot, so if you don't have the information, there's a fairly likely chance that you will miss.
Already pushing down with maybe a little bit of the information, or at least the lack of information, knowing that there is not a player here. But Hot and Cold shoots the floor, revealing a player who just backs off. And now Rampy could be playing with a little bit more caution, or at least trying to get an angle with the buck through the floor. As so far, that could have been something. Ends up being nothing. But Mirage have a lot of time to work. I mean, they've already got a lot of the floor done. Some of the hatches have been taken care of. I think this church hatch is really just the main thing that you have to deal with. You force Fultz out of that position, actually impact that Kaid Claw, then you move forward. But it's just a lot of ifs. Mirage need to they need to focus, on their late game, and we're not going to see that for another 45 seconds.
Oh, the EMP lands, but so do the shots from the TCSG. Fultz finds a double before even being forced back. And even with finding the memo hatch being opened, who the heck cares if you're on this SSG side? You've traded it for 2 kills. Ashen still hasn't been forced out of blue, and they may not even know he's tucked in the corner. Mirage have to find 5 kills between 3 players, with a lack of information, and now a lack of knowledge as well. They are trying to find their way forward, that being down the main stairs. That's still being held without the main wall being opened. Sure, it is not electroclawed, so they do not have the ability to deny the exothermic charge should it be dedicated. But now it's just the main walk-up, and they're doing so into the crossfire that J90 has set up. Spiker does find a trade, and is finally getting some support from Vertical, but his position now duly noted by the dread mine on the ceiling of Memo. Vertical will drop and be caught by the exact same dread mine, and in the process, SSG are not even forced to re-swing. Spiker trying for the kill will do so onto an overzealous Forest, but in the end it won't matter. Fultz will find his 3rd, swinging for his 4th with the TCSG, instead goes for the revolver, and with the 6th shooter will find SSG's 7th as they eliminate Mirage from breaking point and send themselves to the semifinals.
We hadn't seen SSG for a long time, and they just show off what they have been cooking in the kitchen. Sometimes unique strategies, but I think the overall team synergy. They showed that at least when it comes to another NAL team, that they are the more dominant one here, even on a map that they have not shown all the way since February. They put together a lot of synergized attacks and cleanly take this team down and move on to the semifinals.
And that's even a shout out to some of their support staff. Ashen, of course, coming in. Sky said it himself, and Jacob hinted at it, that an attacking team is such a difficult squad to integrate a new player into. That will forever be the case, as will new maps being difficult for attackers to pick up. Consulate and Nighthaven Labs being the case now in our newest season. The problem, especially for Mirage, was integrating their own playstyle on their defensive side. SSG had an extremely easy time on that attack. They went 4-2 again here on Club, without even needing the defensive side, and then their own defense looked clean as ever, winning, 3 of 4 rounds played? It was a fairly clean up.
And we saw a couple times where Mirage maybe had some of that. It wasn't exactly a throw like we saw on the likes of yesterday, but I mean, having that vertical presence, you can't really do much when someone hits their shots like that. And I think we saw that a lot today, where SSG, whether it was Fultz in that last round, they were connecting on 2 players, and I think Mirage was just lacking a little bit of that, mainly vertical in that second map when he showed up. That's the only time we really saw Mirage get anything on their attack, and everywhere else he was just gone. And so was Mirage in general.
Well, that's our first match done and dusted. SSG a 7-4 and a 7-3 to wrap up an ace 2-0 victory over Mirage. That's all for us on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we still have CaliberJacob, Mason, and Alex to break down their match from their perspective.
You gotta love it when things go exactly the way that you drew things up. Spacestation winning 4 straight attacks. I'm sorry, not 4 straight attacks. Went wrong for Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage felt comfortable throughout the first 4 rounds. I really liked how they were playing. Their defenses felt solid. But then SSG just adapted and ran circles around the Mirage team, right? That's one big thing I think I found in the problem with Mirage, is that they weren't adapting with what SSG was showing them, especially on the attack. You saw SSG work around what the Mirage defense looked like, right? It wasn't necessarily, they had some more of the standard takes, but they were able to work around that, right? And so Mirage would try to do those standard takes, but they wouldn't work around the way that SSG was setting up their defense. And often it was to counter the way that Mirage was pushing directly into them. You saw that SSG just clearly had a better understanding of Clubhouse, and for not playing it in quite a long time, they looked pretty good.
Yeah, to add on, I think you kind of nailed it. SSG, they adapted well. They did different things that, Mirage maybe wasn't ready for, but I also think on the Mirage end, they kind of got really sloppy. I went from saying the very first map was probably the most competitive game that we've seen so far this tournament to it just completely, flopped going into Clubhouse. Mirage on attack specifically was struggling to clear little things utility-wise. The zombie shields, I call them shields, barbed wire, just all these little things. They couldn't clear a K-Claw in Moto on the basement, so it just, their plan was just run at him, and Fultz, he's winning that one. So, shout out to SSG, they played well. Mirage, go back to the drawing board, try to be more, on the same page and figure out how to do these little things first.
There's a couple of people breathing a really big sigh of relief right now at the minute. It's first call out for understanding what they needed to do from stage 1 into now with a new player to get them to a point where they can just win a best of 3 against another NAL team. And it's also Ashen himself for coming in first time with this roster in an actual game and being able to execute on what call out said was their first overall game day week since the offseason started. So there's a ton of things that they were trying to get down, and they did so far against, even though Mirage didn't look 100% today, still a lot of things that they can look at and make sure that all of it went according to plan. We do have Ashen on for the interview, so this one will be a lot of fun. First, dude, congratulations on finally getting the dub. Just off the rip, we're gonna have to do these interviews a lot more at some point if it comes to NAL time or at any other stage. So welcome to On Camera for the first time. Talk to me about how it's been playing with Spacestation so far.
Yeah, it's been amazing, honestly. Like the skill level and just like the amount I've learned so far is just honestly like it's crazy. These are all like great guys. I've learned so much from them. They're all beasts outside the game too. So yeah, I love it here. It's a great place to be.
What do you think? I think a lot of people were obviously curious about the process Spacestation we're going to go through from Merc into somebody different. Do you ever feel like there's a comparison made specifically about you to somebody like Merc? He's won a world championship, he's been to several LAN events, but there's obviously a big difference from the way that you play to the way that he plays. Do you ever feel like there's some pressure on you to try to meet some of that expectation from the guy that's no longer on the team?
I tend to tone it out because I just focus on my game, winning these games, making this LAN event. That's the big goal right now. So I don't really try to let that outside like narrative or anything get to me. So yeah, I just kind of just like focus on my game and how I can help the team, how like I can just keep improving so that we can be in the best form possible.
That's a good response. Talk to me specifically about how this series went. For a Mirage team that already faced Oxygen yesterday and went 0-3, was there anything that you guys were able to pull from that, or did you already have a game plan going into this matchup? And talk to me specifically about how much you thought what you prepped from earlier was executed and went actually according to plan today.
Yeah, so shout out to Mega and Call Out. They put in a lot of work for like a game plan and prep against these guys. Pretty much like spot on for what we were going to play against, what we'd see and for this site, for that site. So they did a lot of work to get that out. Not really too much from yesterday went into today. We just came in playing our game, our game plan that we had for Mirage, and it cranked them. So that's all we needed.
What do you think your overall biggest challenge has been from being on several winning tier 3 rosters, if it's in SCS or wherever it might have been in the past, going right into Pro League without having any experience working anything on a tier 2 roster? Has there been a bit of a difficult transition, or how much can you credit the guys that you've been working with to help make that smooth for you?
Yeah, the guys have been great, like welcoming me and just like teaching me the ropes and all that. I'd say like back on my T3 teams, like we played a pretty like fast-paced type of siege, like kind of in your face, but like this was a whole nother level. So maybe like turning that aggression that was already pretty high, like maybe up a notch. That maybe took a little bit, but like the guys have been great, just like teaching me and just explain everything I need to do. So it's been pretty well, the transition period. I think I've done a good job, just kind of transitioning into what they need and like what I need to do is my job. So I'm just gonna keep cranking it, keep going in and improving, and let's hope keep winning these games. So that's all you can ask for.
Out of curiosity, how much of the calling are you doing? I know Call Out mentioned it a little bit in the interview, but how much responsibility are you taking on that front?
Yeah, so Forrest is like the attack IGL, but usually like all 5 of us can kind of call like what we see mid round. So it's like it's more on me to kind of like throw up some tendencies, stuff like that, or even like some mid round things, because based off my position. So today, there's a couple where I saw some opportunities or like things that we could do. So I spit some of those out, but Forrest is usually like the main speaker, but everyone on our team can call, like spit something out, like what they see. But yeah, so it was I had a couple today, I'd say.
Last question before we let you go. It's either GGG or Arial or Rise that you guys are going to play tomorrow in the semifinals leading into the grand final. Either one of those two stand out as a team you'd rather play for any reason in particular?
Just go and we'll see. We're gonna be watching this game. We'll see who we play ASAP. So just be ready for a proper fight. I'll say that. Just be ready for one, whoever it is. I'm ready.
Certainly gave a good fight to Mirage earlier, dude. Congratulations again on the win. We'll talk to you tomorrow, dude. Congrats on finally getting your tier 1 debut.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
All right, good stuff from Ashen. It's also really good to see the overall performance from him. I think, again, he's breathing a sigh of relief. Call Out is doing the same. And the stat line overall, that's, again, still pretty darn good for the specific role that he was playing. It's not super, like, frag heavy. He played primarily support operators. I don't know, Alex, just from my perspective, that's probably about as good of a start as you could have asked for the kid.
Yeah, big thing I'm noticing out of this, operator-wise, he did play some Finka at the first map, but Rio entry on Clubhouse, again, playing more supportive roles on the map. That's pretty good. Even in the interview, he seemed very confident and very well-spoken, so I think he's fitting in very well. He's not feeling like pressure getting to him. He's just, ready to show up and play and learn with the guys.
Mason, overall impressions on his debut?
Yeah, it's almost like he fits right into Pro League. Like, I feel like there's no... As much as he's saying, and I was the one that kind of tried to probe Jacob and asking that question about his transition in the Pro League, and it seems like it's really gone smoothly, and it seems like it's just kind of like the stars aligned, and that's exactly where he should be and should have ended up. And it's really cool to see that transition, having that opportunity to have talked to him previously in those T3 leagues, now seeing him in T1, and even getting that opportunity to be able to give an interview on broadcast. It's pretty damn cool to see. And I loved what I saw from Ashen. I loved what I saw from the team of SSG. They looked fantastic today. Mirage, they fell a little short. You saw those map stats towards the end. Vertical, really poor performance on Clubhouse. And Rampy as well. Those two were shooting, and that's why you saw such a competitive map 1. That's why you saw it start to trail off. But overall, still a pretty solid match.
I'm not super disappointed from almost anything that I saw from Spacestation. Same can't exactly be said for Mirage. It's just a bad 24 hours. You kind of want to wash this one down the drain about as fast as you possibly can. But that'll do it for semifinal number 3. And we haven't needed a map 3 in any of these series so far. Will that change for quarterfinal number 4, Arial Rise against Gang Gang Gaming? We'll be back in a second.
you know, this offseason, you know, it's been a lot longer. I think it's honestly been a blessing, you know, kind of coming off of Astralis into Spacestation. You know, originally we had like, I think it was what, 2.5, 3 weeks to actually kind of get this team together and kind of try to get everything going. It's kind of rushed everything was. We were very, very weak in some areas. Like you saw, like we would sometimes come out and smoke teams, and then other times, you know, we'd come out and get smoked, right? You know, I think this offseason really what it's been is just kind of like we've went back even farther now since before that, kind of just start taking everything step by step comparatively to just trying to throw that system on guys. Hey, listen, here this all is, right? You got 3 weeks now to learn it. Now we've had, you know, a proper amount of time to actually kind of just get it going the way it should be going. We have a brand new system that is very foreign to these guys, you know, except for Forrest and Jack, obviously. It's going to take like a while to like get these guys in the system. Like, you know, we got to be patient with this, right? I think that in the regular season especially, I think we came out, it was like second place at the end of the regular season, and then the playoffs we ended up getting third towards the end. There wasn't really expectations, but I don't think, you know, the expectation was really that high to, you know, do that well. So I think, you know, just doing that well in the NAL itself was really well, and then us not making, you know, the main stage, it was kind of a disappointment. But looking back at it, right, like objectively, I don't think we did bad for what we had at the time we had. So, you know, with that change, one of the biggest things is, you know, Spiff was actually on Ashton's team back with the underagers, like the little Arial Academy team, whatever it was. It's like the young guys, like they have a knack for the game kind of the way we want to play it a lot better, a lot of times than older players would. You know, they're just very fluid players. A lot of times younger guys are, and Ashton was probably the best out of the options when it came to making that roster change that we were looking at, you know, in terms of that fluidity and being able to kind of, you know, just be able to apply, you know, different types of prep game to game, be able to change that play style up game to game, and, you know, go fast when you gotta go fast, go slow when you gotta go slow, and be able to do both well, right? His ability to do that was just really well, and he also adds in the kind of like calling aspect that we were lacking a bit for as well. That's the whole like reason we were really excited to do this tournament, is because we need to be able to like practice actually applying prep, doing prep, like all that kind of stuff. Like we actually had like our first like full game day week this week, which is a lot different than our off-season weeks. You know, it's the first time that he's been able to experience that, and that's gonna be valuable for us too, right? So when he does come in that week of NAL, whether it be week 1 or week 2, he's gonna actually, you know, and it's gonna make things smoother when that time comes. In all reality, just, you know, kind of applying the game day system with Ashen, I think that's the biggest thing, right? So it's like getting this full week of practice in leading up to the game day, and then kind of having a way to do that before, you know, the stage of the next tournament comes, and then getting him that experience.
it's basically like I said from earlier. We haven't had a single series in Breaking Point yet go to a third map. We haven't had to use infinite overtime. We've only had one map even go to overtime in the first place. There's a lot of things about this tournament that I thought weren't going to be like this, but I guess if nothing else, that just means that we get to whittle down the teams that are playing really well from the teams that aren't, and then separate them really, really nicely for what should be a bunch of fun semifinals tomorrow. I'm CaliberJacob Anderson, again, joined on the desk by both Skies and Klimps. One more quarterfinal that we still have yet to get through, and this is the one that's got both E1 teams in it. We had a couple, or the one from earlier today was 2 NAL teams. Now we got 2 E1 teams in a rematch of one of the Element 1 semifinals. It's Arial the Rise against Gang Gang Gaming. And Mason, I don't know how much of that game you paid attention to, but so far, just in Element 1, both of these teams were 1-1 in 2 separate series against one another, and the last time it happened, GGG won and went all the way to the grand final.
Yeah, the first time around, it was a 2-0 in favor of Arial Rise, but then GGG turned right back around and ended up winning in favor 2-0, and what would arguably be the more important match is that obviously sent GGG to the grand final, in which they lost, unfortunately, to 2-3 to Karn & Co., but this GGG roster looks really solid. I love the way they're turning out. Their stats are better overall than AAA, oh my gosh, Arial Rise throughout Element 1. And when you look at the Arial Rise roster, they've gone through a few roster changes, and they're not quite that dominant Arial Rise force that we saw a few months back.
Yeah, Gang Gang Gaming, I think, too, coming off that comeback, the reverse sweep from Karn & Co., I'm excited to see how they bounce back on that. Some things like that, they tear a team down. Other teams, they bring them up. So I'm hoping they come in with some fire behind them, and they're showing up today. There's
a lot of things that have happened around both of these teams. One of them that's happened within the last, I'd say, 20 minutes or so. So there's a couple of things that we're going to get to in due time, but let's at least start with Gang Gang Gaming specifically because, like you mentioned, they went to Element 1 Grand Finals against Karn & Co. We're 1 round away from winning the thing, and instead, so far, their legacy has been great team, but unable to finish in overtime, which is definitely problematic for a team that now has decided they're not going to be doing any more parts of the wildcard tryouts, and instead are sticking together as this core 5. Guys, if nothing else, these dudes believe that they have the capability of going far together, even if it means it doesn't come with a Pro League team attached to it.
Yeah, I think this is one of those rosters that is definitely Pro League ready. It's unfortunate that they're not with an org right now, and I think it's a smart decision to stick together. Yes, most of these players could probably picked up a solo, but I like the route that they're taking, where they're committed to just going together, and they can still qualify for certain events through that. So Surf having he's the big name player I think on this team is Surf and Spirits. There's a lot of hype around Surf being a playmaker. He's always been consistent. He was great on Xset, so I think it's a smart decision out of them.
I also gotta agree, right? I mean, I love the way that GGG looks as a team. I think the one issue I have with them, sometimes I think that they get a little ahead of themselves. They do love the all chat and they love to type, but also in that Karn & Co game, they got a little ahead of themselves. They went up 2-0. It looked like they were gonna win map 3, and then all of a sudden they fumbled, and then it just kept turning over and over, and they get right there. They think they were gonna win, and then it bite them right in the ass. So GGG, they're a great team. It's just about closing those maps, and can they finish out? They've shown that they can get to that point. It's just eclipsing that final moment.
I think everyone knew that they got cocky, but no one knows that any better than the guys themselves. I talked to Kool-Aid before this series, and he had some things to say.
Honestly, our performance in Element 1 wasn't what we were gunning for, I mean, we expect to be the top. That can be a little bit of an ego thing at the end. I mean, we were 6-1 up, and then we started playing to, can't these guys give up already? Like, they already lost, right? Like, that was more the mindset, and that's not really a healthy mindset. So we're attacking that head on. I mean, we're not going to say the Karn didn't win. That's not what we're saying. But we didn't give them the best game that we could have given them. Shit, if I'm down 6-1, 2 maps down, I mean, I'm hoping there's a little hope gone for me. I'm human, man. We're hoping they would have just knocked on into fuck it mode, but they did. This is the best team I've ever been on. Throughout Pro League, everything. Everyone on the team, it fits perfectly. There's, of course, some kinks we got to work out, but the end-all be-all will be the best team that I've been on. Surf said that. Xeno said that. I don't think we're up to Spirits because they made majors, but I'm sure we can get there with all the potential we've got. We're gunning to win it. We're gunning for a major. If this wasn't a real team, we would have broke up for a wild card and danced for some money. The wild card trial process, I mean, it honestly just felt quite disrespectful to everybody included. It felt kind of like a reality show. We told wildcard from the beginning that we weren't going to split up for anyone. We asked that they be candid with the chances. They said there was a small chance, but they would still be splitting us up to try these other players. Personally, I can't speak for other guys, but it felt disrespectful for our time if we're not going to be practicing as a team when our eventual goal is to make a major with this specific team. We would have liked to do that through Pro League. It's just a little easier shot, but there's still the opportunity through the open quals, which that's what we're going to be gunning for right now. Realistically, if you should be in Pro League, you should be in Pro League. Like that's just how it is, and I guess we're not, so it's a little bit of the chip on the shoulder. It's not really a fun roster. It's not like new names. Like, you know people, like, you know everybody on the roster. It's not like something new from T2. You kind of feel like you just have a random hodgepodge of ex-pros who don't really care. Yeah, just focusing on our product, focusing on being the best gang gaming that we can be. Throw up some gang signs, you know, the casual stuff. I still gotta get it in my whatever, bro. That's all.
Not sure what throw up gang signs the casual stuff has any genuine reference to, but he knows what he's talking about. You'd think, because if nothing else, they understand how close they came to winning the grand final, the fact that they should technically be one of the front runner teams to maybe getting a Pro League spot, and they'd also still absolutely have the confidence in one another that they're able to make this thing work out. The fact that he wasn't the only one that said that that was the best team he's ever been on, Mason, that's crazy considering this was still the same team, or this has the same coach and another player that qualified for Pro League as Parabellum over XSET back in the day. So for Kool-Aid to say something like that and for multiple teammates to back him up, that was probably the biggest takeaway I had from what he said.
I think so too. I think this team is just really damn good. I mean, there's no getting around it. CZ is a highlight player. He's the only player on this team without Pro League experience, but he's still doing really well. I loved him when he was back on that Orbit/Illness roster, and that's where I really felt like I got to see CZ shine in the biggest kind of glow-up moment throughout his career. He slots really nicely in this roster, but also we just have to talk about the dominance from this team in general. I mean, Serve is someone who comes to mind as a big name body for GGG, and you see his highlight. I mean, he played incredibly in Element 1, a 1.23 rating, multiple clutches, a top player in the league, and a top performer on this team.
Not really much bad that you can say about him. I think the cool part is, Alex, like, he may be the best on this team right now.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say him or Spirits probably. I think I'd lean a little bit more towards Spirits. But one thing, I want to backtrack a little bit. Statistics aside, Kool-Aid said, and he said other players on the team have said it's the best team they've been on. And one thing I want to point about this team is they have a lot of big personalities on the team. I think Surf being one of them, Kool-Aid being one of them, and typing and chat and all that stuff is a big thing that they do. And I'm curious if ego or overconfidence is going to be the biggest thing that they have to fight through. Because it's not skill, it's not mechanics, it's none of that. I think that is going to be their biggest challenge, is knowing when to be, you know, more calm and more relaxed, and just not let the typing get to them. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you can type and you bring it back on you. You know, Karn & Co., they brought it back. So I'm curious if that's something that's going to motivate other teams to shut these guys up, is how much they type and how confident, you know, a little egotistical or maybe confident, overconfident is the way to say it, you know, they'll be. So we'll have to wait and see.
Definitely agree on that point, but you'd think that if this team is going to keep on playing together and they like each other that much, then that's just a hurdle that they already understand about their own team chemistry, and they're willing to work through that in order to make better things happen in the future. You would think. We'd like to hope that these guys are on that level, considering that they're literally turning down the ability to go play in Pro League separately in order to keep this kind of dynamic together. That does, I think, speak volumes about the way in which they play and how much they really think that they can go far. If it means qualifying for Atlanta through the qualifiers, they're happy to take that chance, even if it takes a considerably longer amount of time to get there. Their opponents on the opposite side of the aisle, though, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't know this was going to happen until just under 30 minutes or so ago. Freak has quit the team, and in his place is former world champion on TSM. Merc is playing for Arial Arise. What the fuck kind of sentence is that, Skies? What reality am I living in right now?
Yeah, that's, you know what I mean. This is going to be interesting, I think, because Merc's kind of like a last-second stand-in, so he fits the same role as Freak. I would say potentially a little bit better and more experience overall on his side. So it's going to be interesting to see if AA is still taking this as serious as they would have with Freak, or if they're going to perform better with Merc coming in and Merc bringing in that experience for them.
Mason, I'm still just flabbergasted even looking at this run. Like, he's right. Technically, Freak and Merc playing a similar role shouldn't make this that crazy, but even they didn't know that this was happening a little while ago. So how the hell, I guess they're GGG now, thank you, Zay. How the hell, if you're GGG, do you even prepare to suddenly face a world champion when you weren't expecting to before?
I think GGG are going to be okay. I think if they just play their game, do their own math, and do what they need to do, they'll be okay. The thing is Arial Rise are going to be thrown off a little bit. You have a new entry player who's going to be your space maker. Excuse me. Taking in this spot, right? You're also working in a new fifth in Woos. So you've got a couple things that you're working with Arial Rise that I think it's going to be much harder for Arial Rise to overcome a lot of the difficulties that clearly they're going through and facing with having to meld in this new roster, also having a very, very last-minute substitute in Merc, against GGG, who's already established themselves as a team, have great chemistry with each other, and have already beaten this team once before.
So before we go any further with this, I think we just need to play the interview that I did with Froshi, the now only coach on Arial Rise, because we need to get that context out there first, and then we can keep on adding the Merc context in after the fact. Here's what Froshi had to say about Breaking Point.
How we performed in Element 1, I feel like, to be honest, a little bit below expectations. We expected to win. The game we lost was super in our hands. We kind of beat ourselves more than anything. I know it's a very cliche thing to say, but yeah, we hope to perform better, but we learned and we move on. Yeah, Meepy was crazy impactful. Like, of course, he brings so much experience, like the most experienced person I've ever worked with, player, coach, like in my career. And I'm sure pretty much the same for everyone else, maybe besides like Freak or Quartz. So knowledgeable. And I think everyone on the team learned so much from him, including me. And we still use his systems that he taught us to this day. So, and I will for the rest of my career as well. So our single biggest lesson we learned from Element 1 is just to be loose, not be as tight. I think a problem we ran into is we were too constricted to our specific strats on both sides, and I think that showed, especially like on Chalet against GGG. They kind of countered us really hard, and that's because we were counterable. If you're that tight knit to your strats, a good coach is going to read that, and you're just going to get countered. And we didn't really have as much to fall back on besides our gun skill and our adaptation. So yeah, in terms of improving on that, we're definitely using Breaking Point and Game Rogue to improve on it. That is a thing that does take time, and with Poison being gone for a little bit, that's definitely hurt a little bit. But the bright side of playing with stand-ins and things is I've been able to push that play style onto the team, because that's all we have. We don't, we're pugging anyway. So the players that are here have been learning, and as Poison comes back, we'll be able to integrate it slowly. Woos for Asian, it's not an exact like one-for-one thing, but it is very similar. It's not like we've changed anyone's roles in particular. Quartz is going a little bit more of a forward role, whereas Woos is going into more of that role Quartz has played. But the way I kind of see it, we have Freak on our entry, we have Poison on our hard support, and we have 3 flexes that can kind of be interchangeable for the most part. I totally think there's going to be a lot of people who underestimate us. I just tuned in the Super Stream for 2 minutes, and in that time, I heard Yardi call Tra a Scrimstar and call Dylan trash. So that's totally still a thing that's going on, which I think is hilarious. But either way, we're here to prove people wrong.
That last sentence, I think, is especially important, if only because you now have a world champion playing on your team and you didn't expect that earlier. So if nothing else, you're going to give the guys on Arial Rise a little bit more of a profile boost just by proxy of playing with somebody like him. And I think they might actually be able to prove a lot more people wrong than they expected to initially, just because of who they've got on this team. I appreciated what Froshi said, Mason. Anything else specific about what he said stand out to you?
I liked where Froshi was going within that interview. I think that they are an underestimated team, and I think that right now they're a team that's facing a lot of adversity. So I'm going to be curious to see how they're able to overstep that and be able to fight back against that adversity, because they are certainly going to be struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing, too, to point out is they said they relied heavily on their strategy, and when it wasn't working, they were starting to rely a little bit more on gun skill and trying to be more adaptable, but it wasn't really going their way. I think having Merc in that position too, with all of his experience, him being a former IGL, I think that's going to bring more adaptability than just the strategy that they have.
I definitely agree. And the other part to remember is that just because Merc is playing for this team, Woos is coming in to replace Asian in a relatively similar role, and then they were doing some things to mix some stuff up. So it's honestly probably fortuitous timing if Merc is going in, or if Freak was going into more of a forward role, trying to find a way to get Quartz to work together alongside him. I'm just excited for what this roster can show, and it probably isn't going to be an immediate 2-0 slouch like we've seen in every other series so far. That is, depending on what maps we go to. Mason, are we going to have any quarterfinal that features Labs and Consulate, or are we just going to get the same old for these guys? Do we take chances, or do we just keep on getting the same North American rigmarole?
Well, not with Arial Arise having a last-minute sub. There's no way you even entertain the idea of going to a new map. It's not going to be a thing, right? Maybe if they still had Freak playing, maybe you see Arial Arise working Woos as a new player in to get comfortable and maybe experiment with these maps. Not a damn shot in the dark here, as you see both Consulate and Labs are banned by Arial Arise. I didn't even see that in the map ban phase. I just looked like as the video was playing. But it doesn't shock me, right? Like Arial Arise, Labs, Consulate, definitely had to avoid them. Glad that they're out at least on the Arial Arise case.
So if we're looking at anything that they can pick, do we go for maps that they won, or at least came very close to winning in Element 1? Or does GGG just decide, we want to take you to a completely different couple battlegrounds that we played you on, like, comparative to where they were when they faced twice in E1?
Well, you see Clubhouse here as the pick, and this is in the first time around in the Swiss stage that both teams played each other. GGG actually lost this map 6-8. Arial Rise was the second map in the pool. Or in that game, and it was a best of 3. So seeing GGG come back, being willing to test out Clubhouse yet again, really exciting, and I'd like to see that entertained. I also expect the next map to just be somewhat stale and similar to Clubhouse, right? You're expecting these staple R6 maps, especially with Arial Rise having a sub, and I think that a safe pick, being Oregon is the case, is absolutely reasonable for the situation that AA is in.
Oregon picked up next? No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I think GGG picking Clubhouse is honestly not as surprising. They lost it, but I think if they're repicking it, there's a reason. Maybe they made little mistakes that they're not going to make again. Maybe there's something that AA did that they didn't initially plan for, and now they have that better idea. And then Oregon being picked by Arial Rise, in my mind, I think is crazy. Because when I look at the players on GGG, I think Oregon. They've always been very good at that map. And yes, it's a basic map. Arial Rise is going to be good at it as well, but I swear every time I see GGG, they're just dominating on them.
Looking for something here right at the very end. It's between Border and Chalet for last map, so either way, we're going to have some sort of repeat of something else that we should have seen from yesterday or today, and then we'd be Border banned and Chalet picked as map 3. So we're getting a repeat on Club, but every other map so far for what we've seen played today is going to be, at the very least, a little bit different. The only issue I see, just off the rip, if you're playing on a new team, the easiest side to do that on is defense, especially on a map where it's a little bit more defender-sided. You're giving both Woos and Merc the opportunity to do that because they're on defense first on Club. Is that going to be a huge problem for GGG, or are we really that confident that Gang Gaming have been able to rework what didn't work so well for them on Clubhouse, Mason? Because I feel like you're kind of giving this team, with the unexpected advantage of having a world champion on the team now, a huge boost to start out this series, and that might be a little bit too problematic for them.
Yeah, it might be just enough time for Arial Rise to get settled in, but honestly, against this GGG team, I mean, they're just so damn good. One thing I remember hearing just in general about Arial Rise, what they were saying about GGG and the capabilities back in Element 1 was the fact that GGG have that ability to be structured as much as they are gunners, right? Like, they are known for being able to shoot, and they're some of the better shooters here in North America, but they also can be structured, and that's the scary thing. And also, I just have to say, the coaching of VBM, being able to hear to those listen-ins that he had for GGG on Element 1, incredible. I mean, I feel like he is the key to their success, because he sets them up and gets everything in place and in order, and I really hope we get to hear a listen in from him tonight, as much as I don't want to see GGG in a position where they're going to need that, and I don't think that may happen, but I really do think that GGG are going to be set in a successful light.
Whatever it takes for them to not have PTSD flashbacks for this game. All right, final thoughts before we jump into things. Guys, who'd you pick for this matchup? Before even knowing what the maps were or anything about the Merc situation, what are you thinking?
I'm still going GGG. I want to see some resolve out from the reverse sweep. I want to see them come back firing and heat up. I want them to make everyone know that they are still here. They're here to compete and they're still here to win.
Mason?
Yeah, I think GGG all the way at 2-0. I think we're going to have all quarterfinal 2-0s now, after thinking we were going to have some closer games. But this one, I think is going to be a 2-0, and I think it's going to be rather decisive, even with Merc.
Well, for the first 2 days, no new maps, no infinite overtime, unless somehow these guys end up proving us wrong. And I think it might be a little bit of a closer series than we initially thought coming into it. So, it'll be Dan and V for game number 4.
Consistency for GGG, a direct lack thereof for Arial Rise. The series of events that have led them to this point. I'll lead you through from the beginning of Game Rogue. Asian left right after Element 1. Poison was gone for all of Game Rogue, traveling around France. Wooz and Brio were subbing in for the entirety of that event. Wooz now fully replacing Asian. Poison is back in place of Brio, and Brio is now playing once more, only for Freak to leave 45 minutes ago. And Merc, from the World Championship TSM roster, is taking his place. The lack of consistency may very well come back to bite Arial Rise. We'll find out in this best of 3 on Time to Light, and as Jacob mentioned, I'm joined here by V, or Light Rose, and V, this first map has to be a start for Arial Rise, because Jacob mentioned it, you want to have a more scrim stack on the defensive side. If they don't start off well, I don't see a way in which they can finish off at all.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think over the entire night, we've kind of talked about the attack, how it can work with newer players, how they struggle with it. And these aren't exactly newer players. I muted. I have to reiterate what I was saying. Basically, with Arial Rise, I definitely do agree. We've kind of talked about this entire night about how the attack works when you have a new stack, maybe a new player, and working that all in with Merc, trying to kind of slot him in there. And I think everybody else, with the inconsistency that we've had, is definitely going to be a struggle, at least if Arial Rise does not perform on the defense at all. Because, they're going to be a little slow as well, trying to get into the game. If they don't start to pop off, it probably will not happen on Clubhouse. They're going to have to take a map loss, go on to the next one of Orkin, and hope things go better there. This defensive start is pretty important.
In-game gaming also removing the Montaigne. Mr. P himself, directly off his return from abroad, will also not be able to play the French Mountain, of which I'm sure he practiced a significant portion of in the French Mountains. Anyway, Ying being banned, nothing too surprising. The Spanish defender of Mira also removed. The Nizami, as per usual, will not be able to be played here on Club. I have to say, the only real outlier in terms of the bans is that Montaigne, and that's because GGG hate Poison. That's all there is to it.
Poison has made his fair share of haters in the scene. He's definitely infamous. I think that's a good thing, though, is hating somebody because they're good at a certain operator. And the defensive, this basement defense is made a lot easier without the Monty, because you're not going to have to worry about him shuffling in through blue, try to maybe work in a smoke there. Instead, no, they really just bring the Goyo, a couple of C4s, and I guess Solus would be a little bit of planted out, because she can have the ability to go upstairs and shoot you on down below. It's like half of a plant denial, but you can see Arial Rise, they've got part of their feet in information with something like the Mozzie, Solus, and Valkyrie, a little bit of plant denial, and then of course something that we always love to see, and I think is definitely making his rise ever since the 1.5 got put onto his gun. Wamai.
The 4 rosters that are not taking place, at least from the North American League here in Breaking Point, are Oxygen Esports, Wildcard Gaming, the Sonics, and M80. One of those, being Wildcard Gaming, have been running tryouts for all of you who are still fans of the Rainbow Six Siege competitive scene but have been living under a rock. The benefit of bringing Merc here is that he's played basically every single game of Wildcard tryouts. So he's gotten his prep work in 10-man-esque scenarios. Double swing here, one from Garage, Merc just walking in from Trench. C4 will go forward, and it will land perfectly. Opening kill goes the way of the former world champion, and quickly, so CZ will die.
Already seeing his impact. You have Corch kind of taking his place as well. If there was a second player over there, which there actually is, just a little bit outside of the garage, you've got Kool-Aid to the left and another player. I don't know exactly who it was to the right, but Merc shows his face yet again, takes out Zeno. I mean, GGG. You could have grabbed somebody. You grabbed a big player. Indeed, he's already showing his massive play on this map in this first round by picking up the first 2 kills in the entire lobby.
And with very little response as well. Merc is still alive on about 15-20 HP. Still red health, but health nonetheless. Surf, from a distance, is going to try and set up vert holes from all the way up in logistics. I love when players try this and then they get headshot through 2 floorboards.
That's not
just to die. I've seen that like 6 or 7 times, and almost every time I see people trying to do the distance strat with vert holes, it does not work in their favor. Regardless, GGG still haven't done a whole lot. They are finally taking main stairs. They could walk down if they want to. The problem is, even if they find a way in, they have the utility to force people out of position.
See, no bandit previously. The Selmas are going to be able to do their job, and Poison does make a mad dash. He survives as the big man has been taken down to Merc. Even though he was on flashing red, he still got his 2, leaving the rest of Arial Rise inside of the site, ready to fend for themselves as it's only Kool-Aid over in Memo. He's stuck between so many defenders, and Poison is able to snipe his feet, or at least keep him from living. And I don't think there's much of a chance that Kool-Aid has. I say that, I might have cursed the entire darn thing.
No, he walks in. He was caught out by Woos, who was just patiently waiting inside of blue for the unfortunate Kool-Aid Thermite to look the other direction. I like the idea there for GGG to try to get in. The problem was they used both Selmas on the center and left walls of Church, at least looking in from the main stairs. And in doing so, each of them were impact tricked out by Poison, only leaving footholes of which the defensive side could use. So all the information and free kills they needed to find, they probably could if they really wanted to. And GGG, they are cut down because of it. Good opening round there for Arial Rise. And again, coming into this one with their IGL, who hasn't been here for 2 odd weeks or so. A new fragger in Merc, who is good, sure, but may not be able to fit into the direct playstyle with, again, 50, 60 minutes notice. And GGG's attack, are they walking into something that is an unknown quantity because of that? Does that benefit Arial Rise, just having a completely new squad?
I don't know. I think the defense may be a little bit of a liar, because it's one thing where you can play decently alone. Like, yes, it does benefit you to have refrags, have a buddy system, but Merc was just able to do a lot of things himself. Like, run around, find the C4 kill, run around, get that second kill. He did that without much potential communication, or refrags wasn't needed from the rest of Arial Rise. I'm gonna think about how this team will interact once we go onto the attack, but that's 5 rounds away. It's going to be about how Gang Gaming reacts to somebody like Merc, who is an absolute gunner. And this gunner's on... I don't know why I just thought of Gunner Esports.
That's okay. I thought of Gunner playing on Sonics. That's what I was going to go with. Sorry, Gunner's actually on the Sonics. He's not here. I was actually watching his stream yesterday. He's starting to do some more streaming for anybody curious.
Yeah. Are we turning into an advertisement for Gunner?
Twitch.tv/Gunner_success. He's not streaming right now, so, stay here. But Poison, still fragging out, still in his element, regardless of his performance in Element 1. CZ still trying to find that refrag, but the problem is Arial Rise has played a much more disengaged approach in recent history, whether it be here, whether it be in E1, or even without Poison back over in our Game Rogue Summer Series, and Merc just quickly dusting down CZ, his 3rd kill on the map already, and this P10 Roni is deadly when you strap a 1.5 times on it, and, well, a world champion at the helm.
I mean, I'm trying to think of how many games he's played today with the wildcard tryouts, and I mean, he's had a hell of a warm-up, playing that many games, hopping on to another one, which Clubhouse definitely were a part of those tryouts, and he gets to just wreak havoc He's going to have to defend against some of these players that have actually entered the site. As he's defending from Lodge, he's going to be able to spot the player, and he might be the lone hero that Arial needs just to absolutely stomp the rest of GGG. These attacks really have not been able to muster up anything.
Similar to some conspiracy theories about the Earth, these attacks are falling just flat. And GGG just cannot find their footholds really anywhere on this map. One kill is brought back by Surf, and can now get on towards the site. But the problem is, there's still the Solus down below, and if Surf hops on this, he can try and use the Rotero drone as a fake. But the problem is, well, there's a C4, there's 2 people swinging him from logistics, and there's still Quartz down below. More damage done by Surf. He now has the ability to try and plant elsewhere should he find the opportunity. There goes that Rotero drone about 15 seconds later, by the way. But still, the problem is, can he get it down safely? Quartz still playing below, ironically does not use the Spec IO sensor to try and force him out of position, and instead just joins the rest of the team on their uphill battle of taking this site back, and it works fairly cleanly at that. The 9mm C1 from Woos will lock in the round, and Arial Rise, back-to-back fairly clean rounds off the back of Mercs, 2Ks, and Gang Gaming not finding an easy way in.
I don't want to put too much stock into Merc, but he has just done an amazing job at just opening everything up for Arial Rise. Gang Gaming aren't able to actually synergize anything because when they try to drone out, do essentially anything that you need to, Merc is just lurking. He's there, waiting, stalking, and finally he makes himself known. And Gang Gaming have one more round to really stop the cycle from starting to continue. The team will be able to go back down to basement, then back to the gym, where things just were worse because Merc was still able to roam around the map, and now he's on Valkyrie. So even more information is being lent over to this defense, along with the Solus that's in play, and the Echo that now is brought with the Supernova. So Arial Rise, they can synergize with each other so much more. The only thing I am kind of looking at is maybe some wall denial overall, if that's really what they want, but it seems like they're more focused about kind of stopping Gang Gaming from actually entering the site and Raptors and everything beside it, instead of just worrying about the wall.
You notice to see Gang Gaming have had some difficulties in figuring out exactly where they want to aggress from. There's a lot of options, obviously, with Clubhouse being the way it is, whether you're attacking gym bedrooms, CCTV cache, or trying to attack one via the other. There's no one way in which you can say, this is exactly how you should attack this site. But Gang Gaming have to find a decision. They have to make one at that for themselves, rather than having it be made for them. EMP going to be used, no reticle available here for Poison, but with a Supernova may not be required. Impact Trick attempted on towards the main wall. I believe it landed. And Adam actually setting up his own opportunity to Impact Trick through the floor as well. So the Raptors still safe. Tross just patiently waiting around R2. And you can see the patience for Arial Rise again is paying off. Sure, there's a way in, but not as easy of a one to come by as long as you play it patiently.
You see, Quartz with another form of plan denial, per se, because he's able to watch the entire floor over from Lounge. So Gang Gaming have to send somebody to either push him out of there, or even better, actually get the kill. You see Surf activating that phone call, maybe to hop in blue, then be a player in Garage, and there's the action. CZ for one, Spirits for another. Maybe Adam holding onto this Raptors can be Arial Rise's really only option, actually holding down this site. But there is so much happening, and no way Adam can react to all of it.
The EMP to initiate, they threw up the asphyxiation bolts just to make sure they had to push him back, and it works. A follow-up on towards Woos, as Kool-Aid will activate for his third of the map himself. And now Mr. P needs to be the clutch minister here, as he needs to preach this one into fruition. The problem is he has an impact grenade, and I believe only one yokai drone available, the first being shot out earlier, and Gang Gaming just going to cross their T's, dot their I's, and find simple ways on towards the site. Poison will find one, but from a distance, it's Surf through the soft wall to lock in for the return, and GGG's first here on Club.
And part of that could be the CC site is definitely fallen off for the defense, especially now that Azami isn't in play. I think if Azami had been, Raptors may not have been as easily thwarted because you wouldn't have been able to get those asphyxiation bolts, all the frag grenades. GGG just simply put all the pieces together, took their time, made sure that everybody did get caught out early. Like, Merc wasn't able to strike because there simply was no opportunity. Denge Gaming gave him no openings, but this might be a different story. We're going back to sites that we previously saw, operators that we've seen previously played, and Gang Gaming still stick to what they know, not bringing anything like a Jackal, a Lion, per se. They have the Dekebi for Xeno, but I don't know if that's really going to be enough because it's a rare once in a blue moon opportunity. I think her phone calls last 10 seconds overall, so it's not going to really help you overall. You can get the confirmation onto Merc where you know where he is, but that is an if you know where Merc is.
If and only if at that point, by the way. For anybody who's curious, it has a 12-second duration. Totally didn't just Google it and have the quickest search engine skills in the West. I don't. I just happen to have a page up next to me. But yeah, Dokebi fairly useful. I also like how Arial are switching up some of their own defensive setups. They're bringing a Cade this time around instead of just sticking with what really only barely worked the last time we saw them defend this bottom floor. And you're also seeing how GGG are making some adjustments. The fuse, and most importantly, I think also bringing the soft breach added, it kind of worked in more delay tactics rather than actually finding frags. But they still give themselves that freedom of expression where you have a lot of options on that attack if you really need it. Kool-Aid, very lucky to be alive. Surf is no longer as they're taken out by Quartz. And with or without the logic bomb that goes out to everybody's cell phones, it's not really going to matter in terms of Arial Rise's attack or their defensive prowess, doing a total of about 100, 230 damage, 240 damage almost between two players. Kool-Aid's lucky to still be alive.
Now that the bullets stop firing for a little bit, GGG don't have the best map control even halfway through the round. DC's the only real player who's actually inside of the building. Does have those frag grenades where you do need to maybe get yourself into that triple wall. Root out a player hiding by that triple wall or AC, but Gang Gaming, they're going a little bit slow, and I worry that's actually going to kill them by the end. They are starting to speed things up, breaking the floor, making sure that they can actually root out the defenders from where they're hiding, but I just still think that's really going to kill them, considering there's still 3 smoke canisters and 2 C4s on the board. Ooh. Wu is caught on a cross. He was not ready for that breach, and now a little bit of a free opening for GGG, and a C4 used to no avail for the defense. There is a small little opening that GGG can use to actually get themselves by and into the site, but it's closing very, very fast.
The problem, especially here for GGG, is losing that buck means you cannot open a second hatch, so it's a very one-dimensional push. They have a double prone pancake in towards the site. Impact trying to deny that plant, but it won't be successful. The spray, however, denies the coverage. A 2 versus 3 as they get the diffuser on the floor. They try to use a fuse charge from above, and it works to at least deny that pressure for the time being, but Kool-Aid, taking the original amount of damage they did in the early part of the round, is now left alone, and that patience may very well pay off in dividends for them as he finds a double, looking to now use that cluster charge to force Quartz back. It's successful in doing so, and he's prepped yet a third. It's down to just Quartz trying to force Kool-Aid back, but the problem is he just does not have the time, and that cluster charge, it doesn't land the first time, but the second hockey puck does indeed spray over towards the Frenchman as he drops from up above, and the 1v3 for the fuse on 1 HP ties us up at 2.
And the LOG as well. Kool-Aid, he's a guy. He is a silly guy that just makes these things work. Usually wouldn't see a fuse on basement. It's definitely a rarity overall, but there's a big reason why you can bring him, because you get great coverage with the cluster charges. I think the aggression from GGG when actually trying to put the diffuser down really worked wonders. I was surprised that Arial reacted like they were surprised too. They did a good job at actually taking out every single player watching, but they didn't have anybody up top, and that's what killed them. Because you do not want to be directly under a fuse. I'm trying to think of other operators who would be worse than something like a Fuse, and I'm just not thinking of it. So the rare instances where you see somebody in that situation, GGG just rolled the dice and made sure that they ended up on top, really made sure that their attacking rounds equaled Arial Arise's defensive, and now the confidence really is there, and you want them to keep going. Make sure that they can actually defeat Arial Arise on their own map.
The only other operator you really would not want to play against is an IQ, but for a completely separate reason.
Yeah.
Instead of having a fallback plan of not
same.
having to swing you,
Not the same.
yeah, they'd just be actionably able to figure out, are you on the diffuse or are you not? Or the counter diffuse in this case. Either way, it's a weird situation of comparing apples and oranges that are still both applicable to the conversation, but in significantly different ways, in my opinion. Anyway, GGG into a new round and are bringing a somewhat similar operator composition. I like the switch from them. They realized that the Logic Bomb really didn't play all that much of a part in the previous round, so instead, not only are they bringing that Buck again, they're bringing the Thermite and the Ace, but they're also coupling that alongside Xeno on the Thatcher just to really counter out that Cade and make sure they give themselves more than an extra avenue of attack should they want to drop the extra hatch, should they want to go dirt. They have a lot of options to work with if they want to use them. I like this aggression. Poison throws the Toxic Babe to mask his own swing and does more damage onto Surf, who almost becomes the first kill again, and instead is so anyway because 3 players completely swallowed him up. The Valkyrie aggressing, that smoke from Secret, and of course, well, it's the TCSG through the stock wall that kills him. Tra finds the opening kill, and oh, there's a follow-up. I was talking about bringing the Thermite. It is now dead.
Gone. Hey, there is a consolation with Ace, but it's a very, very small consolation because you have lost so much. Xeno for one, and Poison gets down, may be confirmed, but it doesn't mean a lot. Another player starts to fall. Arial Arise, they bounce back on Basement with a much, much better round, and it feels like it's just their pure aggression off the site. They're taking a lot of risks, and with that, it comes with a lot of rewards. CZ, the only player, he's gonna walk down blue. All the players in Arial Arise know exactly where he is, but that doesn't stop Quartz from peeking, going down, and there's that final kill. Round was over in the blink of an eye, Dan. The roaming Kaid, the roaming smoke, get the job done.
Change of pace from Arial Arise really got the job done. Not only was Merc playing aggressive, but the rest of Arial Arise joined him in that aggressive defensive nature. And it really caught GGG off. You saw again the Buck of Surf die early, and that was really just the first domino in the roll of which fell over for GGG. I'm getting some deja vu back to round number 1, where losing that first player just spiraled things, and then it coupled into round number 2 is a similar notion, but that's neither here nor there. We're going back to Gym Bedroom, of which Arial Arise won. It could have been a little cleaner than it was, but in the end they had full control of a 3v1, and they didn't seem all too put off by GGG's attacking setup. I don't think that's going to be the case here either. Arial Arise have had a much better defense than I originally thought they would. I was expecting probably a 3-3, but with GGG leading things all the way through, that's not been the case. GGG has been trailing for the predominant part of it.
And a part of that could be just those roamers really getting the job done. I mean, Merc had an amazing couple first rounds, but Quartz as well. He has really pushed the envelope when he's been asked to. I'm thinking about last round. Pushed on the Kool-Aid outside, drops the diffuser, makes it so that a strategy that GGG was cooking is just completely kaput overall. Merc, he goes for a peek, is dropped, and I think he will be gone from this earth. Quartz could be there for the res, and this is the advantage of actually having that buddy system, is you have the ability to res, have the ability to trade, and even though they don't get a refrag per se, keeping Merc alive and keeping that C4 up is more than enough.
One-shot headshot's a thing here in this game, so regardless of how much HP you have, only one shot could be the difference between you living and you taking somebody else out of that same accolade. And Arial Arise is that disengaged setup now, playing forward for them. Their flexibility in the defensive side is going to continue to be an assisting factor of their success, where they can play aggressive should they need to, as we saw in the previous round. They can play as passive as they want, as we're kind of seeing here, or a nice healthy combination of the two, where they disengage from the first floor, but are still currently occupying cache and CCTV, still forcing GGG to expend utility and some information gathering just to force them away. And that's the case here. Quartz has all the information he needs to work off of. They could probably just run out and C4 somebody if they had a C4 on the side of the map, but unfortunately they don't. Nor do they have direct line of sight onto either of the players that were on the roof, so instead it's just biding their time and waiting.
Needs to be careful, he just doesn't go too much. And Quartz does catch him out. That wasn't CZ. So that wasn't Spirit, sorry. It was CZ who was able to find that. And now Adam, he gets flashed. He does have poison directly to his left, so they could do a great 1-for-1. Adam peeks up, shoots the drone, reloads, and now it's Poison's time to shine. I love seeing Arial Rise play this one person in, one person out, and they get a man advantage as well, with Woo showing his face.
Poison actually had a preset C4 down below that he was peeking up and over just for information gathering. Raw still sticking around, but will now just barely disengage, and that aggressive playstyle here on this east side of the map has worked perfectly for Arial Rise. Now, back away. Bide your time, you still have a C4 to work with, and more importantly, 40 seconds for GGG to try and divulge where the heck you've run off to, because it is not Connector, it is not Construction, it is not by any means Cash or CC, and at this point, GGG have to just hold W if they can find the timing to do so. That low HP nature of Merc has now come back to bite him. The Mark 14 shot to the body has dropped him out of contention, but the re-swing from Woos, he's not out of this one just yet. A 3K from Woos on the round, and Arial Rise a 4-2 first half split, with an E-sub coming in just an hour ago.
Merc wasn't even part of that escapade. It was Poison and Adam. Those two were playing around each other, and even if Adam didn't find this kill right here, you know, Poison would have been directly there as well. I know CZ did his best, and maybe things change if he finds the kill onto Woos, but that's a what-if scenario that we're never going to see, because Arial Rise played it so well on the red stairs. Their roam is mighty impressive, whether it's Merc playing alone, whether it's Quartz playing with somebody else like Merc, and actually making sure that at least something gets done on the roam, even if they take somebody, if somebody goes to the grave. That Arial Rise have a great defense, they swap onto the attack, and here's the true tech. I think the Des talked about it, I talked about it before the show, whether or not Merc is gonna be able to slot into this roster with a 20-minute warning, and Arial Rise can even get results out of it.
Results for Arial Rise have been plentiful, and results for their attacking side now have to continue to be the case. This was the concern for Jacob coming into this, for Alex as well, and for me just the same. If Arial Rise have a good defensive side, can they show up enough on their attack to make it worthwhile? I think the answer is yes, they could probably find 2 rounds, but how they're going to combine those rounds has to be in chaotic fashion. I think the whole W strat has to be a consistent factor. CZ is going to try for the exit thermic charge denial, but the bandit trick just a little too late, and in the end, well, no chance at that one. They will be able to open up the CC wall, but in the end, they're still defending gym bedroom, so may not very well be the end by any means.
Our Quartz utilized that Soulless Surf, has hopped onto it, and able to spot that drone, and Quartz is going to re-peek. It's a little bit of a slow peek, trying to take out the player on the rafters, but also take out the players that are hiding over by Cash. It's a very quiet opening minute for Arial Rise. They get this wall open, but nothing really more than that. I think having that Decabi call may help them, but it's not going to save Poison from being alive, and now that makes attacking this a little bit harder because you're going to take time with that Habana. 1 frag grenade has to be used on the Banshee, and only now is it going to get an entry with absolute denial coming from CZ.
I like that swing from CZ, planning it off the back of the nade popping the Banshee, presuming that Quartz was going to swing off the back of it. That's just down to timing, and sometimes it's Rainbow Six timing that comes back to bite him. Sometimes it's just proper Siege playstyle that will help you in that endeavor. Logic Bomb will maybe be used, it does indeed get utilized, but there's really nothing that Arial Rise can do to force GGG out of position, and oh no, Merc's position is now duly noted. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets reswung even from Cash.
Him and everybody else have 1 shot to maybe bring this back, and that is Woos going up these red stairs, and well, there goes your pinching pressure. You don't have Merc anymore on the rafters, and well, Woos can encounter 1 player, but there's no way he's gonna make his way through 3, so a honestly, a pitiful attack coming out here from Arial Arise. I think it's gone about as well. If we hadn't seen anything from Arial Arise so far, this would be expected considering everything this team has gone through overall. We are going to have a little bit of a pause, an FPS bug, according to Kool-Aid. And funny enough, this might be good for Arial Arise. They've seen what their attack has done, and now they know the small thing that they can potentially change going on to the second attack.
While the coach can't talk to them, they can still talk amongst themselves just to figure out what has been going wrong. I wouldn't be surprised that if Arial Arise lose this round, they'd call a timeout, allow Froshy the ability to just have a conversation with the team. Because GGG have had a much more free ability to walk as they please, at least on this defensive side in round 1. It could just be an outlier. This first round could be a lack of an indicator, and Arial Arise could switch everything after this pseudo-tack timeout. But the problem still remains for Arial Arise. You are on the attacking side with one new sub, your IGL back after 2 weeks, and a technical new player on top of the E-sub to your IGL, who has not been here since Mr. P left. So you're looking at a very dire situation where your attack is the most difficult position to integrate somebody new into, much less 2 new players when your IGL just barely returns.
I think this is kind of showing the difference in what you need with a defense and an attack. With the defense, yeah, you can have some good anchors, have some good fraggers, and have definitely some good communication with those roamers and or anchors. But with the attack, it's a whole new beast. You need to have everybody involved, have a good IGL, make sure you're actually synergizing with everything going on, not just with particular people, and all of that needs to happen within the 3-minute timer. And it's funny enough that we're talking about Arial Arise. They were winning 4-2. We've seen one round from them, and it feels like we're kind of like signaling the end of days or something, because it was a not great attack. But I do think maybe they take this time to talk amongst themselves. I know Merc definitely knows that he is a sub. If he can talk amongst these players, maybe something can be made of it, but really only something we can see going forward.
I mean, I got an inkling of Mr. P's strat book. He DM'd me right before the game started, and with Merc's addition to the team, it only changed a little bit. It read, quote, Strat 1, Merc go kill, Strat 2, Quartz go frag, Strat 3, Booze annihilate. And the emergency plan D was Tra skeleton key everybody.
I mean, it's a good strategy. I think there is something there. Real question, Dan. How do you get it? How do you put Merc, Force, and Wooz in the position to kill, annihilate, whatever the third thing was? Because that's the hard part. Of course, those players are going to shoot at Gang Gaming and most of the time get the kill. But that's not what I'm worried about. I don't think that's what anybody's worried about.
The thing I'm worried about for Arial Arise is how they're going to try and deal with GGG's diversity of defensive utility. You see Magnets, Bandits, Frost Mats, which aren't going to be all that much of an impactful part. I say that, and 2 people are probably going to get caught with a lack of droning. So I'm going to hold my tongue for the time being. There's still mute jammers to deal with, and black eye cameras for information. So seemingly everything is now available, and you've already used 1 EMP on just a mute jammer, giving some extra freedom for CZ to place down and now retrieve some bandit batteries should he want to try and bandit trick this wall. He would have the opportunity to do so if Trod doesn't properly time his utility. There is still the wary position of the CC window that has just now been opened, and CZ is going to have to watch the CC window. Pun not intended.
They're always in. You always...
With me, yeah, they are.
Yeah, no, you can never say something and then be like, pun not intended when you're capping. It's just part of the entire thing. Xeno pops up!
Okay,
somehow he's able to find 2 there? What a great flick onto the door. Unfortunately for him, Gaming have 2 deaths. So it's essentially a wash in general. Yes, he took down the Yana. Yes, he took down the Thermite, which is a big thing. But you still got the Ash. You still got the Ace, so it's really just a dent in the armor for Arial Arise in general. We'll see if Gang Gaming, if that's going to be enough to fully pull themselves all the way back to the site. It does seem like that, but there is a lot of time for Arial Arise to do exactly what they're doing. Drone out with the 8 drones that they have. Actually gain information on where these players are, where the utility is, and work around it.
The problem is only 4 of those drones are mobile and readily available to the living players that remain. So there is still a somewhat considerable lack of information, even with this minute left. And sure, Arial Arise could try and find the gap in the armor if they wanted to, but they could also very well be caught out trying to just send it forward. If Merc finds the gap in Jim, do they jump in? Do they get caught out with a sound cue? Because Merc is alone. There's no beating around the bush on that one. He has no help on this side, and now he's dead. Absolutely dusted by Surf. Good night. And absolutely sent on. CZ now watching as well. Surf agrees with me.
Yeah.
Good night. Woos walks in. He'll die as well. It's just a cleanup. Merc died and everybody else did too. Oh my goodness. GGG had a 3v3 and it didn't even look like it was that close.
I didn't even know a player was there. Like, even using the God mode that we have as an observer, I did not spot a player, but yeah, I want to see a replay of that, especially with the shots that Zeno had. He had about a second to do that.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, no, we replays were built for moments like that, where we get to see the intricacies of it. And man, you just want to watch that back over and over and over again.
I can't believe it. I still can't believe he hits that shot. And he's just so casual about it, backs away. It's the good night while the rest of Arial Arise is walking in. And I think he had me at a loss for words, which is kind of bad considering, you know, the whole job is to talk. But yeah, it is what it is. I'll survive. At least I made it past that round. We're still talking. We're still moving. But Arial Arise have been moving a little bit too much. I think coupling themselves together would have been a little helpful there. Maybe splitting between logistics and construction rather than just sending construction and gym window, because you really have a weakness on your attack, and the more that weakness shows up, the more it may very well come back to bite you. They're going to go bar stage here for GGG. They also absolutely despise CCTV cache, despite how well they held it when defending the basement. It was a basement defense, by the way, in this first round, the second half, for all of you who didn't pick that one up, because GGG basically defended Garage with their life. And they're going to bring a Maestro off the back of it. Dream would be proud.
Yeah, Maestro is always a fun operator to bring. I think give him a 1.5. I think that's the next operator that we gotta call a crush is Maestro. I'll be very, very happy if that happens, because I mean his evil eyes are a very effective tool. You can shut down drones, you can shut down players. Spirits kind of walks into the nade, and that enables Quartz to run in further. He's able to find another one onto Zeno, so no crazy plays. Can he get the third onto the player inside of construction? Is there going to be a peek? CZ can enable or just live another day, but he stays still. He goes for the peak, and he ends being another part of the funeral confession.
There still is some utility to work with here for GGG. Not all is lost, but the problem is they've had to completely forego defending construction, which directly gives Arial Arise control of the stage site itself. No matter how much GGG want to try and play from above, they don't have the current opportunity, but Surf, with a melee hole, is actually able to drop Quartz from a distance and bring this back to a 2v3, now giving themselves more than an opportunity to bring this back, especially considering Arial Arise have mostly foregone most of that top floor pressure they had before. Surf runs out of gym and will instead start to favor the stage side, but in doing so has given Merc a free way forward over towards that strip half.
And here's the effect of the Osa. That Evil Eye may be just small little wrench in the plans. I think the angle of the shield may be able to take it down, or at least EMP it for the time being, but Poison hasn't put the shield far enough. So he has to take even more time, and because there's one less player, he's gonna be able to actually sync it up. Wait, sorry. It looks like he shot his own teammate. That threw me for a huge loop there.
Follow-up impact EMP onto the Evil Eye. Poison still has to find a safe place to get this diffuser down. He can't over towards stage because the hatch is open. He can't on the main site because vertical pressure is there. And GGG have doubled up. They distance from each other. And Kool-Aid found that kill into Merc that was all important, but Poison has no idea both players are here. Surf is going to bait him out in the open, and the reswing should be there from Kool-Aid if required, and the Alda will do just that. A 2v4 for GGG. And those were the weaknesses we were concerned about. Arial Arise They give it up. GGG now take the lead.
Our fears are coming to light. I think you kind of saw it from the beginning when we put together how many roster moves there have been. Free quitting. I mean, it was a great opening. Quartz did a wonderful job finding the 3 kills, and yet Gaming, Kool-Aid, and his 81 bullets that are in the Alda just completely mow it down without even having to take his finger off of the trigger. And now Gaming, they get that lead. It was 4-2, and I'm gonna be honest, Dan, I do not see an avenue of which Arial Arise are able to get one more round win with the effectiveness that they've had on the attack. Or actually, the lack of it, even with somebody like Quartz just absolutely going hog wild. 5, or I guess it was a 4-2. They still could not find a round win, and Basement is much harder of a site to even get things done on. It's a shame, because their defense looked so strong, but that shows you just how effective you need to be as a team on the attack.
Nobody's on site, by the way. This is something we saw in the SSG game when they played Mirage. Mirage tried the SSG roam just without actually feigning the fact that the bottom floor was the site. And it came back to bite them. Yeah, I suppose, and GGG's doing it, but unless Arial Arise rush the site, I'm going to say it right now, unless they rush the site, they don't win this round. Because GGG have so much redundancy on the top floor that Arial Arise just does not have enough time in the round to clear it all out, and then force them back, and then clear them out of a second layer, and then force them back a second time, and then actually try and take the site. There just is not enough time in the round. You get 3 minutes, not 30. And GGG, I think, are very cognizant of that. Quartz is walking down highway, almost finding shots through the wall into Zeno, but Zeno has a get-out-of-jail-free card, already opening up the memo hatch, needing to get out should he want to, and he does. He backs away with his life, Merc just barely misses the opportunity to kill him, and feels like that, a minute gone, and Arial Arise have used a lot of utility, only to die to a double swing from CZ, a double kill on a single swing.
Nobody has the info there? CZ just walks up the stairs and finds 2 kills. I mean, Poison is in AC, but I don't think he gets anything done. He doesn't have the diffuser, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know where he's looking. He doesn't have anybody around him. This is not good, I think, putting it lightly. From Arial Arise, Merc, somebody who started off this map with, I think, 4 kills, and he has been so silent since. Him and Woo's the only opportunity for Arial Arise to stop Gaming from going onto map point. Merc is able to find one, but there's 4 other players in between him and the objective. And so much map control, he gets another one. It's possible.
He found 4 kills in the first 2 rounds. Since then, he's found only 3, and 2 of them were in this round itself. But he's not done. He's just re-swinging everything. I think he saw the shoulder of the Melusi there. He may not be sure of it, but he also has to clear out B2, which is right in front of him. There's still the very patient Kool-Aid on the other side of this set wall, and he dies because of it. He walks into the Capcan trap, but in doing so, actually unintentionally downs Kool-Aid in the same motion, giving Woos a 1v2 instead of what would have been a 1v3. He walks in, finishes off the kill, which is now credited to him. But the problem is he has now 2 separate 1v1s to take. A first one goes his way. His position now duly noted, though, because of the Banshee now set behind him, and he slowly swings, but the shot is missed by Zeno. Woos now with that space will try and get this diffuser down, and with Poison trying to rattle him in all chat, Zeno now goes a different direction. He swings in from blue and will shut down the clutch attempt. 1v2, 1v3, 1v who the heck cares? It's Zeno still alive, and Zeno to win it, as GGG will go on to map point.
No way Zeno puts Ginger like it's a slur in chat. Sorry, what was that? Ginger? What is that? A great play from Zeno, but the fact that Merc was almost able to pull off a suicide, like, T-hunt? I thought those got taken away back in, like, year 3 or whatever, as we get to look at the comms.
You lucky.
Okay, listen, we're making the game, I think, a lot harder on ourselves. Our best entry so far has been that bar round that we ended up losing in the 4v2 because we picked a side of the map. We entered in fast. We saw the direct problem. We solved it. Right. That's the main thing. First, we need to start rounds like that. Start rounds, pick a side of the map, and attack from there. Apply maybe some extra pressure otherwise, but just find that one side of the map and work it from there. It's like these very spread takes where we can get isolated easily aren't really helping us. We want to try and get in the building fast. You look at like the CC round where we struggled. You look at the, oh no, that was a fucking clear. Honestly, both our clears were just because we took too long to get into the map and we were too spread out. Main thing for us right now, find a side of the map. If we see the CC again, right? If we see them going CC, do a split take, right? Focus on Jim's side. Yeah. Focus on that side, all right?
Gym Bedroom is instead the decision here for GGG instead of CCTV or Cash. Can't say I'm too surprised by it, but still, a notable aspect of Arial Rise's attack has to be speed. Froshi brought it up perfectly. In the 2v4 that they had, they just took too long, they were indecisive as a squad, and just gave too many 1vx's to, well, singular players that were distanced from one another. And GGG did have some proactive play to allow themselves to have the ability. It wasn't like it's Arial Rise entirely throwing the round, just they gave GGG the opportunity to give themselves the opportunity.
I mean, I'm pretty sure in that round, Quartz just threw everything to the side. Threw in the frag grenade from the wall and just ran at the enemy. And it ended up working. And it's a very fast, aggressive play that is very high risk, but also comes with a lot of rewards. And I think Arial Rise are at that moment where they need something big to happen, like that type of play. And whether it's Quartz to enable it, whether it's somebody like Merc or Wooz, somebody really needs to be the hero in this situation. Get that opening entry, take charge in the comms, and just be that guy in the situation. And we're going to have to see whether it's Wooz already entering the garage, if that can be him to get things done, whether the drone work will be the thing to enable Arial Rise in this round.
Information gathering, maybe just a collective call of hold W a little bit more often. Has to be some call here for the team. CZ's gonna re-swing the rafters, does damage onto Merc, but needs to get out alive, and somehow does so successfully. Quartz missed the opportunity only by a few seconds to try and find that refrag, or frag originally, I suppose. At GGG, sure, they give up CC, but in the process, they've bled out already an exothermic charge, some information gathering, and a couple drones towards Garage, and, more importantly, they still have information to work off of, and CZ just dusted Merc. He wants another as well, but he re-swings Poison, who is sneakily repelled on the side of the secret roof and finds the refrag.
Now they have one less player to help them attack these red stairs. And they do know that a player is over here, but look at the utility. Put over here. You've got an F-net, you've got a shield, and you've got barbed wire, but Xeno just decides to throw all that away, go for the huge, like all the way through basement. So one job is done, whether it's just faint pressure from the rest of Arial Rise, or the timing being enough for Xeno to actually back off. They still have a player to go through, though. That is Spirit. He's over by the pool table, and will definitely make a big impact on this round, if not taken care of. And now another player gone. It's the Frost Mat that was on the stairs. They'll be able to res him, but it stinks nonetheless.
Still, about 90 HP you would sorely like back if you're Quartz. You're now one-shot body shot and one-shot headshot, or if you retrieve the diffuser, you could be one-shot impacted from below. Anyway, it's still GGG with that advantage because of it, and they don't know it. There's no sound cue that a Frostmat goes off from that distance. There's no extra points that are added because we're playing Pro League settings. So Arial Rise are going to have that false sense of security to get in, but now as they look to go, the EE1D is popped. They want to try and get the diffuser down if they can, but Spirits is patiently waiting down below. Sees Wooz with a Spec IO Center, hits an impact grenade but cannot find the kill, and now Tra is getting the diffuser down on the hard surface. Spirits can't do a dang thing about it because there's no way to shoot up the floor, and he can't do anything about his unfortunate situation. He'll try and retake up these main stairs, but overly focused on the master bedroom, Quartz will swing him regardless of his low HP, find the headshot required, and force a 12th round of club.
At least that's not Arial Rise, whose big entries have just gone completely unabated by the end. We saw that from Quartz in one of the rounds, and now with GGG getting those two, almost having a third with Quartz, it's just completely shut down. And I think that the Solus was just a little bit too slow to act. Maybe she was waiting for a player to hop in the window, and that's what it seemed like. But I don't know if it was just lack of communication by the end there. But either way, GGG, they still got the lead. They still are on map point, and they decide to go to CC side. This is a site that they've tended to avoid throughout the entire time, despite defending it very aggressively when they've been on the basement. They're going to bring out the Fenrir that they've loved, the Frost that had an impact in the previous round, but the Maverick will be a thing that just completely negates the Bandit that Surf is deciding to bring, and the Sophia as well, to make sure that wall gets opened up completely. So the wall is not going to be an issue for Arial Arise. Rafters, though, that is really the key to the puzzle that's going to be so difficult, especially with only 2 frag grenades.
Not only that, but they're not bringing EMPs like we saw from GGG. What GGG did in the first half was they coupled EMPs alongside extra utility to force players out of position.
Great.
So they would use the EMP, it would deny ADSs, Wamai magnets, Banshees, what have you, and then they would initiate with utility or just randomly swing themselves as they pleased. I liked the combination of utility, and that's something that a prepped team like GGG can do so ahead of time. It's something that we used to expect from Arial Rise when they were the same 5 for a calendar year, but as of late, they've had some difficulties in shaping up their own coordination, and you can see it in their operator lineup. You're seeing Quartz and Woos bring in the Ashe and Ayana. You're seeing Merc go on to Hard Breach. I think hell is frozen over. And at this point, GGG is happy to just say, yeah, you can take your time, make your role switches as you please. There's no real reason for them to force themselves out of position.
Also realize we're 1 round away from the forbidden scenario for GGG.
Infinite overtime.
Not even infinite overtime. That implies they can win a round, Dan, in overtime. It's their nightmare.
That's true. That's true. Element 1 flashbacks right there.
I don't even know if
my.
it's just Element 1 that this team has just struggled to pull things together. It's a 1-for-1. You take out the Bandit or the Yana, and now goes your frag grenades. So it seems like Arial Rise, they're going to have to attack this site from a different angle, because Raptors is just completely negated as well, because GGG can just throw whoever they want over there, and there's really no pressure coming from anything else on Arial Rise.
I was thinking a CC and construction split. The only split part is Adam. Tross still waiting over there. Merc does not have enough utility to clear this out of position. Instead, will use the last bit of his torch to try and force them out into the open and look for feet to find, of which he'll do damage, and actually find the kill through what small floorboard there was. Merc finds that all-important man-equalizing kill, but the problem is that second aspect of their dual-pronged push has already fallen. The first of 3 Toxic Babes is also thrown forward, and Arial Rise have to find something else, a different way to push forward. Whether it be the CC window, whether it be opening up that main cache breach to try and get in, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The former of the 2 will finally set in for a frag. Woos from the AC balcony will find 1. A refrag attempt is there, but Kool-Aid is down in their endeavor, and it's down to just CZ. The clutch now required. He finds a first kill. Poison re-engaging, but he doesn't know the cross is already there. CZ's anonymity is his boon, and Arial Arise cut down at the final possible gauntlet. GGG, 7-5 is theirs. No OT curse to come back to bite them.
They avoided for now, and we actually saw in that final kill cam the information, the red pings going through. A big win for GGG. I would have thought that the momentum would have started to swing toward Arial Rise, and then once we got into overtime, all bets were off at that point. But they get it done. They win 7-5. It's where they won their first 2 maps in the Element 1 finals, was a 7-5 scoreline. Now we go on to map 2. Arial Rise, they've started to quell our concerns about the attack near the end, as they did start to connect things, but was it enough to take map 2 and go into map 3, as they have to deal with this break before we go into map 2?
And Oregon moving in as a second map as well, it can very well closen things just a little bit, being the most played map in competitive Rainbow Six Siege for probably years at this point. Nothing's changed enough to force that thing out of the upper echelons of the competitive pool. And Club looked really good for GGG, but in the final step, it ended up going their way just narrowly. Maybe they can sort some things out. Maybe our analysts can sort out exactly how close it was as we take a step over to our desk to break down map 1.
I mean, all things considered, it was pretty close. Thank you guys for the cast. 8-6 last time Arial and GGG played on Clubhouse, and that was AA getting the dub. But a couple of very last-minute circumstances forcing Arial hand to pick up a different player from what they had originally thought they could use. And it was still a close game in spite of having Merc sub in, but still, GGG proved that they are considerably better. They got 2 rounds on Clubhouse attack. Arial only got 1. And as far as default rotations on Clubhouse goes, guys, that ultimately was just the name of this game.
Yeah, I think ultimately, too, I think Arial Rise might just have GGG's number in some way. Yes, Gang Gaming won the map, but it's been super close, even with the new player. Merc coming in literally on 10-minute notice, still performing that well, the game being that close. I think Gang Gaming still has a lot of work to do in Clubhouse, and like I said, they picked it confidently. They didn't make as many mistakes as they did last time to lose it. They ended up winning this time.
Yeah, I really loved what I saw out of Gang Gaming. I don't think there was anything special. I don't think there was anything flashy. I think they just played kind of a standard same old Clubhouse. I don't think they would play this way if they were to advance tomorrow. I think there would be a little more pep in their step. But for how they were, I mean, they got the job done. But again, that issue of not being able to close out maps, not being able to finish out maps, just like what we saw in the E1 Grand Final. They played this one all the way 7-5, and which we maybe should have seen them beat Arial Rise at least a little more handedly so.
The strategy on defense was, hey Merc, pick up a Roni, go do crazy shit, however you feel like it, basically on defense, which enabled them to get to half. But the overall problem that I was worried about for them was their attacking speed. And in spite of there being a little bit of confusion on Arial Rise's side, that first half did look good. Then a couple players on GGG start waking up. CZ finishes 12-9. Kool-Aid also has a fantastic game, and Zeno, for his own part, even was managing to make his own impact. When he entry fragged, I want to say, on the last round, and then was able to stall out for a lot of time, meaning that when Arial Rise attempted to execute, it simply was too much time, or not enough time for them to handle. So I loved what I saw from GGG. It just, guys, we talked about it in the break, it just wasn't the flashiest game we could have seen from them.
Yeah, I think overall this game was more of like a team deathmatch type of thing. I think it was very meta fitting right now than, you know, some of the execute heavy teams we've seen, like Dark Zero, for example. It was much more that team deathmatch, and I think, you know, some of the rounds Gang Gaming was just out shooting Arial Rise.
Gotta 100% agree. I think GGG were playing right into that gun heavy meta, and right into where in some rounds you just notice the flashier plays, the better shots being hit by GGG, and sometimes in the end, when that's the way it's being played out, especially with Arial Rise having a very late sub, sometimes it's how the game plays out, and it feels a little bit more like a ranked match. And GGG doing pretty well with that environment, at least the way that it's starting to, the vibes of this game are kind of rolling along.
Mason brought up the point earlier that he didn't think that we were going to see any of these quarterfinal series go to a third map. And I'm going to make the case for him, which is crazy to think that I'm defending Mason best. I'd never thought that this day would ever come, but the big problem for me is just seeing that Arial Rise only won 1 attack on Clubhouse. You should know how to attack that map, but it does require a lot of coordination, your double hard breach sets, whatever. Oregon is equally as complicated to work on your attacks on, especially if you're a team that still has those things that you need to work on and adapt to and whatever it might be. Oregon's going to be a real tussle if you haven't gotten team chemistry down. So if Arial Rise are having to attack it first, in spite of it being their own map pick, and maybe Froshi has a couple of crazy strats you might want to pull out, because if you're going to do it, now's the time. The next time you're going to play is probably Atlanta major quals at this point, unless you get picked up for Pro League. So now's the time to get crazy with it. But Mason, I think you're probably right about us not going to a third map if they can't get their attacks together on Oregon.
Yeah, I just don't think that Oregon is going to be a map that Arial Rise are going to be able to outperform GGG on, especially that gunfight meta. Skies also mentioned earlier in the pre-show that when you think of Oregon, you think of the players on GGG, right? It's a map that attributes to them, so I'm going to steal that, and I think that that's absolutely correct about these guys, and I really just think that Arial Rise are going to get outclassed, and I would have maybe liked to see a bank or something else being brought out. I know that's not typical when you have subs and new players filling out on the roster, but Arial Rise and Poison himself have always had good success on bank because of the IGLing that he's capable of. Without that being in the map pool, we saw that GGG banned it out right before the final maps. I don't really know what the chances are for AA, but I'll tell you what, I'm not really a fan of their odds here.
I will say one thing, just real quick. Last time we saw them play Oregon, I would say GGG are historically a pretty decent Oregon team. Last time they played it, a game that was Grand Finals Development 1. So they're up a map here. They look like they're probably going to be able to run away with this series. Alex, what do they do to actually close out the series this time?
I think it's composure. I think, like I said, you can't let the momentum take over. You have to actually have some composure, know when to pull back, when to play more disciplined, and playing more together. So that's what we need to see more out of them this time around.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit more, I guess, to truck back to Jacob's point about being concerned about Arial Rise's attacks. I go back and look at the stats for GGG inside of Element 1. They had a 77% defensive win rate on Oregon. So that's even more to push the issue that how is AA going to be able to fight through any of these defenses? And especially with GGG having that starting side, is the momentum swing just going to be too far in the favor of GGG for AA to even climb back out of that deficit when they get to that defensive side?
Well, let's see if this ends up being a really, really quick day, all things considered, to wrap out what have been a pretty fast set of quarterfinals. Knock on any hard surface I can find, just in case we end up needing a map 3 on the cards. Still not infinite overtime, still not having to go all the way to the very bitter end of a series. It's all been pretty decisive so far, which would look really, really good for semifinals tomorrow. Dark Zero ATK, we said in the break, is probably going to be a really tight series, and regardless of who Spacestation has to play, I don't necessarily mind it being either of these teams, because I think the storyline of Merc playing his former team tomorrow would also be pretty cool. Let's see if GGG can close this thing out in just 2, and then we all have a pretty early night. It'll be Light Rose and TTL with the call for map 2.
Back in Element 1, GGG had difficulties closing it out in map 3, 4, and 5. The fourth of those 5 maps was Oregon, of which they had a 6-1 start on their map selection on the defensive side. If Arial Rise's attacking troubles weren't already doubled down upon, I would not be surprised if that was not the case here. I'm Time to Light. Joining alongside me here is Light Rose for our 4th game of play. Is the defensive side of GGG again going to just prove too much for Arial Rise, or is the lack of showing from Arial Rise as we start off Oregon with them on that side going to once more bite them in the rear?
I think we're going to see how this game is being played relatively within the first 6 rounds. Whether or not we're going to be going to that map 3, the first map 3, in all of Breaking Point, or if it's just going to be a GGG sweep. As the devs just harped on about Arial Rise's attacks, I've just got to hop on that brigade. I think it definitely... We saw the weaknesses of this team, and Oregon might exemplify that, embolden that. We're going to have to see, as we go through this ban phase, whether or not we're going to see something different, or it's just going to be the same old, same old. And if I'm Arial Rise, I really do want the same old, because that's what I would lean on if I were them.
I'm going to say it again, the fact that they're starting on the attack is probably not the greatest for them. I think Mason drilled it home. The 77% win rate for Gang Gaming on Oregon as a whole in Element 1, much less the fact that they won 5 of 6 rounds, which is 84.4% repeating for all of you non-statisticians out there. And they're playing up against a somewhat disorganized Arial Rise attack because of the fact that Merc is coming into sub. Woos is already in because Asian left at the beginning or end of Element 1 and beginning of Game Rogue. And Poison has just recently come back from France. Luckily, Montaigne isn't banned this time around. They will have some play with the French Mountain himself, which is the direct translation to English for Montaigne, by the way. For all of you who didn't know that. Ying banned, Flores banned. I think Flores is the surprising one for me here.
Nah, Oregon's a Flores playground, especially the basement. I think you actually see that on as well. I mean, there's nothing here that's really shocking. I mean, Ying kind of feels like a default ban on Oregon. I mean, you might see her played sometimes, but a lot of teams, if they don't have a specific operator that they want to go for, Ying is just your play, because the basement with her is a little bit more difficult. And yeah, you might bring the ward in with the 1.5, but a lot of times it's just make it easier on yourself. Take out the Ying, because nothing else is really going to be better overall. As GGG, they start on the defense, as we talked about so many times. And they're bringing some operators that maybe Arial and Rise are going to have trouble dealing with. I mean, the Capcan definitely punishes a team who doesn't have it all together. Maybe the M870 in the hands of Spirits will really ring true through the attack. But overall, I think the Roam is just going to be an entire thing that we have to watch out for everything on this map, whether it's Arial or Rise on defense or GGG on defense.
I also want to take a look more at the bans from a statistical level because I love doing that. We've played now 8 maps in Breaking Point. Ying has been banned in 6 of them. This is her 6th. The only 2 maps in which she didn't get played were our last 2 maps in our previous series. SSG versus Mirage on both Border and Consulate. They banned out Brava, Ayana, Hibana, and Dokebi. SSG just decided to introduce 2 new bans for some reason because they hate Brava and Ayana. Understandable, I guess. Also, some free aggression for Arial Rise already. Tra dropping Surf, I believe, through the white window into Dining. No, instead the white window in towards the bottom of white itself. And that opening kill, pretty good start. Dropping down the Capcan, the C4 he wields, and Surf himself, who's been a bane to the existence of Arial Rise's attacks thus far today.
I mean, the player in security dropped. They are going to assist into Freezer, but now Meeting's gone. GGG having a roam on this site isn't the most popular thing in the world, but clearly it is just not working out for them. Xeno, I don't know exactly why he would do that. I think it's a huge risk, and once you actually find that kill, you are really just caught out in the open. Around 5 Arial Rise members. Plus, you have the smoke canisters as well. I mean, GGG went for a very bold play. I mean, Spirits holding close to Freezer. Yeah, you have the M870. It's really the only thing you can do with that level of firepower. But GGG have so much time to drone you out, frag you out. They have another phone call that they can use. This round really is a wash. And with Merc having the coverage, the M870 does find somebody, but now they know Spirit's exact position. He is going to get caught on the rotate if he decides to go for it. And Merc with the drop will find the kill. And, well, it's a 1v3 left with Kool-Aid all alone.
This is possible, though, for Kool-Aid. He hears both players drop. He swings trying to find the headshot, but just barely misses that head of poison. He actually ends up finding the kill instead. It's the first player to die to find the all-important 1v2 frag. Adam misses the opportunity. Try will lose it, but no, Woo steps up. A very narrow situation to bring that one back, but in the end, it is still Arial Rise to win it. Close, but not quite for GGG, and the 2v5 still goes Arial Rise's way.
I mean, Arial Rise, close shooters only count, closest only counts, 4 shooters, hand grenades, blah, 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 blah. That's still one you really got to look out on. And know that you have the advantage, and sometimes you just got to synergize. Hit shots as well. That is always going to be important, even though sidearm definitely hits like nobody's business. A lot of times, you just need to shot Dan. And it was very, very close to GGG winning their first defense, continuing Arial Rise's dismal attacks. But they actually get the one. They get 100% of their attacks that they did on Clubhouse. And maybe our concerns could be quieted throughout. But then again, it also does feel like GGG did go for something different with their roams, and now that they got heavily punished for it, they should back off, as it really didn't lead to anything overall. It was only thanks to Kool-Aid's great 1v3, almost, that they almost won the round.
The only problem I see there for Gangan Gaming was they just gave a lot of 1v1s. And Arial Rise, yes, winning the opening kill, but I'm going to be the glass half empty kind of guy on this one, is Arial Rise, was that attacking round 1 based off of strategies, or was it one because of the fact that Gangan Gaming just gave you 3 separate 1v1s in very odd parts of the map? Make it 4 now, as Court will win an opener against Surf, who dies for the first again in this round, instead as the Malusi. So not even with EDDs dropped earlier in the round to limit the damage. Tra's going to try and play the Amaru up to T3 and get away in if he can. Although GGG has mostly backed away from this, I honestly would like to just see GGG back away entirely. Turtle on the site, because you just cannot win these opening engagements, and you're just giving away more than you're actually gaining.
I mean, this is a site that you don't actually have to roam on. Right? GGG are making the active choice to throw roamers out on the basement side, And that's 2 rounds in a row now that it's led to Shaq squat. You lose Surf, who, I mean, yeah, he's able to maybe get one in the last round, but overall, it's nothing. I think Xeno not going for the flag is good overall, but that's the bar is very, very low for GGG. And the more you enable Arial Rise on their attack, the worse it's going to be once you actually swap sides, a side where Arial Rise feels so much stronger in their current team composition. Merc is going to hold this angle. He knows that somebody is there. It's all going to depend on how patient CZ is. He gets just a little antsy, strays from that angle, and gets shut down by Merc.
The off angles may very well work out for this defensive side, though. They played disengage for basically the last minute and 10 seconds or so after losing that opening. A nade being prepped, there should be a sound cue there, but the swing there for CZ, he finds the first kill anyway. There is a return for Merc, but the 1v1 trade still favors this defensive side coming back from the man deficit. Poison finds one to return onto Kool-Aid after finding one of his own, but Xeno still occupies elbow, and Spirits still has that control all the way down the hallway as we move back down to the 1940s. The swing from Poison does damage. Actually, he only takes damage. I don't know how in the world he loses almost all of his HP and instead will be fully taken out by the Mossberg. Wu's now to 1 versus 2. He's fully blind as everything goes black, as will he. He dies to the Razor Bloom shell. The combination of an FNAT Dreadmine and a casual Razor Bloom set up an E-Box will come back to bite him as GGG will win our round of the 1940s.
God, there was so much to take in there. The graphic problem, which is weird because it literally flipped back the moment the round ended. The fact that we saw a recreation of Scoob's video, which everybody was like, oh, it's not realistic. You go back and you show that to some of those people, maybe they'll change their tune. Because Arial Rise, they did get a great entry, but sometimes those anchors for GGG, which is maybe why they shouldn't have been playing off site so much, that got the job done. They get the one. They can go on to Kids, a site where Fenrir definitely gets a much popular play. Along with the basement, I think Fenrir not getting banned as well is interesting, rather than something like an Azami, because it feels like Fenrir is enabled by the claustrophobia that you can have on Oregon. We saw his impact in the previous round, and as we go to Kids, you have 5 of them. You can cover almost every single entrance if you are Fenrir and completely negate a push. And we'll see that if they don't take out Surf, if he can actually survive past the initial, 30 seconds, then I think it is going to be really difficult for Arial Rise to actually get inside of the site, considering the operator lineup that we have in front of us.
If I've done my math properly, you can cover actually all 5 of the entryways onto site if you only want to use them for direct on-site pressure. You have the double window inside of Dorm's main hall. You have the master wall, trophy door, pit drop, and white door. The only thing you'd have to discount is maybe the foosball window and maybe the kids' dorms window. So of the 7 real entryways, you can cover 5 of them. Fenrir being fairly useful, just doubles down on the top floor. Surprisingly, GGG, as of right now, are not hovering the Fenrir, which I have to say is a little bit of a outlandish decision for me, but that's just me. Maybe they have a completely different strat to work off of. In the previous round, we did see CZ bring that Fenrir. Here, it seems like he's going to go on towards the Wamai, of which was also brought in the previous round, just by Kool-Aid. So, maybe Gang Gang Gaming, they're favoring the more everybody swap operators, but keep something similar. They're also going to bring the smoke again, this time on Spirits. They're going to bring a Faust for the first time, so interesting, but it is what it is in the end. This is really going to set the tempo for this map, though. Second site that's going to be played. GGG can't just completely switch up their defensive approach because of how Arial Rise played in the previous round. If AA win this round, I think they have a much better shot at it, and they're going to pick up a second, but you never know.
I was worried. I thought they weren't going to go on the Fenrir. DC does swap on that actually going from the Wamai. So, was the menu worth it for the Wamai? Because you're able to cover a lot of things that Arial Rise are able to bring. Selmas, frag grenades, ash charges. I mean, they got on 6 even, but there's also not many things that you really want. cover. I think it's mainly just a player that might be behind one of these shields. Maybe the player hiding all the way back in oil. Because now that the Thatcher is gone, you simply have a Astra, a frag grenade charge that you could throw underneath, take that out. Easy as pie. It's one of like the easiest things in the world to do because you can actually do it from outside as well. But clearly, GGG still insistent on the roam, which does have a little bit more presence inside of this site, but I'm still worried nonetheless.
You can also see that GGG making that switch has also changed their approach. If they were to bring that Wamai, I would have liked to see them play a little bit more of a distant approach, forcing out early utility from Arial Rise that would be the late round burn. That's not really the case, at least not as much. They're also, they being Arial Rise, taking a lot more over towards this west side, at least more than I was originally expecting. Small towers usually taken, but you're also seeing GGG dedicate a lot towards showers, a decent bit towards kitchen and dining. You can see the Oryx is there, and Xeno just will show themselves and then back away. Spirits will do something similar, and I like this approach. A minute gone, decent bit of utility as well, and Arial Rise now overly worried about what seems to be a fairly useless part of the map for the GGG defense.
I think Spirit's making the right call, backing off, because that's a minute gone, Dan. Some utility taken off the board for essentially nothing. And Xeno having some sort of a presence is still pretty good, because now is the point where you can take an engagement. And I would like him to waste a little bit more time. The fact that he goes down so quickly does definitely sting a little bit, but half the round is gone. We're able to soak up some of those Ash charges, and that's really about it. I think in hindsight, they would have loved to have more, but that is all GGG really do need to work with, considering the impact that their anchors can have. And I'm just noticing it. They're going with the half reinforced setup. It's working because Surf is able to find a C4. Poison goes down.
What?
CZ stops time and gets a kill with it. What is this game? Black and white? Time freeze? Okay.
I feel like this is just Doctor Strange and the Scarlet Witch combining for
no
chaos,
way,
to
he's
say
just
the very least.
snakes.
Surfy just runs away and runs back forward in front just to bait out the swing and wins the fight. Surf is just him, I suppose. Spirits takes a decent bit of damage through the floorboards, but who the heck cares? It's two G36Cs and a 2v4, and we've seen this come back for GGG in rounds prior. Not so easy for Arial Rise on their own attacking setup, and Merc is now left in a 1 versus 4. A Toxic Babe will hinder his way up, a second one is thrown. His position now guaranteeingly noted by GGG's defense, and the final Toxic Babe just now popped onto his way stairs. He has no way in. He has even been seen from up above, and honestly, just play for the stats, save the KD, actually find a kill. Just pop that KD, almost a second, but misses the opportunity. Merc the fragger will find one frag and then still lose the round by a time.
Okay, so we got through another one, even with the great pistol skills of Merc. Arial Rise, they have to attack meeting kitchen. And now that actual showers take would be pretty important if that is where the site would be previously. So if they struggled with that and GGG only was putting, let's say, 50% of their power into it, what's going to happen when GGG are actually trying to defend this site? They have a deployable shield. They have the magnets, even some F-Net dread mines if they really do choose. And Arial Rise, either they're going to go for that type of fake showers, which I wouldn't advise considering how poorly it went, or it's going to be a big tower take potentially into attic, and then just rooting out all the GGG defenders from there. That does seem a little bit more comprehensive, like what we would see from Arial Rise, but I think with how much GGG is maybe dedicating toward this with the Bandit, the deployable shield, the Frost Mat, Showers is looking a little bit better. But with the Brava, maybe they're wanting to get some default cams, slowly make their way into the map.
They can use the Brava properly, and you hack out a Dreadmine that's on site while it's active. It not only removes it from Surf, removes his ability to activate a third, but then has an active one for you. I'd like to see the Brava try and institute their way in towards either a Magnet or what is now a Fenrir. good night, Kool-Aid. Valiant effort to try and drop Merc, but he who lived the previous round will now be he who kills in this one. Also, you could also hack out the magnets if you choose to do so. I saw this last week, I believe, where a hacked Wamai magnet caught a C4 and denied a diffuse denial. So, could be the case here as well.
Yeah, that's the ideal. I think that's always what I think of when I'm like, oh, you could hack a magnet, get something. Right, Rain, gonna be thrown. The magnet catches it and CZ gets the kill.
Wow.
Clutch. Clutch AF. So, hello. What, 10 people, 20 people that will watch this because there are Pro League teams involved, and especially GGG, who are angling for a Pro League team to maybe pick them up. And I mean, do you think this team has what it takes to hang with the big boys in NAL?
GG, absolutely. I believe they deserve a shot because I believe it was put ever so perfectly in the interview. They are not new players by any means. They're just not. Surf, Kool-Aid, Spirits, Xeno, all with basically PL level experience. CZ, I believe, is the only one without it. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But GGG's defense has looked good. Their attack has looked pretty damn good. And all things considered, you're looking at how GGG has tried to play a lot of their maps and saying, yeah, they have an arguable shot at making it to PL. So we are being told that we are back live. Apologies. Apparently OBS decided to freeze on our production computer. They are saved over, but it was not recorded. So for all of you who are looking for posterity, they will never be found again. We are live now. At least
lost
we will be
media.
in 3 minutes.
We're lost media then.
Yep. I mean, we are now like one of, what, 10 people who have actually seen what happened in the end of round 4 and beginning of round 5.
Please give me money. I will tell you what happened in the previous round for currency exchange. If anyone will take me up on my offer.
I mean, maybe a couple EL teams, but even I don't record this, so...
I could shadow play. Hit Alt X. I've got everything recorded.
Zay, our producer, is trolling us again. Ugh. This guy. I say that with the most joking of manners, by the way. Not being serious in any way, shape, or form.
I love Zay so much. He's my dude.
He's okay, I guess.
He's going to college. He's going to college, like, I think in RIT, that's like wherever that is. That's super. You're fine. You're fine.
What the?
Don't worry about it.
Hold up. Spirits just
I don't know what that
watched
was.
Poison jump in, and he tried to think the smoke would completely mask the line of sight, but it just didn't. Xeno finds a follow-up, and with the Vulcan canisters being popped, there's no easy way back in. Spirits has yet to be cleared out of security down below, and the question mark here for Arial Rise's attack is why not drone that out? Why not have the information that Spirits is sitting down here? Sure, he's playing the view of utility that can clear that. Sure, he has mute jammers down, and they may be covered by extra Wamai magnets, but you should have known that the Wamai is not being played this round. And Arial Rise, in yet another instance, just could not step up when required. Merc, a nasty shot into Xeno. No way he wins that fight on a normal basis. And at this aspect, it's now a 3v3. 45 seconds left, though. They have a shot, sure, but they still have yet to clear out Spirits, who has direct line of sight on the diffuser, and they know it.
The only way of getting in this is going to be the flashbangs that Ooze is going to throw. The F-Not is there, but it just doesn't cloud the vision long enough to really get anything. And now Ooze is going to be able to have cameras, so maybe the bullet inside of the site, maybe the default that is over by the trophy could be something that this team could use to actually get information, but they're gonna have to go quick, Dan. There's only 15 seconds left, and they've got minuscule health.
Kool-Aid already finds one on a Merc. That low HP's come back to bite him. Woo's walking in from White, cut down by CZ, and it's down to just Adam in the 1 versus 2. His position sound giving it away, and CZ will find the 2K on the round required to close him out. And GGG, neat and tidy in the later stages of this first half as they lock in that halftime split at 4-2 in their favor.
So 4-2 is what they have to accept. Not only what they tried for, it's just what they gotta sit back knowing that they have to win 4 rounds on the defense to then maybe go to overtime, or they can win a lot more than that and send us to a map 3, which we have not yet gotten in Breaking Point, which feels so odd considering the caliber, unintended, of teams that are playing in this tournament. We also haven't gotten to overtime as well. maybe this will be the one. I know it would be funny to see GGG go to overtime, and also infinite overtime, which could potentially be hell, but we'll see.
Gang Gaming on the attack. Now this is where things got a little bit closer, and Arial Arise had that sustainability on the defense that we saw on Blood. 4-2 first half split favoring Arial Arise, only for them to find one attacking round in the entirety of the second half. I thought OT was more than likely, ended up not being the case, unfortunately enough. But here's where they can step up. Here's where they can really start that comeback, lead momentum into map 3, should they win here, and give themselves an arguable chance on Chalet, which not only is attacker favored, which would help them in their lackluster attacks, but would help their defense a little bit in not having as high of expectations. But that's neither here nor there. GGG's attacking side has to start off well in terms of each individual round, because Arial Arise has played a lot of disengaged defensive setups. You can see Merc even playing on the Solus this time around, rather than anything else that we saw, like Amazi in our previous map. Maybe trying to play a little bit more passive as a team. I'd like this decision from them.
I mean, Merc definitely feeds a little bit off of the aggression, as long as it's controlled aggression. That's the thing, is he just has to make sure that he backs off just a little bit enough that it really is worthwhile by the end, because about a minute has gone by, and so far GGG haven't really made their way over where Merc is. I say that, and now he's been caught by CZ, who's made his way all the way up into Attic. Xeno's probably going to come in through Green Hall, so Merc has to make the honestly difficult decision to back off all the way back down into the basement, but at least one player was taken down.
That one dropped. Surf on the Buck, maybe not the most influential of Bucks considering the site itself. You can also consider Arial Arise's defense has been giving away a lot of ground for free. Kool-Aid, very lucky he didn't just walk straight into an EDD and take damage for both himself and CZ, but for the time being they're both safe. And you can look at the time. Gang Gaming haven't made the worst time possible. The problem is they also haven't bled out a whole lot of utility. 3 Toxic Babes available, an impact for both Merc and 2 for Adam. No definitive way of saying who's in front.
Magnus getting thrown out. It's been a big thing. Saved a couple of players from a frag grenade, and now they're gonna keep Adam alive just a little bit longer, make sure he has a fighting chance inside of Freezer. As GGG, they're gearing up for that Freezer take. Merc is gonna be able to dome one, can go for another peek where he gets that kill, and it seems like more players are just fed into the P90. And it's a flawless round for Arial Arise. And there's the difference between the attack and the defense, Dan.
Stepping up on the defense, and exactly when they needed to. Really setting the tone for the second half, bringing themselves back into the second half, and really cutting things down in terms of deficits they now face. That's not only a momentum gainer, but that is a round gainer as well. You pick up a flawless round on especially a site like the bottom floor, which is so difficult to hold as cleanly as they did. Gang Gaming, that's one they now have to look back at, and they'll have to do so just a few rounds later, because Gang Gaming now have to attack the top in such more dire circumstances.
It's going to come with a little bit of a difficulty for the attack. They've got to go through a Fenrir, they've got to go through the shield and the smoke. That is pretty difficult, with GGG opting to go for that Amaru, probably zip up into Big Tower to make sure that they get that map control very, very quickly, because we have seen moments where a defense has wanted to actually make sure that they can gain control of T3, and there's been like some small engagements up there. That is not really what Arial Arise want, so this should be decently quick for GGG, as long as Xeno zips up there, they take control of T2 and actually get that attic open. They also only have the Habana to work with as well. I know that Xeno has the hard breach charges, and that could get something done, but also have to make sure that Xeno is carefree inside of that big tower area.
Talking about the hindrance that Arial Arise was going to face moving into this matchup, considering GGG started off the first half against Karn & Co. in 5-1 fashion, ended up being 6-1 up in that fourth map of the Element 1 Grand Finals. Right now, Arial Arise is already doing much better than a fully put together Karn & Co., even with an E-sub, even with Poison just back off of vacation, and with Woos coming in as the new 5th on a questionable basis. We'll find out if that continues to be the case in short order, but for the time being, we'll presume it is indeed the case. Poison just sitting inside of the smoke closet, able to take out every single one of those X-Kairos. 2 sets were required, and Poison actually gets out alive. If they have a Kiva barrier to use, or if they had a Kiva barrier to use, they may be able to get this reinforcement off. Poison actually instead just throws a Toxic Babe to force them off the angle, and instead, well, just close things off himself.
He got the wall. He got the wall up though. That's Soldier goes down with his duty, and that's what Poison was able to do. Unfortunately, he left 2 smoke canisters in his pocket, so that takes away a lot of the plant denial. And now you can see the Fenrir starting to get some work as Quartz and Merc. They're starting to sync up around those white stairs, maybe going for a little bit of a flank. As you see Woos underneath. He does not have a C4 as he was the deployable shield bot. And somebody has to bring that now that smoke was taken out. Go over to CZ, who's inside of Attic, and he's made his way here, and he could get something done, and he takes some damage over to Merc, but yet he survives.
Oh, and he drops Merc at that, and now at this point with the wrong reinforcement down over towards this attic wall, Adam has no easy way to figure out who's on this other side. Woos does bring one back, a second onto Kool-Aid, but it's still this 3v3, and they're enveloping the site itself. Adam with one back himself, but down goes that Jaeger, and Woos left alone. The newest pickup as a full 5-man will only find a direct 1-for-1 trade. CZ and Woos headshot each other, only for the last remaining player to live in the end, and it's GGG to win the all-important first of their own attacking second half.
Keep it in arm's distance away from you and your opponent is always going to be very, very important. And now that they have a round buffer, so let's say Arial Rise do win Meeting Hall Kitchen, you still have 1 round between you and your opponent. But that is interesting to know, is that Arial Rise are going to Meeting Kitchen instead of something like Kids Dorms, which the defense heavily favors. They're going to the site where you go if you win both dorms and basement. And maybe they're putting a lot of stock into their top floor hold with the C4s that they've got with the Fenrir that was available, that I don't think they got much usage out of overall, and I'd love to see more of. As Arial Arise, they're kind of on their last legs here. Dan, GGG are only 2 rounds away from sending them home. And this is already after a not very good Element 1 performance compared to what they were wanting, and as well a Game Row performance that is not what they've wanted. This team needs its reputation. And so far, they just have not found a way to fight for it back, because any chance is immediately squandered.
There's really no excuses for back in Element 1. Maybe a few made for Game Rogue, especially playing up against real Tier 1 talent. Oxygen, Mirage, Beast Coast, just a few. And not even counting the MXPL squads that stepped up there. Shout out them. But you also have Arial Rise's defense stepping up here and showing that they can hang. So those excuses now kind of going out the window. And I guarantee you, if I talk to Poison right now, Callum himself would tell me we are just not doing as good as we should. Regardless of the excuses that could be there, regardless of the excuses they could make if they wanted to, he would agree. They need to step up as a team, whether it's himself individually because he expects higher of himself than most other people do as a whole, whether it's the team needing to step up with or without a substitute of Merc, what have you. Speaking of Merc, by the way, he's 10-6. His 10th kill just now found at Xeno. No flank watch, at least not for the air jab wielding Nomad, as the opening frag goes the way of Arial Rise.
If my notes aren't lying, they could be. The mind is a tricky thing. Merc is 4-0 on entry. Maybe he found someone's down, but he, even if that's slightly off, 3-0, let's say, he is gunning. He enabled on this round. He does go down, and now Surf gets forced as well on the top floor. And I was incorrect. Merc is 3-0, but it doesn't even matter.
Oh no!
Got the down. I'm trying to think at how.
No, he didn't even do damage.
What?
He just barely did damage onto CZ, and CZ, ironically enough, just walks in and kills Woos anyway. The drop away for Woos only did damage onto CZ. I thought CZ got downed as well. I thought he actually got killed, but it was somebody else in the kill feed. And instead, GGG just casually turn that kitchen meeting site onto match point for themselves.
Not shocking. It's meeting kitchen. There's a reason that you don't consistently go to that site as the defense, unless you're OXG and Game Rogue and you're just trying out those tertiary sites. No, that the Arial Rise are being pushed to their limit here. You are going down to basement now out of desperation. This is your last chance. Look at the operators that Arial Rise are bringing. This should indicate that maybe everyone besides Mark staying inside that site, hunkering down, trying to get information and using their C4s just to deny everything they can. It's a lot of pressure onto Merc to get things done. Yes, he has been 3-0 in the entry. He is 10-7. But him and Woos feel like the only reason why Arial Rise even got anything close on their attack, because of the big number of kills that they were putting forward. And now on the defense, when all the chips are down, the light slowly being diminished before our very eyes, man.
3 straight rounds now required. I mean, they have a shot. On paper, they could do it. The problem is, can they actually get it off in the end? I think it's certainly a possibility. Again, it's the defensive side of Oregon, which is technically favored. They are a fairly defensive-sided team as of this 5-stack because of Merc coming in and because of the addition of Woos as well. But the problem is having that sustainability. Even if you get one, there's no promise on a second or even a third when you'd have to end up going back to either meeting kitchen or kitchen dining. And GGG know that. They have a few mulligans to work with. But Adam just runs out and he will immediately be clotheslined. Good night. Bye-bye, Adam. That may very well be his last life here in Breaking Point.
Not a fan, honestly. I don't think you're at the point where you really do that. It's easy now. He preps a frag grenade. Could have gotten a player onto the freezer stairs, but that player had backed off. As now going for a roam at this point is just a huge risk. I think even Poison being up by T2, it's just a big question mark in my eyes, because Smoke is such a big deal in the late game, and Poison is 2-8. You're going up against these players that have just been absolutely running you through the ringer, and it is only one player, and if he hits a headshot, he could get something, so it does pay off in the end. Poison decides to repeat. You are pushing your luck, Poison.
Wait a second. With dropping Xeno, I don't think Xeno was able to take out either of the Electro Claws that were on the hatches. That limits a lot for GGG. That kill's a lot more important than it seems on the surface, because usually you have a team bring secondary impact EMPs if they need to. But when you dedicate all your vertical pressure on just a single set of EMPs from one operator, you now may not be able to open that E-box hatch, and it's a fairly two-dimensional rather than what could have been a three-dimensional push. Only Freezer and only Laundry are the ways in here for Gang Gang Gaming, and they have a way forward, sure. The problem is, can they force enough of Arial Rise away in enough time? The answer as of right now is no. Merc finds one, a nade thrown through a closet, but they walk in past of it, and they can't find anything past the initial doorway. Woos with one, Merc with two, and everybody stepping up for Arial Rise. They'll reach that first hurdle, and they'll jump right over it as they pick up their first of 3 required in a row.
And you talked about the consistency, though. You're not guaranteed the 1 or the 2, nor the 3. If Arial goes for a timeout, get a listen in to see what the coach says.
Meeting. We gotta want them both. I think we just go meeting.
Okay, listen, right? I just want to remind you guys that this team, how they operate, is that there's a lot of quiet moments against GGG, right? Especially on their pre-entry and their pre-execute. A lot of quiet moments against this team, which means we're kind of getting caught. What I feel like right now we're getting caught with our pants down because we're just sort of like mindlessly moving or wandering, right? I don't think necessarily getting over aggressive. We're just not moving with a purpose, right? I've talked about this before, and it's very important against GGG that we move with a purpose, because they are very execute heavy. They rely so much on timing. So sometimes we just walk into their crossfires a lot of the time. So I just want to remind you guys, if we are moving somewhere, if we are changing positions, whether it's on site or on the extension, it's for a reason, all right? And it's with intel, okay? Remember, it's not necessarily that we're moving too much or over-aggressing. It's more that we're not doing it with enough team play. We're not moving for a reason. We're not playing together. That's the big thing I think I saw on both of those, like the outside of the basement rounds, the issue. Okay? Move with a purpose. Don't get caught with your pants down in the quiet moments, please.
Yep.
Do we understand?
Yes, sir.
Let's go, boys. Come on.
Don't double reinforce attic. Make an attic rotate and reinforce attic hash. That way we can support our top floor players more.
We gotta bring like traps and shit for the Whitehall too. Like they went.
Kind of spot on, especially with a meeting kitchen site. The last time we were here, but like Arial and Rise were just walking around, their eyes glazed over, no idea what to do, but maybe take a gunfight with a player that was directly in front of them. And they're in a situation where that just cannot be afforded. I'm mostly looking at Merc for sites that aren't, let's say, the basement or kids, because he's mostly the person to roam around the site. And he really does need to have purpose with his roams where he is holding. And we have seen some of that, and some of the roamers that have gone in and around the map, mostly Adam in the previous round, just running out. I feel like that doesn't have a purpose as well. Dan, like, yes, your purpose is to get the kill, but when you're looking at it as a team-centric view, it's not exactly the teamwork that you really, really want.
An interesting decision made by Arial and Rise before Froshy joined the conversation was, quote, let's go to Meeting Kitchen anyway, because we have to play it either way. If they lose this, they would have lost it in round 12. If they win it, then they go on to the better of the two sites, that being Kids Dorms and Dorms Main Hall, well, with momentum and giving themselves a better shot at sending things to what is an infinite overtime. You have to win by 2, regardless of whether we get to 15, 16, 19, 27 rounds, who the heck cares? It's win by 2 in the end. And I like Arial and Rise making this decision. A lot of the times, teams will go to the comfort pick first and try and build momentum into the second. Instead, keep it more consistent while it's fresh in your mind. Remember, we played this just 2 rounds ago. If Arial and Rise know what went wrong for them the last time that they played it, maybe it's a little bit easier to make that adjustment now rather than 5, 6, 7 minutes later, depending on how long the round would take.
And here's the thing about this. Yes, technically they would have to go to this site and another one, but you get some power out of making the active choice to go to Meeting Hall Kitchen, a site that you normally wouldn't, and with that, you gain some sort of confidence. We're not at the point in Siege where it's, you know, surprise site pick. That's no longer a thing, but I like Arial because getting their confidence back, coming off of that timeout, is the perfect time to go to a tertiary site like Meeting Hall Kitchen because you just talked to your coach, you just had that advice fresh in your mind. And like you said, they win this, go on to the more comfortable site, and then they have a much better chance overall. A great black eye, spotting out that ace. Does leave Woos a little bit open into that breach, but maybe some of these roamers going around could get something, and down goes CZ. There's the opening that Arial would love to get a confirmation on.
What the heck just downed CZ? I don't think it was a gunshot. Was it a random explosive from his teammate? I think he naded himself. I honestly think he naded himself.
No.
Because there's no explosive that's been expended that would have done that much damage to limit him down to fully low HP. That has to be the case. And now, with low HP, honestly, I'd like to bait CZ here. If I'm Gang Gaming, just get in. CZ just walk in, take the gamble, because you're already low, but the problem is the rest of your team is falling around you. He will try and walk in, but the Dread Mine will expose his position, and there's no safe haven on or off the site. Gang Gaming, now 2 players down. They have downed Adam, but in the meantime, the refrag is there on towards Kool-Aid, and with or without, you are now downed Valkyrie. There's no easy way for Gang Gaming to come back in this. They have 1 drone, plus whatever Twitch drones are still available. They have, if they can pull it off, a Gemini replicator for extra information, should they find the timing, but it's still CZ just left alone in a 1 versus 4. A 5th could be there if they find the flawless round the next few seconds, but in the end, I don't think it's really going to matter. CZ on 20 HP from their own self-nade, and that should very well do it. We're looking at our first overtime here in Breaking Point, and, well, our infinite OT now just on the cards.
Dan, it sticks to 5 if Arial arrives with it. It is not overtime.
Oh, you're so right.
You're so right. Like, it's a bit...
I was just thinking a round ahead.
It is a very big
just
thing
that
Arial arrives win this because they get to go on a much better side. Literally, call them kick streamers the way that they gambled with that. And came away with a huge bag by the end. But basement, the big thing. I think, wait, basement, meeting. No, kids, top floor. This was a site that was Gang Gaming's win. And it was definitely Arial and Rise struggling a little bit. So the changes have got to go through. They need to take their coach's advice that won them the previous round, and it was a part of it, and now go onto the site, send themselves into overtime, and gain that instant minus 50% buff that GGG gets in overtime for some very odd reason.
GGG have played 6 rounds of overtime, to my knowledge, in the last, 2 or 3 weeks. And they've lost all 6 of them. All to Karn & Co., all in maps 3, 4, and 5 of the Element 1 Grand Finals, to get reverse swept and disappointed, to say the very least. GGG now have that shot to again deny OT. We saw it in the previous map where they were up 6-5 and they picked up the 7th just barely at the end of what was a close round 12. I see no reason as to why that will not be the case here. Arial Rise have been close in a lot of these rounds, but they have had difficulties closing them out, similar to maps as a whole in the previous 3 events they've played, this one included. If GGG can have that step up in the earlier stages of the round, they're in a much better spot. But the difference is they're on the attack this time, rather than on the defense while on map point.
6-5 is such a cursed scoreline. Not for GGG, but for their opponents. There's so many maps that have gone so close to overtime. Even in Element 1, the first 2 maps were 7-5 victories for GGG. Map 1 of this thing is 7-5 GGG. There's so many superstitious things happening. It's the GGG 7-5, GGG struggling in overtime. It feels like baseball right now with everything happening. Like that, Adam's gonna take a peek, not gonna really do anything, but maybe scare GGG, but that is not gonna bait them from actually entering Armory, entering Master, and making their way towards the site. A lot of time left.
There's nothing to clear out this Electroclaw. They have no information to clear it out of position, and even if they naded from below, I don't think that's where the Electroclaw is, so it wouldn't really do anything. You can see this drone from Kool-Aid is trying to figure out where that Electroclaw is. If somebody can do it from Classroom, maybe you have a shot. Maybe Surf can pick that up. We'll see if they try and line up the nade or line up something else. EE1D going to be popped. Merc is around Z, waiting on the other side of Classroom, but it's just going to come down to where this nade goes, and the bait works. Surf pulls the pin on the nade, the sound cue goes Court's way, and he is baited into jumping out the window, only to die in the end. That nade also successfully takes out the Electroclaw. The onus is now on Merc, a long flank up laundry. He needs to step up, but he has to do so quickly, because I think he's been heard, and sees he's found a follow-up kill.
It's happening again. And it's still possible. Merc is still alive and still on that first floor. Should have spotted the player on cameras. Surf seems intent on finding where that Electroclaw is, but he has no idea. Merc gets the headshot, and now communication surely has been given to GGG, as you do see spirits lurking down the stairs. We're back even, and it's Arial Rise who gain a man count.
The problem is, it's still Gang Gang Gaming taking most of the site. Poison's still chaotic situation, but he's unintentionally dropped down the hatch. The difference maker is he has pre-prepped the C4. The C4 goes up, and it downs spirits, but he can be retrieved. There's no continuous vision for Poison. He would have to leg it all the way up White Stairs, and it seems like Gang Gang Gaming is aware of it. His cross not being held, he's able to safely cross and get all the way over towards that attic rotate should he find the timing to do so. He'll swing for the first kill, but he won't even find the first. The 1v2, it again goes the way of Gang Gang Gaming as they deny the clutch, deny the 12th round, and deny Arial Rise yet another step in their endeavor to reach the top of T2. Gang Gang Gaming will take on Spacestation Gaming tomorrow in the Breaking Point semifinal.
What is it about a 7-5 scoreline for these guys? That this is how they win things. Make it close. It's like Dash in The Incredibles. It's like, you gotta win. Make it close. Make it close. But GGG, I mean, finding the entry was such a big thing. I thought Merc was going to be able to really pull it out. Taking out the Yana from underneath and then just having a lurk was huge. Just the inability to have a second player in that in that 1v2 by the end. Can't really set up any crossfires. Can't set up any pinches. Can't make it essentially a 1v2 in the defusal process, which really does pigeonhole Poison. And also the fact that he has a TCSG, a gun that you gotta be money for that thing to really work in a 1v2 like that scenario.
All I'm saying, Mark 14 EBR is the better single shot weapon.
Definitely.
It 100% is. And there's a reason I can Aruni clutch on it, at least in a capable way in staff TMs for a reason. But that's neither here nor there. This matchup, close and close, through and through. It was seemingly ever so close for Arial Rise on 2 separate occasions, but a 1v1 and a 1v2, both not going their way between Clubhouse and here on Oregon. And round 12s, respectively, just ends up meaning they cannot close things out or even bring themselves to OT on either map. That's going to do it us at least, between Light Rose and myself. We're going to be back here tomorrow for the late game, but for the time being, to break down this game and the match as a whole, here's Jacob, Alex, and Mason.
Appreciate the effort you guys put in today, guys. It's been a short couple of days. No map 3 required in any of the 4 series. Plenty of action back and forth. But I do think that there were a lot of similarities from this game to the Beast Coast ATK game that we saw just yesterday. Not just because the team with the sub ended up losing, but there were just enough opportunities for the team that everyone had kind of expected to win to do it, and it still felt like it came a little bit down to the wire, just a little bit too close for comfort. Even though GGG still win, there's still a lot of questions about exactly how far they can go. And Alex, as far as I'm concerned, I think they still have some things they have to iron out overall.
Yeah, I agree. I think for a team that is deciding to stick together to pursue Pro League rather than, take some of these other opportunities as individuals to be on a Pro League team, is you gotta show more than that. I think for, again, the expectation these guys are putting themselves to and like how hyped they're talking about themselves, the players that they have, they should be dominating teams like this much more often and better score line. 6-5 is, in my opinion, unacceptable for a team like this. So I don't know, hoping to see some improvement.
Yeah, I can't agree more. Like, I expected this game. I expected GGG with how hard they're saying we should be a Pro League team. We got to have that spot. And then they go and show a performance like this. Yes, they won the game, but you guys are absolutely right. I mean, it was just not in the fashion that it should have been. This team should be smacking down this Arial Rise team, which has kind of crumbled and fallen from the big success that they were just about a month ago. And yes, they're still very talented players, but honestly, GGG should just be blowing them smoke out of the water.
What you said earlier, Mason, about CZ being super underrated, I think the longer that he keeps on playing with GGG and the longer that GGG continues to make some sort of noise, whether it's here or in quals for the upcoming major, if CZ keeps on having performances like this, it's going to get him probably even more notice outside of just what he's capable of doing with this team. To see him go 16-9 on that map was really, really cool and just a showcase of what he is capable of doing, even if a lot of people would probably write him off because he's just not that notable of a name.
Yeah, CZ's a star performer, right? I mean, still a very good player and showed very much so in the last map of Oregon. And I like to see that out of him. I like to see that he'll still take it seriously. He'll still try to get as many kills as he can. Whereas it almost felt like some of the other guys on the team, the way that the rounds were being played, almost no drones, or they're just walking in free willy. And that's why the game got so close, is simply because they were playing TDM. It felt like just really a glorified, longer ranked match. And I'd like to see GGG get a little more practice out of this event.
Let's go ahead and talk to Kool-Aid real quick, if we can. Alex, I don't mean to cut you off just because he's ready.
You're good. Let's get to the interview.
Yeah, we'll do it. We already talked to Kool-Aid a couple of days ago, so why don't we just get a little bit of a refresher first off? Good thing. Hey, congrats on the win, dude. It's almost like we didn't just talk a couple days ago about everything. So let's just do it again for the sake of posterity. Veeb hit me up specifically when we were figuring the bracket out, being like, yo, give me Arial or Rise. They suck. Did you have any other trouble dealing with Mark today because he was the last second fill-in, or did things kind of go about how you thought they would?
No, I mean, we played really bad. I mean, honestly, if Freak was in there, probably would won a couple more rounds. Because, I mean, hey, get him on board, and that brother's shooting. But, nothing out of the ordinary today. But, got a few kinks to fix up on our end.
Talk a little bit more about CZ, just for everybody who might not be super familiar with the guy. Everyone else on the team is a known commodity and has, I think, like over 1,000 Twitter followers at this point, but I think CZ still has a little bit of catching up to do for his own part. So what about this kid over anyone else helps make this the best team that you personally have ever played for? How does he fit into that puzzle piece specifically?
I mean, it's a lot of time in the gym for him. It's a lot of time mewing, a lot of cantle tilt measurements, where we're trying to wean him off the crack cocaine. But, we're getting there. But it fits perfectly with us as of right now. But we'll fix that on him. But no. I think he had like a couple doses of that, but you know, he could have done better. He should have done better. Maybe a 20 bomb next time, but we'll figure it out.
You're saying you expect more out of him? Dude, he already dropped like 16 today.
Yeah.
What more? What the fuck more else could he do?
Drop 17. Like, what are we doing here?
God, he's spitting.
See?
Unfortunately,
I'm right.
He's just right. I mean, that is how math works. To be fair, so you already know what your opponent is for tomorrow. It's Space Station. Whether it's the early game or the late game, we're not totally sure. Any opponent that you faced thus far as GGG has not been a Pro League team. I don't know what your results are like in scrims. What happens in scrims typically stays there and kind of as they should. But because you're facing an opponent of that caliber and you haven't yet, does that bug you at all?
Not really. I mean, I've played Astralis, the same team more or less, just a couple different players, you know. I don't know. We'll give it our all. Is what it is. What at the end of the day. But nah, it's no shaking on our end. It's just another day in the office, you know.
Fair play. I think you already kind of demonstrated everything in the previous interviews, so I think at that point, all we'll do is just keep on calling back to the things that you said and see if those expectations remain the same as you continue through this bracket. Jameson, thanks a lot for the interview. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Hey, cheers. Have a good one, man.
So that's basically all we got. Series stats, CZ tops out at 28. Woos in his debut as Arial Arise's permanent 5th, or I guess at this point permanent 4th if Frick's not on the team anymore, 23 and 16. And honestly, I feel like Merc did about as well as you could have expected for somebody who stood in on about 30 minutes notice before this game started, Alex. I feel like there's not really much else he could have done beyond what he did.
No, I think Merc, I would say he exceeded, not like expectations, but for coming in on 10 minutes notice, being 5-1 on entry, and filling in an entry role for a team that he's never played with, I think he did very, very well. A classic Merc showing, I think. I don't think 22 and 19 is like crazy stats, but I think he absolutely performed.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think that Merc did a solid job given the circumstances that he was put in. Maybe with a scrim or two under his belt with the team. Obviously, he's just subbing, but if that were the case, if they had known that they weren't gonna have Freak prior to this match, then maybe we would see something else and maybe a beast come out of Merc, right? And maybe a 30 or 40 kill map. And maybe even we would see the game going into map number 3, right? But of course, that's not the case. And this is still a pretty solid performance, at least out of Woos and Merc, which is at least nice to see.
So, commiserations to Arial Arise for not being able to make it for any further in the tournament, but the trend is if you lose map 1, you also lose map 2. That's just how we've been working at it so far. But quarterfinals are now done. We move on to semifinals tomorrow. We're halfway done with Breaking Point. 3.5 months in the making, and suddenly we only have 2 days of it left. Dark Zero and Space Station Gaming on opposite sides of the bracket definitely seem like the favorites to go to the grand final, but ATK and GGG I don't think are going to be any slouches. I think we've said what there is to say about GGG, but honestly, Mason, just from the face of it, I look at that Dark Zero ATK game and think there is the potential for some wild shit to go down.
Yeah, let me tell you, I had a nice little chat with Eddie on Twitter DMs yesterday, and he said they are going to be bringing it all out against Dark Zero, and I'm so excited to see how that matchup goes between those two teams. I think that is going to be a firefight, fire fest. You've got gunners on both ends of the spectrum. I mean, the top threes of those teams, even all the way down and through, right? And even Rice came from that ATK roster. So there is rivalry between these teams. There is a little bit of friendly history, and also they're just really damn good at the game.
One thing that's funny about these last 4 teams, I think there's one outlier, and I think Dark Zero is the one team that's not very puggy. They're not very sporadic. They have their moments, but if you look at the last 3 teams, they're all teams that they like to get crazy. Space Station Gaming, you know what I mean? They got the Astralis play style, so they're always running around. You got Forrest on one side of the map, and then 10 seconds later, you look, he's on the other side. ATK, same thing we saw yesterday. Their sporadicness was taking down Beast Coast. And then you got Dark Zero, who, Mint said they're trying to be less slow. They're trying to be a little bit quicker. But and the reality of it, their core play is they're always, strategical, and they try to do things together rather than just, being all across the map. So it's going to be interesting to see if that is what brings them to the finals versus the rest of the.
I'm actually really curious if for Dark Zero ATK, it's literally just a race to see who can do shit faster. And I like that because it's one team that already has the reputation for being able to do it, and another that's still trying to work on themselves, not working at a mile an hour or however slow that they've typically been in the past. I like that matchup. I like the fact that GGG are going to face the toughest opponent so far that they will have faced in official competition as a 5-stack. And all of that stuff is happening tomorrow. Klimps, guys, thank you very much for jumping on with us, and very special thanks to V and Dan for doing 2 games back-to-back. We're doing alternating casting rotations again tomorrow, and we only have 2 days left. Semifinals, and then on Sunday, 3rd place game, because it does have a little bit more of a prize pool increase, and the grand final, the breaking point. We're just about done. We will see you guys tomorrow. Take care.